Chapter 641. It's here, right? Second Master Jing looked at the wooden door, which had some paint peeling off, and thought that he was indeed a poor kid from a lower country. Even the place where he lived was so shabby. Second Master, I disdain to bully people from the lower country, but who asked you to overestimate yourself and be the enemy of divine Dr. Mu? For Big Brother to be safe soon, I have to wrong you. Second Master Jing said coldly and raised his hand to knock on the door. This was the self-restraint that was engraved in his bones. But halfway through, he realized that he was here to catch someone and not to invite someone. To catch someone, I have to have the aura of catching someone. Second Master Jing retracted his hand and raised his chin as he majestically pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. The scene in the courtyard was like this. Guyan was lying on a rot-tan chair to bask in the sun. Old Mr. Meng, who had just woken up from a knockout drug, was also lying on a rot-tan chair to bask in the sun. One was terminally ill and didn't have long to live, while the other was in a daze as he was still digesting the drug. Madam, Nan was refining poison again. But as the saying goes, if one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not be wet? She sneezed, and the poison powder sprayed all over her face. She was successfully poisoned, and now she was leaning against the wall and spitting out black blood. Master Lu had just fought with the Horse King, and his right leg was cramping. He limped to the front courtyard. Second Master Jing looked at the courtyard full of old, weak, and sick people and was dumbfounded. This is too miserable. It made him a little embarrassed to make a move. But then again, where is that kid? Although Second Master Jing had never seen Gu Jiao before, he had heard Second Madam's description. A teenager with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. This courtyard full of old, weak, and sick people obviously wasn't him. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Second Master Jing heard a burst of shocking sound. Someone was practicing martial arts, and it was a spear. The sound came from the backyard. Second Master Jing couldn't help but look towards the direction of the rear courtyard. He was standing outside the front courtyard and was separated by the entire central room. He couldn't see the entire rear courtyard clearly. Only when Gu Jiao's figure appeared at the back door of the central room could he see her. However, this did not affect the shock that the young man brought to him. He could also tell that the U-spear techniques were not flashy. Every thrust of the spear was like a swimming dragon, bringing with it the power to pierce through mountains and rivers. All of a sudden, Second Master Jing couldn't move. The youngster's figure only flashed past the door occasionally, but Second Master Jing felt an inexplicable excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. He completely couldn't explain why. He even forgot that he was here to capture someone and just silently admire the young man's marksmanship. Gu Jiao practiced the spear skills that the old Marquis had taught her. As she practiced, she suddenly had an idea and used a move that she had never used before. This move was extremely powerful. It actually broke through the target in the backyard and flew towards the front yard. Second Master Jing's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao then realized that there was someone at the door. It was too late for her to draw her bow. She lifted her leg and kicked the quiver, causing an arrow to shoot out. Following that, she kicked her leg, and the arrow hit the red-tasseled spear, changing the direction of the red-tasseled spear. The red-tasseled spear whooshed and shot at the door beside Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing touched his cold neck. Just an inch, and he would be nailed to the door. The old, weak, and sick people in the courtyard couldn't even take care of themselves. After glancing at him, they went to sunbathe, suffer from Alzheimer's, get poisoned, and go to fix their legs. Second Master Jing, Gu Jiao walked over. After practicing for so long, she was sweating profusely and her cheeks were flushed. She exuded the heroic spirit and vitality of a young man. Looking at the young man walking towards him, Second Master Jing couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. For no reason, the image of his brother-in-law walking towards him many years ago flashed through his mind. At that time, he was just a dandy young man in Shengdu who needed to be beaten. One time, he was caught red-handed by the eldest son of the Xinyuan family for causing trouble on the street. At that time, he didn't know that that fellow would become his brother-in-law. He bragged that he would fight with him for 100 moves. In the end, his brother-in-law really beat him up for 100 moves, and he didn't have the strength to fight back. That day, when his brother-in-law walked towards him, he had the same look in his eyes, which reminded him of a wild wolf. The fear of being dominated by his brother-in-law surged into his heart. When Gu Jiao came in front of him, his whole body stiffened. "Who are you looking for?" Gu Jiao looked at him fixedly and asked. "I'm looking for you. I'm going to catch you, so that divine Dr. Mu can vent his anger." "I'm passing by." Second Master Jing cleared his throat and said. Seeing Gu Jiao looking at him indifferently, his heart thumped. Looking for some water, Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear from the door, and the door cracked. He didn't know how many times this had happened this month. There were 2 carpenters at home, so he wasn't afraid. Gu Jiao took the red-tasseled spear and went into the house to pour water for him. Second Master Jing weakly looked at the wooden door beside him. With another crack, the wooden door completely cracked into 2 halves and fell down. Second Master Jing patted his small chest. Oh my God, that gaze was too small. It was like his brother-in-law's. It scared him to death. Second Master Jing's fear towards his brother-in-law was bone deep. God knows how many times he had been beaten up by his brother-in-law. After his brother-in-law died in battle, his hands were trembling when he went to collect his brother-in-law's corpse. He always felt that his brother-in-law was going to come back to life and beat him up before he died. Gu Jiao poured a bowl of cold water and passed it to him. Second Master Jing looked at the broken bowl and curled his lips in disdain. He didn't want to drink it all. But when Second Master Jing met that gaze that was exactly the same as his brother-in-law's, he snatched it with both hands and gulped it down. Gu Jiao saw that he drank it so quickly and asked, "Do you want more?" "Of course not. I'm not here to drink water." "Thank you," Second Master Jing said. After saying that, he hated that he couldn't slap himself. Jing Sheng. "Oh, Jing Sheng, you have to be a little more mature. Your brother-in-law has been dead for so many years. You're so timid just because you met someone who has the same gaze as him. Are you still the #1 debauchee in Sheng City? Catch him. Tell him that if he dares to offend our Duke's family's godly doctor, he's dead meat." Gu Jiao poured a second bowl of water. "I'm from Duke An's family," he said with a serious expression on his handsome face. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him indifferently. "So?" Second Master Jing felt guilty. "I heard that you've treated my eldest brother's illness." "Eldest brother?" "So, this person was the one who stopped Nangong Gongzi's violent act on the street this morning?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "Are you here to pay the consultation fee?" Second Master Jing choked. 500 taels. Gu Jiao said, "Fixed price." Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing walked out of the alley and sat on the horse carriage. He was a little confused. "Is there a mistake? I'm here to catch someone." "How come I didn't catch him and even lost 500 taels?" The coachman ran over and looked behind Second Master Jing, asking, "Second Master, where's the person you went to catch personally?" Second Master Jing kicked him on the butt. Of all times, he touched a sore spot. "Speaking of which, why do I think of my brother-in-law when I see him? Are you going to burn some paper money for your brother-in-law?" Gu Jiao didn't know that Second Master Jing's heart was complicated and confused. She took the 500 taels and entered the courtyard. Gu Shaoshun came back from grocery shopping. Master Nan and Master Lu were either poisoned or crippled, so she was in charge of making dinner. She planned to stew a pot of pork ribs and was chopping the bones when Master Meng entered the house. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "You're awake?" She spoke in Zhao Nation's language. Master Meng looked at her strangely. After a while, he opened his mouth and spoke in Zhao Nation's language. "Girl, it's really you." When he first opened his eyes, he wasn't fully awake. He looked at Gu Jiao and saw that she looked like the girl he used to play chess with in Zhao Nation, but he wasn't very sure. After basking in the sun for a whole afternoon and sweating all over, the effect of the medicine had dissipated. Now he was really sure. "And it's me." Gu Jiao nodded. The next day, after washing his face, Gu Jiao also recognized him. He was the old beggar who set up the chess game near the chess club. Gu Jiao went to find him after returning from the frontier fortress, thinking that he had passed away. Gu Jiao spoke to him in her own voice. Master Ming looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled face, why are you in Yin Kingdom? Studying? Gu Jiao asked, why are you in Yin Kingdom? Begging? Master Meng said. Gu Jiao, Master Meng, they were all speechless. Master Nan and the others didn't know that Master Meng and Gu Jiao were old friends in Zhao Nation. They only thought that Master Meng was an ordinary old man in Xingdu. After dinner, Master Meng asked Gu Jiao to come to the front yard to play chess. 10 taels per game, Gu Jiao said. Master Meng was stunned. No, why is it still 10 taels per game? Gu Jiao hesitated. Then, 20 taels per game? Maybe the beggars in Yin Kingdom earn more money? Old Mr. Meng choked. Was that what he meant? With their current friendship, do they still need to talk about money? Master Meng gritted his teeth. I owe you first. He lost his money bag that night and had no money on him. Gu Jiao said, I'm running a small business. I don't accept credit. Master Meng, are you running a small business? Are you running a business without any capital? Also, girl, do you know who I am? Do you know how many people want to play chess with me and I don't agree? Gu Jiao said again, if you don't have money, you can pay with other things. Do you have anything valuable on you? Why do you sound like you're robbing me? Master Meng had already changed his clothes. He was wearing Gu Xiaoshuan's old clothes, but Master Lu didn't throw his things away. He rummaged through a pile of washed clothes and found a brocade pouch. He took out a token from the brocade pouch. Gu Jiao said, here. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. How much is an iron token worth? Master Meng said, this is not an ordinary iron token. It can be used as a talisman in the inner city. Don't you always sneak into the inner city? He had been unconscious at Gu Jiao's place for 2 days and heard some things. He knew that her brother was seriously ill and she had been looking for a doctor for him. Oh, Gu Jiao reluctantly accepted it. Then I'll play a game with you. Master Meng almost vomited blood. The token of the chess master of the 6 countries was only worth 1 game. Chapter 642. After Second Master Jing returned from Gu Jiao's residence, the first thing he did was to ask Second Madam to prepare some paper money for him. He wanted to burn some paper money. Second Madam was confused. Who are you burning paper money for? Second Master Jing said, my brother-in-law. Second Madam choked. Who are you cursing? After a pause, she thought of something and said, no, you only have a younger brother-in-law. When did you have a brother-in-law? She was the eldest daughter in the family. She didn't have an older brother, only a younger brother. Second Master Jing straightened his back and said, my older brother's brother-in-law is my brother-in-law. Second Madam, yes. Second Madam remembered. When Second Master was young, he was a hooligan. Who knows how many times he was chased and beaten by the eldest son of the Xian Yuan family. Later on, when he found out that Xian Yuan Hao was his older brother's brother-in-law, in order to avoid being beaten, he followed suit and called him brother-in-law. In fact, there were so many sons of the Xian Yuan family. Although Xian Yuan Hao beat Second Master the most, he also protected Second Master the most. Therefore, Second Master was both afraid and respectful of Xian Yuan Hao. Why did you suddenly think of burning paper money for him? Second Madam asked. Second Master Jing frowned and asked, don't you think that boy from Zhao country, his eyes look like your brother-in-law's? Second Madam said strangely, you mean Mu Qingqin's classmate? That swindling quack? Second Master Jing nodded. Wasn't he a swindler? Today, he cheated him of 500 taels. I don't think so. Second Madam shook her head. How can a person from a lower country look like a son of the Xian Yuan family? It's not his looks, it's his eyes. That kind of murderous look. Second Master Jing tried his best to explain, but Second Madam was still confused. Obviously, she didn't understand what he meant. Second Master Jing waved his hand. Forget it. You haven't been beaten by your brother-in-law. You don't understand. Of course, Second Madam didn't understand. She was a woman and only saw Xian Yuan Hao a few times. How could she pay attention to his eyes? Second Madam glared at her husband. I think you're bewitched. Did that brat have some kind of sorcery? Or did you let that brat put the goo in it? She actually said that the brat's eyes looked like Xian Yuan Hao's? How is this possible? Xian Yuan Hao was Xian Yuan Li's most outstanding son. He was brought along by Xian Yuan Li at the age of 7. He entered and exited the barracks and was familiar with the art of war. He followed his father into battle at the age of 12 and never lost a battle. That didn't seem right either. He had lost the last battle of his life and died after being pierced by 10,000 arrows. Second Madam's thoughts ran far away without her noticing. She was the one who said that she was possessed, but now she thought of Xian Yuan Li's death. Second Master Jing seriously considered Second Old Madam's words and felt that this possibility was not high. At that time, he was at the door and that brat was in the backyard. They were so far away. How could that brat put the goo in him? It doesn't matter. Go and get some paper money first. Second Madam gave him a sidelong glance. Okay. I'll go prepare in a while, but if you don't catch her back, how will you explain it to Divine Dr. Mu? Thinking about Mu Ru Xan, Second Master Jing had a headache. On the other side, Gu Jiao and old Mr. Ming sat at the stone table in the front yard and finished a game of chess. Old Mr. Ming began to explain the chess game. You see, if you didn't make this move, you might have one. Gu Jiao listened to the old man's recount of the chess game carefully. The old man had a good memory and his chess skills were really good. In the past, he hid his skills in Zhao country. Old Mr. Ming pinched the black chess piece and put it down. Here, or here. You can't live, so you made the right move. Gu Jiao said, you don't have to say it's right, just say it's wrong. Old Mr. Ming looked at Gu Jiao with appreciation. Her mentality was good. Thinking that this game of chess was exchanged with the token of the chess sage of the 6 countries, old Mr. Ming explained in detail, but it seemed that something was reversed. Do you remember what I said just now? Okay, then let's play another game. Let's see if you can really master it. No, Gu Jiao said. I said I'd only play 1 round. Old Mr. Ming, the chess sage of the 6 countries, teach you how to play chess, and you dislike it. I don't even have so much patience with my own apprentice. Don't you know how to cherish it? When I leave, you'll regret it. Gu Jiao thought of something and asked him, when are you leaving? Old Mr. Ming's old blood was stuck in his throat. He took a deep breath and said angrily, your little brother Xiao He blew me up like this, and he didn't even let me recover before driving me away. Gu Jiao, old Mr. Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was knowledgeable and stabilized himself in time. If he really left, how could he find this girl to play chess? Gu Jiao said, walk the horse every day. Food and accommodation are provided. Old Mr. Ming. Gu Jiao took the token that old Mr. Ming won by playing chess and returned to her room. The old man said that it could be used as a talisman. She had the talisman that Xiao Hung gave her, and the 2 things were completely different. A special talisman. Gu Jiao murmured. If the token that the old man gave her could really be used as a talisman in the inner city, then it would be much safer than using Gu Jiao talisman. Gu Jiao decided to test it at the inner city gate after school tomorrow. The next day, Gu Jiao got up before dawn and went to the backyard to practice the red-tasseled spear for a while. Gu Xiaoshun only woke up after she finished practicing. After breakfast, the siblings set off for Tianqiong Academy. Their clothes were made. Gu Xiaoshun went to the academy to get them back yesterday, so they changed into Tianqiong Academy's uniform today. Sister, you look so good in our uniform. Gu Xiaoshun walked in front and looked at Gu Jiao as he walked backward. Gu Jiao agreed. I also think I look good. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes darkened. Xiaoshun. It was too late. Gu Xiaoshun had already bumped into them. He was walking backward. In the past, there were not many people on this road. Who would have thought that there would be more than 10 people blocking the alley? Brother Qin, it's this guy. A young man with a bruised nose and swollen face pointed at Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao recognized him. He was the 5 Mountains Academy student that she had beaten in a shrimp last time. She had heard Zhou Tong mention him later. This person was called Wu Feng, and he was from Shengdu. He was considered a moderate troublemaker in 5 Mountains Academy and had a group of brothers under him. Gu Jiao had never heard Zhou Tong mention this brother Qin. However, it seemed that he was not a kind person. Brother Qin grabbed Gu Xiaoshun's collar and coldly curled his lips. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, You're the one who bullied my brother? Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently without a trace of fear in her eyes. If you still want your hands, let go of him. Brother Qin laughed mockingly. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Gu Xiaoshun's stomach. He was a martial artist and used almost 70% of his strength. This punch was enough to rupture Gu Xiaoshuan's spleen. It was just a fight. Even Gu Jiao had not been so ruthless when teaching Wu Feng and the others a lesson. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Her fingertips moved, and a silver needle flew out and pierced his wrist. His arm went numb, and Gu Xiaoshan struggled free. "Catch him!" Brother Qin gritted his teeth and shouted. More than a dozen people in the alley rushed forward. Gu Jiao stepped forward and pulled Gu Xiaoshan behind her. She raised her leg and kicked the person who rushed at the front. He was sent flying and fell on 4 of 5 people. Gu Jiao directly stepped on them. Everyone felt like their ribs were broken. After stepping on them, Gu Jiao kicked Brother Qin, who had recovered, and sent him flying to the wall. He fell heavily on the ground. Gu Jiao walked over and stepped on his chest. He was about to get up, but she directly pressed him to the ground. Brother Qin did not expect this kid to be so fierce. He had brought more than a dozen people, but it was over before it even started. There were still 7 or 8 students from Wu Yue Academy left. Seeing this, they did not dare to go forward. They were not new students. They were old students who had studied in the academy for many years. They had always been the ones bullying others. They had never been taught a lesson by a new student, not to mention a new student from Tianxiong Academy. Tianxiong Academy was a literary academy. It was full of bookworms. Gu Jiao looked at him condescendingly. "Do you want your hand or your life?" Brother Qin's face was red from being stepped on. He looked at Gu Jiao fiercely. "Do you know who I am? My father is from the Nangong family." "Ah." Crack. Gu Jiao broke his ribs. "Say it again. Who is your father?" "My father is from the Nangong family." "Ah." Gu Jiao broke another one of his ribs. Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly emitted a biting, cold, murderous aura. She smiled evilly. "Say it again. Who is your father?" Brother Qin did not dare to say anything. He was scared silly by Gu Jiao. How could a young man who looked less than 17 years old be so terrifying? Gu Jiao looked at the silent crowd and said coldly, "Don't you people from Wu Yue Academy appear around Tianxiong Academy in the future. If I'm unhappy, I will beat you up like this." After she finished speaking, she stepped on Brother Qin again. Crack! 2 more of his ribs were broken. He fainted on the spot. Chapter 643. These people were stunned by Gu Jiao's actions, who said that the students of Tianxiong Academy were all nerds and easy to bully. Open your eyes wide and take a look. Is this still a nerd? What kind of nerd would be so ruthless? Wu Yue Academy was a martial arts academy, and everyone there was a martial arts practitioner. Yet, they couldn't even defeat a freshman from Tianxiong Academy. Where could they go to find reason? After Gu Jiao dealt with these students, she left with Gu Xiaoshan. "Sister, will they complain?" Gu Xiaoshan asked. Logically speaking, they wouldn't. The main reason was that these people were shameless. If word got out that they were beaten up by a scholar, they wouldn't care about their reputation anymore. Gu Jiao's guess was right. None of these people were shameless enough to spread the news. However, it just so happened that the person they beat up was seen by the parent of a Wu Yue Academy student who was passing by. The parent immediately informed Wu Yue Academy. Before noon, the dean of Wu Yue Academy and 2 teachers brought a few injured students into Tianxiong Academy. Dean Sin of the Tianxiong Academy was on duty and watering his beloved potted peony. When he heard his servant report that the people from the Wu Yue Academy were here, his first reaction was, "Our academy students are being bullied by them again." These people from Wu Yue Academy were shameless and tyrannical. There weren't many academies nearby that hadn't been tortured by them. It wasn't that they could bully anyone. No one dared to provoke a noble young master like Mu Qingchen. However, there are thousands of students in the academy. Who could guarantee that every one of them was Mu Qingchen? The servant said embarrassedly, "It seems like our students beat up their students." Dean Sin was speechless. This was the first time Dean Wu of Wu Yue Academy encountered such a situation. Usually, it was others who complained to their academy. Today, the tables had turned. They actually went to complain to others. In Dean Sin's duty room, Dean Wu let Dean Xin and the other teachers of the Tianxiong Academy who didn't have classes in the morning take a look at the 8 students he had brought. These 8 students were all involved in the fight in the morning. Without exception, their faces were all bruised and swollen. One of them was seriously injured and sent to the clinic. He couldn't get out of bed at all, so he didn't come to the scene. "Look, this is what your Tianxiong Academy has done," Dean Wu said coldly. Dean Xin's eyes lit up. Was it really done by a student of our academy? Wu Fuzi cleared his throat. Cough. Principal Xin's expression turned cold as he sternly said, "You said it was done by a student of our academy? What evidence do you have?" Dean Wu pointed at the group of bruised and swollen students and said angrily, "They are the evidence." "Who did it?" President Xin whispered to Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi's lips didn't move. He squeezed out a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. "They said it was a freshman with a birthmark on his face. He should be Xiao Lulang from Clearheart Hall. Anyone who came to the academy was a student of the academy." When Wu Fuzi differentiated them, he didn't say which country they were from. He just said they were from a certain hall. This name sounded familiar. Dean Xin frowned and thought for a moment. "Is he the freshman who went to the brothel on his first day here and got a demerit point?" Wu Fuzi said, "Yes, that's him." He paused and then added, "He was also the one who tamed the Horse King." When the Horse King was mentioned, Dean Xin remembered how he was almost trampled to death by the Horse King. His face darkened. Dean Wu said coldly, "Tianxiong Academy must give us an explanation today." Dean Xin laughed. "What explanation do you want?" Dean Wu said, "You can't afford to be a teacher. Your academy has an unshirkable responsibility for producing such a student. You must compensate us for all the medical expenses and losses. Also, you must apologize to our academy. That student must also apologize to the student who was injured by him. Finally, this kind of lawless person doesn't deserve to be a student of Shengdu. It's better to expel him." A teacher from Tianxiong Academy, whose surname was Yang, couldn't stand it anymore. "Isn't Wuyue Academy's hand a bit too far? How we deal with our students is our academy's business. It's not up to you to interfere. What's more, haven't the students of the academy caused any trouble outside?" "What did you say at that time?" "It was just a student who was impulsive and let his emotions affect his decisions." "Why do you have to make such a big fuss?" "If you make a big fuss, this kid's future will be ruined." "Now you're not afraid of ruining his future?" Wu Fuzi secretly gave his colleague a thumbs up, as expected of a teacher who taught policy. His debating skills were very good. The teachers from Wuyue Academy were choked. Their academy had always been domineering. If they bullied others, they would turn the matter into a small one. It was normal for them to act shamelessly and play Tai Chi. Dean Wu suddenly thought of the crux of the matter. "But no one is as ruthless as you. Do you know that there's a student in our academy who's almost dead?" Teacher Yang from Tianxiong Academy said, "Just because you say it's our students who did it, does it mean it's our students? Do you think your dozen or so martial arts students can't beat a new student from our academy? No one will believe it if this gets out, right?" The faces of the people from Wuyue Academy all turned red. Dean Wu was so angry that he became muddle-headed. Only now did he realize that more than 10 martial arts students had been defeated by a new student. It was so embarrassing. Dean Xin said, "All right, go and call that Xiao Lulang over. Let's hear what he has to say." Gu Jiao came over with Gu Xiaoshan. After all, according to the people from Wuyue Academy, Xiao Lulang had a little accomplice who didn't really fight. Dean Xin looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "They said that you beat them up. Do you have anything to say?" Gu Jiao glanced at them coldly. The group of Wuyue Academy students trembled like mice that had seen a cat. Dean Wu glared at the students of his academy. "What are you afraid of?" He thought. Could it be more embarrassing? Gu Xiaoshan was about to say, "Dean Xin, they started it first. There's someone called Brother Qin among them. He caught me and wanted to beat me up. Xiao Lulang attacked." However, Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "I don't know them. I've never seen them before. I've never beaten them up." The students from Wuyue Academy were stunned. Was she that shameless? She had already beaten them up, and she still didn't admit it? Where was the courage you had when you pinched us to death? Did you have the courage to step on Brother Qin's chest and ask for his life or his hand? If you have the ability, continue to fight. Gu Jiao, I'm not stupid. You can fight all you want. It's not worth it to fight the dean. You'll get a demerit. She was Xiao Lulang, the model student. Dean Wu was used to this kind of trick. The only difference was that they used to fool others. This was the first time someone used this kind of trick to fool them. Dean Wu said angrily, "You're lying." Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. "How do you know I'm lying?" "You know so well. Have you done it before? Are you an old hand?" Dean Wu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Whatever his sister said was right. Gu Xiaoshun immediately changed the topic and said seriously, "That's right. We didn't even see you today. Who knows who beat you up? You just have to blame it on us." Dean Wu was so angry that he rose to heaven. "Are you that great? Why do you have to blame it on you? You have to weigh your own weight. You're just two inferior people. What's there for us to spend so much effort to slander and scheme against you?" What he said made sense. Who knew that Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids and said without a guilty conscience, "Then you have to ask yourselves, who knows what kind of evil ideas you have in your stomach?" Dean Wu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You two are simply reversing right and wrong, twisting words and forcing logic, full of nonsense. A teacher from Wuyue Academy walked forward and looked at Gu Jiao. "You said that you didn't beat them up. Do you have evidence to prove your innocence?" "Yes." Suddenly, a young man's resolute voice came from outside the door. It was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong saluted Dean Sin and the teachers of Tianxiong Academy in the room on duty and said, "Dean Sin, teachers, Xiao Lulang was resting in his room last night. He didn't leave the academy at all. I can testify." As soon as he finished speaking, another student of Clear Heart Hall walked over and said, "I can also testify." "Me too." The third student of Clear Heart Hall. Then the fourth, the fifth, almost all the students of Clear Heart Hall came over. Yesterday, the academy had a break. We had an appointment with Xiao Lulang to play polo in the pasture. We played a bit late and drank a few cups at night. Then we went fishing. On the way back, we bought some dried vegetable pancakes from a shop on the east side of 3 Flower Street. In the middle of the night, I couldn't sleep. When I went to the washroom, I saw that the lights in Xiao Liulong's room were still on. I wanted to say hello. He wasn't feeling well in the morning. I bought him a bowl of porridge and sent it to his room. He spilled the porridge. The group of people spoke very vividly, as if Xiao Lulang had really been with everyone last night. Flaws were impossible. If so many people couldn't even make up a story, how could these literary students write policy essays and 8-legged essays? They couldn't beat you in a fight, but they couldn't make up a story. The students of Five Mountains Academy were all dumbfounded. Dean Wu said angrily, "You colluded with each other. Of course, people from your own academy will cover up for your own students." Zhou Tong put one hand behind his back and said calmly, "If our testimonies are the same, then we're covering up for each other. What about you slandering our academy together? Your testimonies are testimonies, but our testimonies aren't? How about this? Let's directly report this to the authorities and let them decide. We can also let the world see how a freshman from our Tianxiong Academy defeated so many students from your Wuyue Academy with his own strength. Dean Sin, let's open a martial arts class. This is a great opportunity for Tianxiong Academy to make a name for itself. After all, the students of Tianxiong Academy who have been teaching for several years can't even compare to the freshmen who have been teaching for 3 days. These literary students were really good at talking. Every sentence hit the nail on the head. Dean Wu's face turned green and red. To put it bluntly, he couldn't make a big deal out of it. He couldn't afford to lose face. At this moment, he already regretted asking for an explanation. Wasn't this asking for humiliation? In the end, the people of Five Mountains Academy didn't get any explanation. They were still angry. They gritted their teeth and walked away with a dark face. However, before they left, Dean Wu of Five Mountains Academy stopped and looked back at Gu Jiao coldly. No one knew if he was talking to Gu Jiao or everyone in Tianxiong Academy. Do you really think this matter is over? You probably don't know that Luo Qin's father is the deputy general of the Nangong family. Our academy can let it go, but the Nangong family. Dean Wu, You don't have to worry about the Nangong family. A deep and clear voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Qingchun, who was wearing a blue and white academy uniform, walking over calmly. Mu Qingchun? Dean Wu frowned. Mu Qingchun cupped his hands at Deanson and walked into the duty room. He stood beside Gu Jiao and said, Xiao Lulang is a student of Tianxiong Academy. Please tell Luo Qin that I, Mu Qingchun, don't care about a mere deputy general of the Nangong family. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. Mu Qingchun was the leader of the 4 great young masters of Chengdu. His father was from the Su family, which was ranked 9th. His mother was from the Mu family, which was ranked 5th. His great-aunt was the Wang family, which was ranked 3rd. The military power of the Xinyuan family was divided into 4 families: the Nangong family, the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. This showed how noble Mu Qingchun's identity was. Dean Wu didn't say anything else and left with a gloomy face. Dean, we will also leave first. Mu Qingchun said to Dean Sin wait. Deanson stopped all the students except Mu Qingchun. Go back and copy the Analects of Confucius. Don't miss a single word. These little bastards were lying to the heavens. Did they think he couldn't see through them? Deanson looked at Gu Jiao and said, And you, Xiao Lulang, you will be recorded as a demerit. If he didn't record a demerit, he would hit him again next time. When they came out of the duty room, the morning class was over. Do you want to eat? Mu Qingchun asked. Gu Jiao was a little depressed when she thought about being recorded again. However, she still had to eat. Yes, she replied indifferently. Didn't you go out to do something? Why are you back so soon? It's done. Gu Jiao noticed that he was holding a bag in his hand. Your stuff is going to fall out. Gu Jiao pointed at his bag. As soon as she said that, the little doll in Mu Qingchun's bag couldn't withstand the force and fell out. Mu Qingchun quickly caught it and stuffed it back into the bag without showing it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. He hesitated for a moment before explaining, A childhood playmate gave it to me. Gu Jiao, oh. It was a little doll. She had seen it, and it was quite ugly. By the way, do you recognize this? Gu Jiao took out a token and handed it to him. She had planned to try it out herself, but since Mu Qingchun was here, it wouldn't hurt to ask him. Mu Qingchun's expression changed when he saw the bronze token. Why you have this? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. I do have it. Can I enter the inner city with it? Mu Qingchun said indifferently. You could have. Let alone the inner city, you could have even entered the State Preceptor Hall. But now the owner of this token is missing, so you'd better not use it. Gu Jiao said. Can I enter the State Preceptor Hall? Mu Qingchun. Is that my point? Mu Qingchun said earnestly, no matter how you got it, you'd better not take it out. Otherwise, you'll be arrested as an assassin. Gu Jiao asked, Then, who is the owner of this token? Mu Qingchun paused and said seriously, The chess master of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Meng. An old man. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Has he been to the state of Zhao? Has he been a beggar? Has he spent money to play chess with others? Mu Qingchun looked at Gu Jiao as if she was an idiot. Are you talking about Mr. Meng? He hasn't been to the state of Zhao. Also, do you know how honorable Mr. Meng is? I want to play chess with him, but I can't even use money. Being a beggar? What do you think? Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I don't think it's possible. By the way, do many people know Mr. Meng? Mu Qingchun shook his head. Mr. Meng doesn't like to deal with people. Not many people have seen him. When he came to the academy to play chess last time, I just watched him through a curtain. I didn't see his face. Gu Jiao asked again, Haven't the people of the State Preceptor Hall seen him? Mu Qingchun thought carefully and said, The State Preceptor probably saw him. As for the other disciples, they only know his carriage and token. Gu Jiao touched her chin. I see. I understand. I understand everything. Mu Qingchun looked at her in confusion. What do you understand? Gu Jiao patted him on the shoulder. Help me ask for leave this afternoon. Mu Qingchun frowned and looked at her hand. Where are you going? The State Preceptor Hall. You will be caught if you take this token to the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao rushed back to the house as fast as she could. She led the horse out, put on the reins and shafts, and dragged the little old man who was lying in the yard and enjoying the sun side by side with Gu Yin into the carriage. Mr. Meng was confused. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao said seriously. "Pretend to be someone for me and take me to the State Preceptor Hall." "Pretend to be who?" "The chess sage of the Six Kingdoms." Mr. Meng, the real chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, was speechless. Chapter 644. Gu Jiao said with great ambition, "I've asked around. Not many people know the chess saint of the Six Nations. Among the places I'm going and the people I might meet along the way, only the State Preceptor has seen him. After I enter the State Preceptor Hall, you come out immediately. You don't have to meet the State Preceptor face to face." Old Master Ming said expressionlessly, "You're quite thoughtful." "Of course." Gu Jiao cleared her throat and changed her voice into a teenager's. "I have a few lines for you." Old Master Ming's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he was speechless at her voice or that she actually came with her own plot. "What if I don't agree? I'll play a game of chess with you." Old Master Ming, "My real body is only worth a game of chess." "Wait." Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. She jumped out of the carriage and went into the room to change into a teenager's outfit that was convenient for traveling. Tianxiong Academy's uniform was too conspicuous. It wouldn't be good if people blocked the entrance of the inner city. The Horse King didn't need anyone to drive it. Gu Jiao pulled the reins and told it to turn left or right. It avoided when it should and overtook when it should. It simply achieved a semi-automatic driving of the carriage. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook in the carriage and wrote 2 large pages, listing all the unexpected situations they might encounter along the way. Then, she showed it to Old Master Ming. Old Master Ming looked at the embarrassing lines and almost couldn't help but tell her that she didn't need to act. He was her. Gu Jiao suddenly said, "I came out in a hurry and forgot about the coachman. The main reason was that the Horse King was too powerful. It could walk on its own, making people feel that the coachman was dispensable. It was unlike the horses at home in the past. They wouldn't walk without a whip." Gu Jiao said seriously, "You're the chess saint of the Six Nations. You must have a coachman to match your status." "I think you can be the coachman," Old Master Meng said. Gu Jiao sighed. "It's not that I can't be a coachman, but I have to enter the Royal Preceptor Hall later. If I go in, I won't come out. Won't it be suspicious if the outside of the carriage is empty?" The corner of Old Master Meng's mouth twitched again. "You've really understood this logic. Haven't you thought about the fact that the chess sage of the Six Nations can't be impersonated?" Mu Qingshun had no idea that Gu Jiao was trying to impersonate him. Otherwise, he would have stopped her with all his might. There was once someone who pretended to be the chess sage of the Six Nations. After being discovered, that person was executed in public. Since then, no one dared to do such a thing. Moreover, Mu Qingshun's understanding of Old Master Meng was not entirely correct. Old Master Meng did not like to be watched while playing chess. He always drew a screen or curtain to concentrate on playing chess, not to maintain any strange sense of mystery. He often left and entered the city, so there were quite a few guards who recognized him. As for the fact that the royal preceptor was the only one who had seen him, it was just Mu Qingshun's personal guess. It did not represent the reality. Mu Qingshun did not know that he had been to the Zhao Kingdom, been a beggar, and spent money to find people to play chess. It was obvious that Mu Qingshun's understanding of Old Master Meng was not reliable. "Speaking of which, how did you pick up this token?" Gu Jiao asked. Old Master Meng glanced at her. "I just found it." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, you're quite good at finding it." When they passed through the checkpoint of the inner city, Gu Jiao sat outside and acted as the coachman. She asked Old Master Meng to hand the token of the chess sage of the Six Nations to the guards. Then she turned her head and winked at Old Master Meng in the carriage. It was time to say her lines. Old Master Meng pinched his thigh and endured the great shame in his heart. He said to the guards, "I'm the great chess sage of the Six Nations, Old Master Meng." The city guard were all stunned. What kind of nonsense is this girl writing? How could she call herself that? Old Master Meng took a deep breath and said in an arrogant tone emphasized by Gu Jiao, "Why don't you let me in?" The guards were dumbfounded. They were supposed to let him in. When had they ever stopped him? Weren't you the one who showed us the medallion? Old Master Ming put down the curtain with a bang. Gu Jiao gave Old Master Ming a thumbs up. His impromptu performance of slamming the curtain was good. It highlighted his character. Old Mr. Ming gritted his teeth. I was angry, ashamed, and ashamed. After entering the inner city, Gu Jiao found a nearby carriage shop and hired a coachman. The coachman knew the terrain of the inner city very well. Soon the carriage arrived at the royal preceptor palace. He did not know who was in the carriage, but he heard that ordinary people could only enter through the corner gate. So he stopped the carriage outside the corner gate. Old Master Ming said calmly, "Go forward through the gate." Gu Jiao had already sat back in the carriage. She nodded. "Yes, with your status, you should go through the gate." She looked at the old man with appreciation. He had a thorough understanding of the role and had learned to add scenes for himself. Old Master Ming's face darkened. "I don't want to talk to you." Both the gate and the corner gate were guarded. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and held up a small notebook for Old Master Ming. Old Master Ming clenched his fists. Could he not say anything? Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. Old Master Ming lifted the curtain. "Stop." The carriage stopped. Old Master Ming handed the token to the guard of the royal preceptor palace. He glanced at the notebook held up by Gu Jiao and said shamefully, "I'm the honorable guest of the royal preceptor palace, the most sincere friend of the royal preceptor, the great chess sage of the 6 nations, Old Master Ming." The guard of the royal preceptor palace was speechless. The carriage drove straight in. "Well, you can go now." "I'll go in and have a look myself," Gu Jiao said to Old Master Ming. She had a bottom line when it came to cheating people. She usually did things that were too dangerous. Old Master Ming suddenly didn't know what to say. She didn't cheat people when she should, but she cheated people when she didn't need to. He stopped her. "What do you want to do in the royal preceptor palace?" Gu Jiao didn't hide it from him. "Gu Yin needs an operation. I want to see if there is a suitable place for him in the royal preceptor palace." Old Master Ming knew that the royal preceptor palace had excellent medical skills. However, he had never been treated in the royal preceptor palace. He paused and said, "Wait a minute. I'll find someone to take you there." Then, Old Master Ming lifted the curtain and waved to a disciple of the royal preceptor palace not far away. "Come here." The disciple walked over quickly. Old Master Ming said, "I'm Old Master Ming." The disciple thought, "I know." Old Master Ming coughed softly and said, "Is the royal preceptor here?" The disciple said, "The royal preceptor is traveling." Old Master Ming asked again, "Is your eldest senior brother here?" The disciple hurriedly said, "Yes." "Do you want to see our eldest senior brother?" "I'll call him here now." Old Master Ming looked at Gu Jiao and said, "No need. My young friend here has something to ask him. You can take him to your eldest senior brother." Old Master Ming said calmly and said to Gu Jiao, "I'll wait for you outside." Gu Jiao was just short of clapping for him. His acting skills were too perfect. Old Master Ming waited for Gu Jiao outside the royal preceptor palace. Without any worries, Gu Jiao followed the disciple to find the eldest senior brother. Because someone led the way, Gu Jiao couldn't wander around the royal preceptor palace. She couldn't appreciate the whole view of the royal preceptor palace, but the scenery along the way was very good. There were jade buildings and water pavilions, simple and elegant without losing the elegance. The deeper they went, the darker the color of the buildings. Gu Jiao faintly felt a simple and mysterious aura, and she felt a little familiar with it. "Are they men of sacrifice?" Gu Jiao asked. The disciple looked around and looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. "Young master, can you sense the men of sacrifice nearby?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. She seemed to be naturally sensitive to the aura of the men of sacrifice. Maybe it was because they had something in common in fighting. The men of sacrifice in the royal preceptor palace were very powerful. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had already sensed at least 10 auras that were not weaker than Sirius. Gu Jiao suddenly felt a little lucky that the old man had such a trick. If she really searched secretly, it would be difficult for her to come and go freely under the eyes of so many masters. "We're here." The disciple pointed to a library and said, "Eldest senior brother is inside. Please allow me to report to him." "Thank you," Gu Jiao said. The disciple went to report. Not long after, he came out of the library and said to Gu Jiao, "Young master, my eldest senior brother wants to see you." Gu Jiao nodded and walked up the stairs. She looked at the shoes that she left at the door and took off her own shoes. Only her white footwear stepped on the spotless floor. In the library, rows and rows of bookshelves were filled to the brim with the rich fragrance of books. The library was quiet, and there were about a dozen disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall arranging the books on the bookshelves. However, no one made the slightest sound. After passing through the bookshelves, there was a wooden platform about a foot high. The platform was like a small open study. A man wearing a dark blue robe was sitting behind a low table on the wooden platform. Facing the bookshelves, he was writing something, probably seeing Gu Jiao's shadow on the ground. He raised his head and revealed a handsome young face. He slightly smiled. "Are you Mr. Meng's little friend?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, my surname is Xiao. Please sit." He pointed to the cushion that was just placed in front of him. "Young Master Xiao can call me Yi Qing." Gu Jiao sat down in front of the eldest disciple, Yi Qing. Yi Qing's robe was not the same as the robes of the Royal Preceptor Palace disciples. It could be seen that he had a high status in the Royal Preceptor Palace. He had an otherworldly temperament. When he smiled, it made people feel close to him, but they also didn't want to get too close to him. It was a sense of distance that was appropriate. Yi Qing put down the pen and paper in his hands. A disciple brought him a basin of water to wash his hands. His hands were actually very clean, but washing them before pouring tea for guests was etiquette. The disciple left. He personally poured tea for Gu Jiao and poured a cup of tea for himself. He asked with a smile, "May I know why young master Xiao came to the Royal Preceptor Palace?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "My brother has a heart disease and needs surgery." "Heart disease surgery?" Yi Qing pondered for a moment. "Our Royal Preceptor Palace is indeed proficient in medical skills, but I'm afraid that ordinary doctors can't do such a big operation." Gu Jiao's eyes moved slightly. She felt that she saw the hope of Gu Yan's recovery. "So your Royal Preceptor Palace can perform such a complicated operation?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "My master can. My master's medical skills are excellent. He once performed a heart disease operation for a patient." Gu Jiao asked, "Was the operation successful?" Yi Qing said, "It was successful. But unfortunately, although the patient's heart disease was cured, he didn't survive the accident. The world is really unpredictable." Gu Jiao said, "An accident is an accident, and an operation is an operation. What you said is very true." Yi Qing nodded with a smile. "But how did you know that your brother needed an operation? Ordinary people couldn't think of this." Gu Jiao said, "I know a little about medical skills." "I see." Yi Qing said regretfully, "Unfortunately, young Master Xiao came at the wrong time. My master went out. If young Master Xiao came a few days earlier, you might have met my master." It didn't matter. She could perform the operation herself. Gu Jiao said bluntly, "I can perform the operation myself. Can I borrow your operating room?" Perhaps because of Mr. Meng, Yi Qing was very generous and polite to Gu Jiao. He said pleasantly, "You can borrow the ordinary operating room. I don't have the key to my master's operating room. I have to wait for him to come back." Even the operating room could be understood. The Royal Preceptor Palace really had a culture of time travel. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is it strange or not?" Yi Qing was stunned. "Forget it, it's nothing. This wasn't time travel." Gu Jiao waved her hand and changed the topic. "When will the Royal Preceptor come back?" Yi Qing came back to his senses and said, "Master said before he left that he would be back in 20 days at the fastest and a month at the slowest." A month wasn't too long. With Gu Yan's current situation, he could afford to wait. This trip was much smoother than Gu Jiao imagined. Not only did she enter the Royal Preceptor Palace, she also confirmed the existence of the operating room and obtained permission to use it. Gu Jiao thanked Yi Qing and left the Royal Preceptor Palace under the escort of the disciples. She sat in the carriage, weighed the token in her hand, and sighed. "I didn't expect the identity of the chess saint of the 6 countries to be so useful." Old Master Meng straightened his back without batting an eyelid. "Humph. Chapter 645. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Gu Jiao sent the coachman back to the carriage shop and then went out of the inner city with Master Ming. I still don't know your surname, Gu Jiao said. A best actor who could play the role of the chess sage of the 6 countries deserved a surname. Ming, Master Ming said lightly. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Your surname is Ming too. Master Ming. Oh, does it sound familiar? Yes, I'm a chess sage of the 6 countries, Master Ming. Gu Jiao said, oh, that's quite a coincidence. Then there was no more. Master Ming, as the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. After leaving the city, Gu Jiao didn't even need to pull the reins to turn. The Horse King made the carriage fully automatic and drove the carriage back to the small alley where they lived without stopping. The house was very lively today. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong were here. Gu Jiao heard little Jing Kong's small voice from afar. The quiet yard seemed to be alive all of a sudden. Master Ming's face stiffened. Obviously, the shadow of being blown into ashes by little Jing Kong still lingered in his heart. Master Ming couldn't help but shiver when he heard little Jing Kong's voice. Master Ming hesitated and didn't step into the yard. The Horse King also didn't enter the yard. The man and the horse turned around tacitly. The Horse King took the reins and handed them to Master Ming. Master Ming grabbed the reins and walked the horse quickly. Jiao Jiao. Grandpa. Little Shi. Little Jing Kong's excited voice suddenly sounded behind Master Ming. Master Ming's body stiffened again. The Horse King took back the reins without hesitation and ran away alone, leaving Master Ming behind. Little Jing Kong ran over, raised his little head, and looked at Master Ming. Grandpa, you've recovered. I didn't. I'm so dizzy. Mr. Ming covered his head and staggered into the study. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Jiao. He was playing marbles with Gu Xiaoshan in the courtyard just now and was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao held his hand and walked into the courtyard. Xiao Heng was working in the backyard. He had changed back into men's clothing and left the city. He was dressed in white and tall like jade. He was clearly chopping firewood and carrying water, but his every movement was pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao went into the house and changed little Jing Kong into a set of dry clothes. Little Jing Kong went to play happily, and Gu Jiao went to the backyard. You're here? She stepped forward to greet him. Okay. Xiao Heng calmly responded and split the last piece of firewood in his hand. In fact, he had already seen her coming back. But as a man, sometimes he was a little prideful and had to wait for her to coax him. This made him very proud. After chopping the firewood, he went to carry water. Let me do it, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng said, no, you can sit down. Gu Jiao looked at him steadily and curved her lips. She did not refuse and moved a small stool to sit beside him. He put the wooden bucket into the well, turned the joystick, and pulled the bucket up bit by bit. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands and asked, why did you come here today? The academy is on break. Xiao Heng said, Jing Kong wants to see you, so I came here. What about you? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng's ears turned red. He did not dare to look at her and only stared at the bucket of water he pulled up. The water rippled. Me. His eyelashes fluttered and he whispered, I want to see you too. Gu Jiao curled her lips. She thought of something and asked, but isn't your talisman festival in the inner city with me? How can you get out of the city? Xiao Heng said, I have my own way. The most beautiful woman in the academy had many suitors. A talisman festival in the inner city was nothing to her. Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the study and asked, the man called Grandpa by Jing Kong is, Gu Jiao said. He met a kind-hearted man from Jing Kong on the way. Jing Kong injured him with a black fire pearl. He is now recuperating here. His surname is Ming. There were many people with the surname Ming in the world. It was difficult to connect him with the chess master of the 6 kingdoms. Xiao Heng looked at the closed door and said, does he live in the study? Gu Jiao said, yes, there are no extra rooms in the house. There were only 3 main rooms in the house. Master Lu and Madame Nin shared one. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yin shared one, and the last room was hers. Old Master Ming could only rest in the study. The study was not big, but only Xiao Hong and little Jing Kong needed to use the study. The rest of the family could use their own rooms. There was only one desk in the study. After moving it out, a bamboo bed made by Master Lu was placed on it. Xiao Hong whispered, "If I had known, I would have told the headmaster that I would go back tomorrow morning." "What?" Gu Jiao didn't hear him clearly. "Nothing," Xiao Hong said seriously. "Where did you go just now?" They rarely interfered with each other's private affairs, but she didn't know if it was because their relationship had deepened, but it was difficult for him to leave her alone like before. Gu Jiao didn't hide it from him and said, "I went to the Nation Master's Hall just now." "The Nation Master's Hall?" Xiao Hong was slightly stunned. He put the water on the well and turned to look at Gu Jiao. "Did you go to the gate of the Nation Master's Hall, or enter the Nation Master's Hall?" "I went in," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Hong was even more surprised. He had been in Chengdu for so long, so he had naturally heard of the Nation Master's Hall. It was the most heavily guarded place in Chengdu, except for the Imperial Palace. Ordinary people couldn't get in at all. Not to mention ordinary people, even the dignitaries could rarely enter the Nation Master's Hall. But Gu Jiao not only went in, but also came out intact. "How did you get in?" Xiao Hong asked. Gu Jiao told Xiao Hong that she had asked old Master Meng to pretend to be the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms and sneak into the Nation Master's Hall. Xiao Hong didn't say anything for a long time after hearing it. "Are you sure he's a fake?" he asked. "Well, how can the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms be a beggar in Zhao Kingdom? I've seen him in Zhao Kingdom." As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out her small notebook and showed off the plot and lines that she had written exclusively to her husband. Xiao Hong looked at the lines and suddenly couldn't look directly at old Master Meng in the study. After dinner, Xiao Hong and little Jing Kong returned to the inner city. Before leaving, Gu Jiao returned the inner city talisman of Gu Jiao to Xiao Hong. Now that she had the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, she didn't need this talisman anymore. Xiao Hong could take other people's tokens, but it was more convenient for him to have his own. After the two of them left, Gu Jiao also planned to go back to her room to rest. As soon as she turned around, she saw old Master Meng looking outside the gate with a complicated expression. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked back, asking him, "What are you looking at?" "Who is that person?" old Master Meng asked. Only two people went out of the house, Jing Kong and Xiao Hong. Naturally, old Master Meng wasn't asking about Jing Kong. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "My husband, Lu Lang. Didn't you hear his name?" Gu Jiao initially hid her identity from old Master Meng, but after Xiao Lu Lang came to the house and Master Nan and Master Lu kept calling him Lu Lang, it was difficult not to reveal her identity. Old Master Meng already knew who was Gu Jiao and who was Xiao Lu Lang. Old Master Meng frowned. "How can you have a husband at such a young age?" Gu Jiao said fiercely. "I do." Old Master Meng asked. "He's from Zhao Kingdom?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. "Zhao Kingdom." Old Master Meng frowned and murmured. Gu Jiao was careless in some things, but most of the time, she was very careful. She caught the strange look in old Master Meng's eyes and asked, "You don't think he's from Zhao Kingdom?" "That's not what I meant." Old Master Meng considered his words and said, "Forget it. Maybe I was wrong." Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and suddenly said, No, you may not be wrong. Have you seen him somewhere else?" Old Master Meng recalled and said, "I did see someone who looked like him, but I didn't know him. I just saw him from afar." "Why would he remember?" It was probably because some people were born with a photographic memory. Gu Jiao thought of the person Mo Qinxue had seen and asked, "Where did you see him?" Old Master Meng said, "At the gate of the State Preceptor Hall." Gu Jiao asked, "Is he a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall?" Old Master Meng shook his head and said, "No, he wasn't wearing the robe of the State Preceptor Hall, and he didn't act like a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall. At that time, he looked more like he was going to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment." Treatment? Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. What old Master Meng didn't say was that the people who could go to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment were not ordinary people, and that young man went in from the front gate. The eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall, Yi Qing, personally went to the gate to greet him. This was not a treatment that a young master of an aristocratic family could enjoy. That young man was most likely a member of the great Yin royal family. Chapter 646. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao went back to the room to check Gu Yan's body and told him the good news of finding the operating room. Gu Yan rested his head on Gu Jiao's lap and fell asleep peacefully. It was late at night. In a courtyard of the Su mansion, Mu Qingshun took a bath and changed his clothes. He sat down by the bed with his long black hair hanging loosely. He opened the door of the bedside table and took out a brocade box. There was a shabby little doll in the brocade box. It had a big bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao went to check Gu Yan's pulse as usual after washing up. There was an old man and a horse at home. Occasionally, Xiaojia would fly over from the inner city. The house was lively, and Gu Yan was not so bored. Gu Jiao went to school with Gu Xiaoshan without worry. Today, Mu Qingshun sat in the last row. Gu Jiao didn't want to sit with him at first, but Gu Jiao sadly found that except for Mu Qingshun's unapproachable aura, there was no other quiet place in the class. Gu Jiao looked to the left and saw Zhong Ding waving at her. Gu Jiao looked to the right and saw Zhou Tong waving at her. Gu Jiao thought for a while and sat down next to Mu Qingshun with her school bag in her arms. Zhou Tong sat in front of Gu Jiao and took out his homework weekly. Pa! Mu Qingshun threw his homework on the table in front of Gu Jiao. Zhou Tong cowardly turned his half-turned body back to his original position. Gu Jiao finished copying the homework. Teacher Gao came. Teacher Gao and Teacher Jiang had classes in the morning. Gao Fuzi mainly taught arithmetic and was rather fierce and strict. Jiang Fuzi mainly taught the 4 books and 5 classics, political theory, and so on. He was gentle and somewhat old-fashioned, but not pedantic. Both of them were very respectable teachers. Even so, the students in the class still loved Master Wu's class the most. It seemed that since ancient times, PE classes had always been students' favorite. In the afternoon, there were 2 hours of self-study, followed by Wu Fuzi's equestrian and archery lessons. Originally, the equestrian and archery class was in the beginning, but the weather was gradually getting hotter. The first hour of the afternoon was when the sun was the hottest, so Wu Fuzi changed the class. After the equestrian archery class began, everyone found that there was no target on the field. Instead, Wu Fuzi had a club and a fist-sized wooden ball in his hand. Today we will be bowing, Wu Fuzi said. Everyone was surprised. Obviously, there was not often a bowing lesson. Zhou Tong asked, Master Wu, why are you suddenly bowing? Monarchs like bowing, and bowing was very popular in Chengdu. However, bowing was dangerous, so this kind of literary academy did not include it in the formal curriculum. Wu Fuzi smiled and said, I discussed with Principal Tsin this morning and decided to participate in this year's bowing competition. Zhou Tong was shocked. What? Bowing competition? Our academy? Their academy was a bookworm who only knew how to dance. Why would they participate in a bowing competition? Wasn't this just asking to be humiliated? The rest of the people had the same idea as Zhou Tong. Their academy had produced many top scholars in the imperial examinations, but they could forget about bowing. About a few years ago, Principal Tsin and Wu Fuzi had signed up for the bowing competition like today. In the end, they did not score a single ball and were beaten miserably. Had Principal Tsin and Wu Fuzi forgotten the pain after the scar healed? Ahem. Wu Fuzi cleared his throat and said seriously, Today is different from the past. Our academy has the strength to compete with other academies. The principal and I have confidence in you. When he said this, he kept looking at Gu Jiao. He almost directly asked Gu Jiao to participate. Okay, let's go and choose a horse. Wu Fuzi said. All the students went to the race course. Xiao Lulang, come here. Wu Fuzi called Gu Jiao. Zhong Ding winked at Gu Jiao. Of course you're going to participate. Zhou Tong made a gesture. Good luck. Gu Jiao came to Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi said pleasantly, Have you played bowing in the Zhao kingdom before? No. Gu Jiao said bluntly. Ah. Wu Fuzi was stunned and smiled. It's okay. I can teach you. Every day after school, you can come to the pasture to find me. We'll train for 2 hours. It was not enough to go to school. Extra classes? Gu Jiao did not want to do it. She was determined to resist the after-school tutoring. This is not only an honor for you, but also for the academy. I think highly of you. I hope you can win glory for the academy. Gu Jiao still did not want to do it. It's also good for you. If you become famous, you may have a chance to stay in Chengdu in the future. Gu Jiao was stubborn. Wu Fuzi had a headache. Aren't you very aggressive? What's wrong? It's not worthy of bowing? Gu Jiao said seriously. Wu Fuzi, I'm not good at studying. I need to focus more on my studies. I won't think about the competition for the time being. I'll focus on my studies. Wait, why don't you say that when you copy homework every day, you doze off in class? Do you think I can't see it when I pass by? Wu Fuzi was confused. Gu Jiao cupped her hands and turned to walk to the stable. The students in the stable were talking about the bowing competition. Hey, have you heard? The bowing competition is held at Lingbo Academy again. This is the 3rd time it's held at their academy. Lingbo Academy? Is that the academy with the prodigy class? Yes, that's it. Hey, is Kanglan Women's Academy right next to Lingbo Academy? Do you think the students of Kanglan Women's Academy will go to watch the competition? They went last year. They will go this year too, right? Gu Jiao turned back. Wu Fuzi, what are the rules of the competition? Wu Fuzi was speechless. Didn't you say you wouldn't participate? On the other side, Deanson was having a friendly talk with Mu Qingshun in the dean's office. Deanson said, here's the thing. I know you don't usually participate in the affairs of the academy, but I still hope you can participate in the bowing competition. Mu Qingshun was a rare student who excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was very good at bowing and could be ranked among the top in Chengdu. Deanson smiled. Your classmate Xiao Lulang will also participate. He is a newbie and has no experience in bowing. I hope you can guide him. Mu Qingshun walked out of the dean's office and headed to the field. 4th brother. He was halfway there when a young student suddenly rushed out from the side and called out to him. This person was none other than Mu Chuan, a student from Bright Maple Hall who ate with him on the 2nd floor. Mu Chuan's father and Mu Qingshun's mother were biological siblings. In terms of blood, they were cousins. However, Mu Qingshun took after his mother, so Mu Chuan had always regarded him as a member of the Mu family. Coincidentally, Mu Qingshun was also ranked 4th among the Mu family's men in this generation. Don't you need to go to class? Mu Qingshun looked at Mu Chuan and asked. I snuck out. Mu Chuan said, What's up? Mu Qingshun asked indifferently. Mu Chuan asked curiously, My classmate passed by the dean's office and heard that you agreed to participate in the bowing competition. Is that true? Mu Qingshun glanced at him. You skipped class just to tell me this? Mu Chuan chuckled. I want to know. Mu Qingshun walked forward. Go back to your class. Mu Chuan caught up with him. I'll participate too. Mu Qingshun left. The bowing competition was a confrontation between 2 teams. Each team had 4 players. 2 of them were bowlers, 1 main and 1 assistant, 1 bowler and 1 defender. The bowler was mainly responsible for interfering with the other team's movements and feeding the 2 bowlers the ball. The defender was mainly responsible for guarding the goal of his team and preventing the other team from scoring. When Mu Qingshun arrived at the grassland, Gu Jiao had just learned the rules of the bowing competition from Wu Fuzi and was choosing a cue stick. This one is good. Zhou Tong picked up a cue stick and said to Gu Jiao, Your cue stick is a little broken. Let's use this one. Zhong Ding picked another one and handed it to Gu Jiao. A group of people surrounded the grassland to choose a cue stick for Gu Jiao. Mu Qingshun was about to walk over when suddenly a group of people came from the other side of the grassland. It was a bit exaggerated to say that they were mighty. There were no more than 20 people in total, but their aura was so strong that it made people think of thousands of soldiers and horses. Among those people, a young man with a feminine temperament came over. He made an obeisance to Mu Qingshun and said something. Mu Qingshun nodded slightly and walked over with him. Zhongding couldn't help but look over. Among those powerful men, there seemed to be a noble young man in brocade clothes. He murmured, Who are those people? Zhou Tong craned his neck and looked over. He said in surprise, Oh my God, they're from the Crown Prince's mansion. How do you know? Zhong Ding asked. Zhou Tong didn't dare to point with his finger, so he hinted with his eyes. They're the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's mansion. I've seen them in the inner city. Zhong Ding said in disbelief. The Crown Prince's mansion came to our academy. Oh my God, was he dreaming? He couldn't believe that he could see the Crown Prince's mansion from afar. Zhou Tong continued. That young man should be Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince's son? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Zhou Tong nodded. He's the Crown Prince's legitimate son. Gu Jiao looked over. Although they were far away, Gu Jiao's eyesight was very good. She could see the side of the young man's face clearly. It was a face brimming with confidence and dignity. He was talking to Mu Qingshun in a gentle manner. From time to time, he would smile as if he was a friend. Zhou Tong said enviously. Only young Master Qingshun can be so respected that Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion would lower himself to visit him. Unlike us, we don't even have the right to greet Prince Ming. Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion came out in plain clothes. He didn't let anyone receive him. After greeting Mu Qingshun, he went with Mu Qingshun to Deanson's office. Prince Ming used to be a student of Tianxiong Academy. Zhong Ding said to Gu Jiao after Zhou Tong and the others were called away. Gu Jiao was still choosing a cue stick. She didn't say anything. What did the people from the Crown Prince's mansion have to do with her? Zhong Ding looked around and couldn't hold back the fire of gossip in his heart. He whispered to Gu Jiao, "The people of Yin Kingdom were here just now, so I didn't dare to say. Do you know about the Crown Prince's residence?" "No," Gu Jiao said calmly and changed to another cue stick. Zhong Ding was easy to talk to. He didn't care whether Gu Jiao liked to hear it or not. He only cared about whether he wanted to say it or not. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable holding it in. He lowered his voice and said, "The Crown Prince wasn't the Crown Prince, and Prince Ming wasn't conferred the title yet. This club was not good either. It was too light." Gu Jiao frowned and changed another one. Zhong Ding walked in front of her. "The Crown Prince is the second son of the Emperor of Yin Kingdom. His mother is Imperial Concubine Han. Do you know the Han family?" "No," Gu Jiao said. Zhong Ding said, "I don't know much either. Anyway, it's a very powerful family. The original Crown Prince is the third princess of Empress Yuan." Hearing this, Gu Jiao finally reacted. Her hand holding the cue stick paused, and she looked at Zhong Ding. "Princess? A princess can also be the Crown Prince?" This surprised Gu Jiao. Zhong Ding hurriedly said, "There is no such precedent. The Crown Princess of Yin Kingdom was the first. Do you know who the Empress Yuan's brother is?" He didn't ask this question to wait for Gu Jiao's answer. After asking, he said to himself, "It's the Yin Kingdom's war god, Xin Yuan Li." Xin Yuan Li's sister entered the palace and gave birth to a daughter for the Emperor of Yin Kingdom. At the banquet, the Emperor conferred her the title of Crown Princess of Yin Kingdom. That was truly a collection of all the doting on him. Her father was the Emperor, her mother was the Empress Yuan, and her uncle was the head of the Xin Yuan family, who had millions of soldiers. TSK. There was no one more honorable than her in the world. What happened after that? Gu Jiao asked. She was rarely interested in irrelevant things. Perhaps it was because she was using Xin Yuan Li's divine weapon, so she was a little more curious about things related to the Xin Yuan family. Zhong Ding spread his hands and sighed. After that, there was no after. The Xin Yuan family rebelled. The crown princess was deposed, and the Empress Yuan was banished to the cold palace. The war god of Yin Kingdom fell. Gu Jiao paused and asked, "How old is the crown princess?" Zhong Ding thought for a while. About the same age as the crown prince. Her son is only 1 year older than Prince Ming. Prince Ming is 18 this year. Chapter 647. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. When Mu Qingshun came over, Zhong Ding immediately shut up. He led the horse and took the cue to find Zhou Tong and the others. Mu Qingshun looked at Zhong Ding's back and asked, "What were you talking about just now? Why did he leave as soon as he saw me?" "Nothing," Gu Jiao said. She didn't like to gossip, let alone spread it. She paused. Perhaps she felt that she had to answer Mu Qingshan's question, so she added, I wasn't talking about you. Mu Qingshan stopped asking. He could almost guess that the arrival of Commandery Prince Ming had caused a stir. Although Commandery Prince Ming didn't show his identity, most of the students here were from Chengdu, and many of them were young masters of aristocratic families. Some of them might have seen Commandery Prince Ming before. Are you picking the cue? Mu Qingshan looked at Gu Jiao, who kept changing the cue, and asked. Yes, Gu Jiao replied faintly. None of the cue sticks were suitable for her. Mu Qingshan left without saying a word. Gu Jiao didn't care and continued to pick the cue sticks. But after a while, Mu Qingshan came back with a horse and a cue stick in his hand. Here you are. Gu Jiao glanced at him and took the cue from him. She weighed it in her hand and compared it. It was heavier than the other cue sticks, but for someone who was used to using the red tasseled spear, the weight was just right. Thank you, Gu Jiao said. Then she looked at him and asked, What are you going to use? This. Mu Qingshan grabbed a cue stick from a basket and got on the horse. I'll show you around. Gu Jiao also got on her horse. Okay. Mu Qingshan first introduced the requirements and rules of bowing to Gu Jiao. Bowing was first passed down from the royal family of the Jin state. As soon as it entered the Yin state, it was liked by the royal family. Later, it gradually became popular in the circle of nobles. Today, bowing was included in the curriculum of many aristocratic academies. There were no bow-striking classes in the Tianxiong Academy, but Wu Fuzi would often lead the students to bow-striking classes. Archery had very high requirements for horses. All archery racehorses had to go through very strict training. The training difficulty of archery racehorses was far higher than that of war horses. The requirements for the bowler were not low. Horsemanship, skills, stamina, willpower, and adaptability were all indispensable. Even if you hit the ball into the opponent's hole. Mu Qingshan continued. But remember, you can't collide head-on with the ball, hit your opponent with the club, or interfere with your opponent's horse. You can't touch the ball with your body. These are the main taboos. It's inevitable that there will be some unexpected conflicts during the competition, so you have to protect yourself. As he spoke, he pointed at the protective gear carried over by the Academy's manservant and said, The protective gear is here. Put it on and let's officially play around. Gu Jiao put on the elbow and knee pads and put on the palm pads and went up the stage with Mu Qingshan. She tried the 4 seats one by one, and all of them were good. But the most amazing thing was the stroke she played when she bow striking. The ball was passed to her by Mu Qingshan. Due to Wu Fuzi's interference, the ball was actually a little off course. Who would have thought that she would accurately hook the ball over the top of her head? Then, with a swing of her club, she hit the ball into the hole from a distance that was impossible to see clearly. Everyone was amazed by this stroke. This momentum and this accuracy, she was simply a born archer. Mu Qingshan rode his horse to Gu Jiao's side and looked at her deeply. Is this really your first time bow striking? Gu Jiao nodded. Mu Qingshan wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. In the end, he just said, that stroke just now was very skillful. Gu Jiao thought about it seriously and said, Well, this is probably the legendary talent. Mu Qingshan was speechless. The afternoon's training soon ended. Gu Jiao played for the first time. Compared with Mu Qingshan, who had bow striking since childhood, her skills were naturally a little green, but basically met Wu Fuzi's expectations. There was one thing that Gu Jiao was too fierce, and she would commit a foul if she was not careful. She would easily be sent off the stage. Wu Fuzi said, the game will be held in 7 days. In these days, everyone should practice hard. Wu Fuzi selected a total of 20 people. Only 4 of them really played, and there were several substitutes. In the next few days, Gu Jiao would stay in the academy after school to practice with Mu Qingshan and the others. Gu Shaoshan sat on the edge of the grassland and waited for her. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the game. Wu Fuzi called everyone to the grassland and announced the players selected according to the training performance of these days. As expected, the first one was Mu Qingshan. The other 3 were Gu Jiao, Yuan Xiao from Bright Maple Hall, and Zhao Wei from Bright Moon Hall. Mu Chuan was a substitute. Gu Xiaoshun was often waiting for Gu Jiao on the grassland, so he was a logistics team leader and also participated in the game with them. Wu Fuzi smiled. Let's not practice today. Everyone go back and rest early. We will go to Lingbo Academy tomorrow morning. After returning to the house, Gu Jiao told her family about the game in the inner city tomorrow morning. Gu Yin suddenly said, I want to watch your game too. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yin and nodded. Okay. Before going to bed, Gu Jiao checked Gu Yan's body again. It had become a habit for Gu Jiao to do it in the morning and in the evening. Gu Yin lay on the bed and obediently opened his shirt to let Gu Jiao put the stethoscope on. His condition hadn't deteriorated too much for the time being, so it wasn't a big problem for him to watch a game. After returning to the house, Gu Jiao put the stethoscope back into the small medicine box. She lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Gu Jiao didn't expect that she would dream again at night. Why did she say again? It wasn't the first time she dreamed after coming to Chengdu, but every time she woke up, she couldn't remember what she dreamed of. The sky in her dream was gray, and she couldn't tell the time. She was outside a quiet courtyard, and in front of her was a vermilion gate. She didn't know which mischievous brat had scratched a few marks on the gate with the tip of a knife. It was strange. Why did she subconsciously think that it was caused by a mischievous brat? What if it was a servant who bumped into it while moving things? She pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. A cluster of green bamboos was planted in the left corner, and rows of bellflowers were planted on both sides of the wall. When a breeze blew, the bellflowers rustled. This was a strange, yet familiar courtyard. It was strange because Gu Jiao had never been here before. It was familiar because even though she had been here before, she vaguely knew what each room was used for. The corridor started from the east. The first room was a wing room, the second room was the upper room, the third room was the study, and after turning the corner, there was a storeroom. Gu Jiao looked at the row of rooms in front of her with a strange expression. A voice came from behind the unlocked study door. Yinin, it's time to practice writing. Come here quickly. Don't be lazy. Oh, you're hiding again, aren't you? How many times have I told you? You have to practice 100 words every day. The owner of this voice was, just when Gu Jiao was confused, the study door opened, and a man in a blue gown stepped out. Gu Jiao recognized him at a glance. It was the Duke. At this time, the Duke was still very young and handsome, completely different from the haggard middle-aged man lying on the bed. Therefore, even she herself did not know how she was able to recognize him at first glance. In short, as soon as this man came out, she knew his identity in her mind. Yinin. The man began to look for her in every room. Yinin, don't hide anymore. It's time to practice writing. Okay, I won't force you to practice writing. Let's go out and play. Come out. Yinin. Yinin. Yinin, where have you been? The young Duke's voice became nervous. Yinin, don't scare me. Come out quickly. Where have you been, Yinin? Father misses you very much. Yinin, come out quickly. His eyes were red, and tears were rolling in his eyes. His voice was trembling and choking. Yinin, Yinin, Father misses you, Yinin. He staggered and fell on the steps. Gu Jiao subconsciously reached out her hand as if she wanted to help him. Gu Jiao was at the door, and he was on the steps. There was an entire courtyard between them. She put her hand down again. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. Yinin. Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and woke up from her dream. The dream in her mind receded like the tide. She quickly forgot what had happened in the dream. She only remembered a panicked, handsome face. He looks a bit like the Duke. Gu Jiao raised her brows. Was it because she had seen the High Duke too many times that she even dreamed of him? After dawn, Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshun, and Gu Yan were ready to set off. Gu Yan's body was weak and couldn't move. Fortunately, Master Lu made a wheelchair for him. Master Lu drove the carriage to Tianxiong Academy. Wu Fuzi led the group out of the academy. Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan returned to the inner city last night. They were going to Lingbo Academy by themselves. Gu Jiao wanted to bring Gu Yan along. President Xin and Wu Fuzi didn't have any objections. The group entered the inner city in a carriage. On the other side, Second Master Jing also used a wheelchair to push his eldest brother out of the courtyard. "Hey, what are you doing?" Second Madam stopped him and asked. Second Master Jing looked at his eldest brother in the wheelchair and said to Second Madam, "There's a boxing competition today. I'm bringing eldest brother to watch." Second Madam hurriedly said, "Eldest brother is already like this. You still want to bring him out?" Second Master Jing said seriously, "Eldest brother is much better. I even saw him open his eyes last night." Second Madam glared at him. "Is that considered opening his eyes?" After opening his eyes, he was in a daze and didn't know how to close them. He also didn't respond when she spoke to him. Was his eyelid twitching? Second Madam chuckled. "I think you want to watch the boxing competition yourself. Why are you using eldest brother as an excuse?" Second Master Jing cleared his throat. Cough, cough. "I'm just worried about leaving eldest brother alone in the residence. Assassins always come to assassinate eldest brother. I have to personally watch eldest brother to be at ease. Moreover, the imperial physician also told us to bring eldest brother out to get some sunlight." Second Madam said coldly, "Are you going to watch the boxing competition or those beauties from Songlan Academy?" Second Master Jing said domineeringly, "Of course I'm going to watch the boxing competition, and also to watch the beauties." Second Madam frowned and muttered, "But there's something going on in the residence today. I can't leave." "It's good that you can't leave. If you go, how can I watch the beauties?" Second Master Jing smiled. "You do what you need to do. Come back when you're done. I'll save a seat for you." Second Madam coldly glared at Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing swaggered away with his eldest brother in his wheelchair. Second Madam called a manservant. "You go and serve Second Master. Remember to keep an eye on him. Don't let him mess around outside." The manservant replied, "Yes, madam." As the competition venue, Lingbo Academy gave the students a day off. Although Songlan Academy didn't give them a day off, they basically arranged for self-study. Most of the students went to Lingbo Academy to watch the competition. Lingbo Academy had the largest boxing competition venue in the inner city. The seats with the widest view were set up on both sides. "I want to watch the boxing competition." In Ling Long Pavilion's dormitory, little Jing Kong protested to his bad brother-in-law, who forced him to study. "I'm not going," Xiao Hung said. Little Jing Kong exploded on the spot. "You're really a bad brother-in-law. You won't even bring me to watch the boxing competition." Xiao Hung said indifferently, "There are many people. You're so small. You won't even know if someone steps on you. I've grown taller. I'm not small anymore. I'm so tall." Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and tried to gesture at the top of his head. Xiao Hung glanced at him and continued to read the book in his hand. Little Jing Kong was really angry. He was going to run away from home for the second time. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Little Jing Kong asked. Bad brother-in-law didn't know how to speak in a female voice, so he pretended to be a mute. The girl outside the room smiled and said, "It's Jing Kong. Is your sister here? We're here to invite her to watch the boxing competition next door." Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Hung as if he had seen a ghost. "Someone actually invited you to watch the competition?" Bad brother-in-law was so bad that he didn't have any friends. Xiao Hung didn't move. Little Jing Kong was going crazy. It's good enough that someone wants to be your friend, but you still don't like it. Little Jing Kong snorted. "If you don't want to go, I'll go." Xiao Hung didn't even lift his eyelids. Little Jing Kong decisively abandoned his bad brother-in-law and walked to the door. He looked at the three girls outside the room and said cutely, "My sister won't go with you. I'll go with you." The three girls were stunned. The girl who spoke just now said, It's better not. We don't dare to take you without your sister's permission." They didn't invite her because they really treated her as a friend. They could only get a good seat if they invited her. Those young masters had already booked the best seats for the most beautiful girl in the academy. The three girls didn't give up and thought of something. One of them looked at the scholarly beauty in the room and said, "I heard that Tianxiong Academy is also participating. Young Master Qingshun will play. Are you sure you don't want to go and watch?" Xiao Hung paused in his reading. A quarter of an hour later, The most beautiful girl in Kanglin Women's Academy appeared in the Lingbo Academy's arena with a veil and a little black child. A large group of guards swarmed over. Miss Gu, our young master has already arranged the grandstand. Miss Gu, please come with us. Miss Gu, our young master has also arranged the grandstand. Miss Gu, please come with me. Miss Gu, Miss Gu. Xiao Hung took out a piece of paper. Where is the grandstand of Tianxiong Academy? A well-dressed guard raised his hand and said, Over here. Here. Our young master has arranged the grandstand next to Tianxiong Academy. Chapter 648. The Lingbo Academy's boxing field was built very carefully. The stands on both sides were slightly higher and had a relatively wide field of vision. The front and back were ordinary stand with only benches and no sheds. The closer to the middle, the better, and the more luxurious the stands were. It was no exaggeration to say that the stand was the best in the whole field. It was big and bright, and there were jade bead curtains on all sides. It looked like an elegant and luxurious pavilion. Wow! The 3 female students who came with Xiao Hung were stunned. This is too extravagant. There were already maids waiting in the pavilion. Seeing Xiao Hung and little Jing Kong coming over, 2 maids quickly opened the curtains in front. Miss Gu, please. Xiao Hung and the others entered. It looked luxurious from the outside, but when they went in, they realized that there was nothing that they couldn't think of. A few short tables had already been set up, and there was a light incense burning in the corner. They were afraid that the smell of sweat in the boxing field would be too strong due to the hot weather, so even the incense was lit. The 3 female students were once again impressed by the other party's attention and thoughtfulness. Who is your young master? A female student asked the maid. The maid came forward with fresh fruits and answered with a smile. My young master said that as long as you are happy, you don't have to care about who he is. Ladies? They were also included, and the 3 female students were overjoyed. The original words only mentioned Miss Gu, but they couldn't resist the maid's good manners. The melons and fruits had been chilled, so with one bite, the heat from the heat dissipated. Xiao Hung and little Jing Kong sat together, and the other 3 female students sat together. There was still an empty short table, so little Jing Kong ran over and took it for himself. This way, he had 1.5 tables. The bead curtains in front of the pavilion were hung up, and the other 3 curtains were used to block the wind. It's so cool, a female student said. The other 2 nodded with a smile. It seemed that they had found the right person to look for Gu Jiao. Otherwise, how could they have gotten such good seats? Xiao Hung did not pay attention to the seats in the stands. From the moment he entered the arena, he began to look for Gu Jiao. He wasn't sure if Gu Jiao would participate. After all, he had never heard of her knowing how to use the bow. But he was worried about her, so he came over to try his luck. He didn't see Gu Jiao, but he saw Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin diagonally opposite him. They sat beside Headmaster Tsin, which meant that they had received Headmaster Tsin's special attention. The rest of the students sat on the bleachers. When Xiao Hung saw Gu Yin, he more or less knew that Gu Jiao was here. Otherwise, with Gu Yin's health and personality, he would never come to watch the fun for someone else. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun sat on Headmaster Tsin's bleachers. There was a shed on top of the bleachers, but it couldn't be compared to Xiao Heng's pavilion. There were also no iced fruits to eat. Soon, little Jing Kong also saw the 2 of them. Yaya, Brother Yin, Brother Xiaoshun. Little Jing Kong was so excited that he jumped on the spot. I want to go to play. Little Gongzi, where do you want to go? I'll bring you there. A maid smiled gently and said, I'll go by myself. Little Jing Kong ran out. Halfway through, he turned back and picked up the iced fruits on the table. He said to his bad brother-in-law, I'm leaving. He wanted to bring them to Brother Yin and Brother Xiaoshun. Xiao Hung didn't stop him. He couldn't have any interactions with Gu Jiao on the surface, but little Jing Kong was very familiar with people wherever he went. He wouldn't arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was really hot. Xiao Hung looked at the fruits on the table. His hands were too small, so he couldn't carry more. He kept looking until little Jing Kong made Headmaster Tsin laugh and successfully entered the inner circle. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued to pay attention to the situation on the golf course. The golf course was about to start. He didn't know when Tianxiong Academy would come out. In the attic outside the golf course, Wu Fuzi had just finished drawing lots and returned to Tianxiong Academy's wing room. Gu Jiao, Mu Qingshun, and the others had already put on protective gear and were wiping the golf clubs in their hands. "It's the third round," Wu Fuzi said. "Who are we going up against this time? Is it Wu Yue Academy?" Yuan Xiao asked. Yuan Xiao was a student of Bright Maple Hall and was from Xingdu of Yin Kingdom. He and Zhao Wei from Bright Moon Hall were defenders, and Zhao Wei was from Chidu of Yin Kingdom. Wu Fuzi said, "Wu Yue Academy is in the 7th round. We're going up against Qingwei Academy this time." Other than Gu Jiao and Mu Qingshun, the others couldn't stay calm at the mention of Qingwei Academy. Yuan Xiao was at his wit's end. Why is it Qingwei Academy? It's better to go up against Wu Yue Academy. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingshun in confusion. Mu Qingshun paused and explained, "Some of the students from Qingwei Academy are for the Royal Golf Course team." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Mu Qingshun looked at her deeply. "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "I'm afraid they won't let me win." Mu Qingshun was speechless. He couldn't refute her words. "Zhao Wei, what's wrong with you?" Wu Fuzi sensed something was wrong with Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei clutched his stomach and said with a pale face, I think I ate something bad." Gu Jiao walked over and pinched Zhao Wei's wrist to check his pulse. "What did you eat this morning?" Zhao Wei endured the pain in his stomach and said, "I ate 2 buns." Gu Jiao pressed his stomach. "Does it hurt here?" "No." "How about here?" "It doesn't hurt either." "You did eat something bad." Gu Jiao withdrew her hand and took out a bottle of powder from the first aid kit. "Swallow it with water." Zhao Wei took the medicine. On the other side, the first round of the competition began. Lingbo Academy versus Mongshan Academy. Lingbo Academy won. The second round was Maple Academy versus Wudong Academy. Wudong Academy won. "It's our turn," Mu Qingshun said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded slightly and mounted her horse. She went up the field with her classmates from Tianxiong Academy. There were a total of 2 entrances. Qingwei Academy went up first. When the royal bowler rode out in high spirits, the entire field was in an uproar. Immediately after were the 3 other team members. There were also dragons and phoenixes among men. Every time one of them appeared, Mu Qingshun introduced one to Gu Jiao. Royal bowler Su Ping, good at long-range attacks. His tactics are extremely good. No one can snatch the ball from under his stick. Tong Peng, bowler for 10 years. Nangong Lin, bowler for 8 years. Someone from the Nangong family? Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. The young master of the Nangong family, Mu Qingshun said. Gu Jiao's gaze landed on the confident and arrogant young man who waved at the audience from time to time. Nangong Lin. When the 4th person appeared, Mu Qingshun's lips moved slightly. Gu Jiao had been observing Nangong Lin and didn't notice Mu Qingshun's strange behavior. "Su Hao," Mu Qingshun said. Gu Jiao acknowledged. Soon, it was their turn to go on stage. Mu Qingshun walked at the front. Young Master Qingshun was famous in Xingdu. The moment he appeared, the limelight instantly overshadowed everyone from Qingwei Academy. The young ladies present all screamed, "Young Master Qingshun! It's really young Master Qingshun! I can't believe I can see young Master Qingshun in my lifetime. Young Master Qingshun! Young Master Qingshun!" Xiao Heng's eardrums were about to explode. His 3 classmates in the pavilion were about to flip the roof off. Yuan Xiao and Mu Chuan followed behind Mu Qingshun. The 2 of them were also handsome men, but with Mu Qingshun in front, no matter how handsome and mighty they were, they could only serve as a foil to Mu Qingshun. Fortunately, they were used to it. Gu Jiao was the last to appear. She was new here and didn't have much fame. Only the birthmark on her left face made people take a second look. The players from both sides met in the center of the field. Royal bowler Su Ping looked at Mu Qingshun and said, "I can finally experience young Master Qingshun's skills. I'm really lucky." Mu Qingshun said calmly, "You're welcome." Su Hao smiled and looked at them. His gaze fell on Mu Qingshun's face. and he said with a smile, "Fourth brother, so you're here to participate too? Why didn't you say so earlier?" If father knew, he would definitely put aside his work and come to watch fourth brother's competition. When Gu Jiao heard this, she remembered that Mu Qingchun said that his name was Su Hao. He was also a member of the Su family. Mu Chuan, who was at the side, explained to Gu Jiao in a low voice, "The third young master of the Su family, my fourth brother's illegitimate brother. My aunt was angry that my uncle actually gave birth to an illegitimate son. So in a fit of anger, she made my fourth brother take her surname. This Su Hao is so annoying. He's always jealous of my fourth brother. But no matter how jealous he is, it's useless. My fourth brother is the legitimate son. So what if he changed his surname? He's still the legitimate son. My uncle dotes on my fourth brother." One could tell. Su Hao's words couldn't hide his envy and jealousy towards Mu Qingchen. Nan Gonglin didn't have any personal grudges with Mu Qingchen. It was just that he was also a little jealous of Mu Qingchen. He sneered and said, "I heard that Tianqiong Academy has been quite arrogant recently. They even bullied Five Mountains Academy." There was such a thing. The son of the deputy general of the Nangong family was seriously injured by Gu Jiao. From Nan Gonglin's tone, it seemed like he wanted to seek revenge for his own people. "It's you, right, kid?" Nan Gonglin looked at Gu Jiao disdainfully. The birthmark on Gu Jiao's face was too easy to recognize. Nan Gonglin smiled threateningly. "Horses have no eyes. Be careful not to fall." Chapter 649. On the other side, Second Master Jing finally arrived at Lingbo Academy. He didn't leave late, but he didn't expect so many people to come to watch the boxing competition. It caused the roads to Lingbo Academy to be blocked. By the time he entered the academy, the first two matches were already over. Why are there so many people? He muttered with sweat all over his forehead. At this moment, he had already arrived at the back of the viewing platform he had reserved. He was only a dozen steps away from reaching the viewing platform. He was a martial artist and was stronger than ordinary people. He grabbed his eldest brother along with his wheelchair and walked up the stairs step by step. Second Madam ordered a manservant to quickly follow. Second Master Jing was a person who knew how to enjoy life. He wasn't going to sit there and watch the competition in a daze and let the sun roast him. He ordered the servants to bring ice cubes, chilled fruits, and all kinds of sweet and refreshing refreshments. The viewing platform he chose naturally had an excellent view. It allowed him to see the entire boxing field. There was a roof on top like a small pavilion, and it was ventilated on all sides. No, it was 3 sides. On his left side, there was a beaded curtain of broken jade hanging down from the place next door. He didn't ask anyone to prepare a curtain, so it must have been done by the people next door. Who was next door? Using such a high-quality curtain? Others might not know how to identify these broken jade, but how could he not recognize them? These weren't ordinary broken pieces of jade. They were whole pieces of jade that had been cut and polished into various shapes. Together with high-quality Eastern pearls, they were simply priceless. Okay? Second Master Jing curiously looked to the left. Although there was a gap in the beaded curtain, it still blocked some of the view. Second Master Jing could only vaguely recognize that the people sitting next door were Fort Songlan Women's Academy students. One of the students had a straight back. Her bearing and temperament were excellent. She was noble and extraordinary, exuding the aura of a flower on a high mountain. This little beauty is a bit, Second Master Jing couldn't say. At this moment, perhaps because she felt Second Master Jing's gaze, the little beauty actually turned her head to look at him. Their gazes met across the bead curtain. That was a glance that seemed to come from the peak of a snowy mountain. Second Master Jing only felt that his heart had been shaken by someone. It was too cold. This kind of beauty couldn't be touched. However, there were 3 other little beauties next door, and their figures were also extremely graceful, especially when the 3 of them were chatting and laughing. The curtains could block the line of sight, but not sound. The young girl's laughter could be heard, and Second Master Jing felt comfortable all over. This is life. Second Master Jing sat down on the cushion in the middle of the pavilion and placed the Duke's wheelchair beside him. Xiao Hong didn't pay too much attention to which family's men had come next door. His attention once again returned to the boxing field. The bowers from the Tianxiong Academy entered the arena. Xiao Hong immediately saw Gu Jiao, who was ranked 4th. He also saw the young man who was whispering to Gu Jiao. Thanks to his 3 female classmates, he knew that the young man was called Mu Chuan, the legitimate son of the Mu clan and ranked 5th in the clan. Young Master Qin Shun, who had caused a sensation, was his aunt's son and the legitimate son of the Su clan. Xiao Hong didn't know why he didn't take his father's surname, but his mother's. After that, the two sides greeted each other. The people from the Qingwei Academy were very arrogant. Su Ping from the imperial family's Bower team was arrogant, and the young man, named Nangong Lin by his side, was also not to be outdone. Nangong Lin said something to Gu Jiao and frowned slightly. Why did the people from the Nangong clan find Gu Jiao? Could it be that the identity of Xiao Lulang had been exposed? With the beating of the gongs and drums, the match between the two sides began. Mu Qingxun and Su Ping drew lots. Su Ping got the chance to play the first ball and fiercely hit the ball. Each game was divided into 8 sections, each section lasting for half a quarter of an hour. If someone committed a foul or was injured in the middle, the game would be paused and continued after the match was settled. Both sides had 3 chances to change players. Su Ping was indeed an expert in long-range attacks. His shot was extremely far and crossed the center line in an instant. Everyone rushed toward the Tianxiong Academy's ball hole without stopping to rest. Su Hao hooked the ball on the ground and passed it to Tong Peng, who was not far away. The ball seemed impossible to catch, but not only did Tong Peng catch it, but he also passed the ball to Nangong Lin at lightning speed. Nangong Lin was the assistant attacker. He could pass the ball to Su Ping or score by himself. Judging from the current situation on the field, the probability of him scoring by himself was very high. But at this moment, Mu Qingshan caught up. Nangong Lin saw that the situation was not good. He quickly hit the ball and passed it to Su Ping. Su Ping didn't choose to use the club to dribble the ball. Instead, he directly threw the club and swung it out. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately entered the hole. Beautiful! Second Master Jing clapped his hands. He was indeed a member of the royal family's archer team. That move just now was too wonderful. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Su Ping. Well, he could play like that. Qingwei Academy won the first flag. The first section was not over yet, so the game continued. This time, Tianxiong Academy started the game. Yuan Xiao, you're up, Mu Qingshan said. Aye, I'm nervous. Yuan Xiao was suppressed by the opponent's tactics and aura. Mu Qingshan said, it's okay. Just hit the ball. Yuan Xiao swallowed his saliva and resisted the trembling of his hands. He swung the club first. Mu Chuan quickly followed. Mu Qingshan glanced at Gu Jiao. He didn't say anything, but all the trust in her was written in his eyes. Then, he didn't even look to see whether his team members had caught the ball or not. He rushed toward the opponent's hole. Second Master Jing was stunned. Are you kidding me? Isn't that too bold? What if the ball is intercepted and you run so far away? How can you save a game? Nangong Lin and Su Hao exchanged glances. The two of them rushed toward Mu Chuan in a pincer attack. They wanted to interfere with Mu Chuan and make sure he couldn't catch the ball without fouling. Mu Chuan was attacked from both sides. He cried out, you two bastards. Why are you coming at me? Nangong Lin's lips curled up, and he went to snatch Mu Chuan's ball. He was very fast, but someone was faster than him. He didn't even see what was going on before a club took Mu Chuan's ball away. Nangong Lin was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw Gu Jiao's indifferent expression. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Without saying a word, she threw the club and hit the ball in her hand with a backhand. Everyone was stunned. Wait, wasn't this the same move that Su Ping used just now? Even the action of throwing the club and catching it with a backhand was exactly the same. Was Su Ping being secretly learned on the spot? Su Ping was shocked. This was a unique skill that he had practiced for many years. It was handsome and valiant. Not only could it be used to win, but it could also be used to show off. No one had ever learned it. How'd this kid learn it? He was quite good at it. Xiao Hong stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Under the sunlight, his girl was very eye-catching. His blood was boiling. Gu Jiao's ball was also very far away. It was very similar to Su Ping's curve. Mu Qingchun successfully got the ball and holed it in. Qinxiong Academy got a flag. At the end of the first section, both sides got a piece each. This result was somewhat unexpected. Although Mu Qingchun was the first young master of Shang City, no one had heard that he had any extraordinary talent in archery. No one expected him to play so well. However, the one who left the deepest impression was probably the kid with the birthmark on his face. How could he be so brazen as to steal their skills? How could he be so shameless? Just when everyone thought that Gu Jiao was already very shameless, she did something even more shameless. In the following game, as long as Nan Gonglin attacked, she would stop and not give a single ball to Nan Gonglin. However, as long as Su Ping attacked, she would watch obediently. Not only did she not snatch the ball, but she also did not allow her companions to snatch it. She was very fierce. Su Ping was like a child that she was quietly protecting. Every time he scored a goal, the light of excitement could be seen in her eyes. Then, with a turn of her head, she used Su Ping's moves one by one. Su Ping's face turned green. "Referee," he shouted. "Can't I learn?" Gu Jiao asked innocently. The referee choked. "There is no such rule. You can learn from me." Gu Jiao looked at Su Ping and said shamelessly. Su Ping almost vomited blood. "Learn from you? What is there to learn? You little noob." However, it was this thick-skinned noob who learned all of Su Ping's skills. The referee couldn't bear to watch. Dean Sin of Tianxiong Academy was strongly despised by the other deans. He raised his hand and weakly covered his head. "Cough. I stole from you based on my ability. If you have the ability, you can steal from me too." "Can we fucking steal from you? Do you think we haven't stolen from you before? We don't know how to steal from you. What kind of pervert is this kid?" When it was Su Ping's turn to kick off, he suddenly sneezed due to his nose allergy. Then, Gu Jiao also sneezed loudly with the cue stick before kicking off. Everyone, at the end of the sixth section, the score was 17-17. It was a tie. Gu Jiao did not score many goals. She usually passed the ball to Mu Qingchun, but she became the focus of the game with her ability. "Why is he like this?" In Xiaoheng's pavilion, a female student muttered. Another female student said, "But I'm so happy to see young Master Qingchun win." A third female student said with a smile, "That's right. They cooperate so well. They're so compatible." Xiaoheng's face darkened. Next door, Second Master Jing was also shocked by Gu Jiao's actions. He had watched bowls for many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so brazenly steal from him. "Big brother, did you see that? This kid. Oh my God." Halfway through his sentence, Second Master Jing turned his head and saw that his big brother's eyes were open. His eyes were bright and clear. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. He was just complaining to his big brother. He didn't think that his big brother could really open his eyes. It was very scary, okay? No. He calmed himself down and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He sat back on the cushion with lingering fear. "Big brother, when did you open your eyes? You should at least make a sound. It seems like you don't know how to make a sound." "Forget it." His big brother was like a zombie. He couldn't hear him. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, but it was just an unintentional movement. He couldn't see it all. He understood all of this. "Big brother, are you hot? Do you want me to fan you?" As he spoke, he picked up the folding fan on the table and stretched it in front of his big brother. The High Duke's vision was completely blocked by the fan. As Second Master Jing fanned himself, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. "Why does it feel like someone wants to kill me?" The 7th round of the competition began. Su Ping didn't know if it was because he didn't have any special skills to let Gu Jiao learn, or because he didn't dare to use his special skills. In short, he played relatively conservatively in this round. He thought that Gu Jiao would be as conservative as him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Jiao only learned the good things. She didn't learn the bad things. Tianxiong Academy launched an attack and won 2 chess pieces in a row. Qingwei Academy stopped the competition. Changed players. Nan Gonglin and the rest returned to the waiting area. Qingwei Academy's teacher said, "How did you guys play? Why didn't you attack?" Su Ping was speechless. The teacher said, "Su Ping, take a rest first." You can play in the last round. Su Ping sighed. Yes. Qingwei Academy's substitute was also a good archer. However, he was better at defense. Thus, Nan Gonglin took over Su Ping's position and became the main archer. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao on the field. He wouldn't let this kid have his way. He would definitely score and win this game. I'm going to the toilet, he said to the teacher. Go, hurry up. It's time to play, the teacher reminded. Yes. Nan Gonglin left the waiting area. Tianxiong Academy's people were waiting on the other side. He snapped his fingers. An accompanying secret guard came to him and cupped his hands. Young master, Nan Gonglin looked at Gu Jiao and said coldly, I want him to fall off the horse. The secret guard hesitated. This, Nan Gonglin said coldly. Why? Can't you do it? The secret guard cupped his hands. I can do it. Nan Gonglin smiled proudly. That's good. Remember, make it look like he accidentally fell off the horse. Don't let anyone see through it. The secret guard replied, Yes, young master. After the break, they went on the field again. Nan Gonglin stood in the position of the main attacker. Mu Qingchun looked at him deeply and reminded Gu Jiao, be careful. Gu Jiao replied calmly, Okay. The game started. Qingwei Academy kicked off. Nan Gonglin got the ball. Gu Jiao rode on the horse and chased after him. Nan Gonglin was not in a hurry to throw the ball. Instead, he dribbled the ball and led Gu Jiao to the secret guard's position. The spectators who could not get a seat stood at the edge of the field. The secret guard was hidden in this group of people. Everyone was so engrossed in the game that no one noticed that he was holding a small stone in his hand. At this moment, Second Master Jing had already stood up and leaned on the railing. He also pushed his eldest brother out. The secret guard was diagonally below them. If he glanced at him, he would definitely see him. However, the game on the field was so exciting. Who would pay attention to a group of spectators? The High Duke's hand began to twitch slightly. Quick, quick, quick. Quickly chase after him. You're quite good at beating people up. Why are you so weak now? Second Master Jing shouted at Gu Jiao. He did not notice his eldest brother's strange behavior. The High Duke's body also began to tremble violently. Second Master, the High Duke. The servant noticed the High Duke's strange behavior. Second Master Jing hurriedly looked at his eldest brother. Seeing his eldest brother trembling like this, he was frightened. He squatted down and held his eldest brother's wheelchair. Eldest brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The High Duke's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something. Second Master Jing scratched his head. Is the game too intense? You don't like it? Let's watch a little longer, okay? Just a little longer. Nan Gonglin ran to the inner circle and squeezed Gu Jiao out. The secret guard was about to make a move. The High Duke trembled like a sieve. His gaze was as cold as ice. Was eldest brother angry? Second Master Jing was confused. He did not know if his guess was right. But on second thought, other than this, could there be anything else? Second Master Jing stood up and pushed his eldest brother's wheelchair. He sighed, Fine, fine, fine. If you don't want to watch, I'll bring you back now. The High Duke trembled even more. Second Master Jing suddenly had an illusion. Why did it seem like his eldest brother wanted to kill him? Nan Gonglin slowed down slightly so that the secret guard could hit the ball smoothly. Gu Jiao appeared in the perfect attacking range. The secret guard suddenly shot the small stone in his hand. The small stone went straight for Gu Jiao's major acupuncture point on her waist. It would not leave a scar or be fatal. It would only numb half of Gu Jiao's body. In the next second, something unbelievable happened. Gu Jiao suddenly bent down to snatch the ball. The secret guard's expression changed. It was too late to stop her. The small stone flashed past Gu Jiao's back and hit Nan Gonglin, who was at the side. Nan Gonglin did not even have time to scream. His body went numb, and he fell off the horse in a panic. And because he had slowed down, the bowmen behind him had caught up. They were Mu Chuan and the Qingwei Academy students. Mu Chuan's horse was not as fast as the Qingwei Academy students. But because the Qingwei Academy students were too fast, it was too late to tighten the reins. The Qingwei Academy students watched helplessly as their horses stepped over Nan Gonglin's body. They heard a shocking scream. Nan Gonglin's chest and leg bones were broken on the spot. Chapter 650. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. After Nangong Lin was trampled by the horse's hooves, Mu Chuan quickly tightened the reins in his hands. He didn't run at his maximum speed. With the tight reins, he managed to deviate his direction and galloped past Nangong Lin. After galloping for more than 10 steps, his horse finally came to a stop. The situation between him and the Qingyue Academy student was like this. Gu Jiao went to snatch Nangong Lin's ball, and he chased after her relentlessly. He wanted to attack Nangong Lin from both sides with Gu Jiao. In order to prevent him from doing so, the Qingyue Academy student suddenly sped up and tried to use his horse to block his path. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? After Nangong Lin's shrill scream, the entire venue fell silent. The referee hurried over. He squatted down and looked at Nangong Lin, whose face was contorted in pain. He was shocked for a moment. Nangong Lin, how are you? What else could Nangong Lin do? He was in so much pain that he wanted to die, okay? He was a martial artist and had suffered a lot of physical pain since he was young. However, he had never been so ruthless. His entire chest seemed to have caved in, and the bones in his thighs were broken. Every breath he took felt like a knife was stabbing into his lungs. Nangong Lin's secret guard was also stunned. He swore to the heavens that he was aiming at that guy from Tianxiong Academy. He had never thought of hurting his young master. Gu Jiao's horse also stopped. She rode over slowly and looked down at the seriously injured Nangong Lin. Oh, you're injured. Can you still play in the competition? Listen. What kind of tone was this? Was she gloating? Nangong Lin glared at Gu Jiao with bloodshot eyes as he suffered from the excruciating pain. He said to the referee, "It's him. He's the one who harmed me." The referee looked at Gu Jiao. When the audience heard this, they all looked at the new student from Tianxiong Academy. Mu Chuan refuted, "Hey, Nangong Lin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. How did the people of the Tianxiong Academy harm you? You were the one who fell down. Was it someone from your own academy who stepped on you? What does that have to do with us?" The student who stepped on Nangong Lin was at a loss. I didn't do it on purpose. Of course, Nangong Lin knew that he didn't do it on purpose, but this Xiao Lulang must have. Nangong Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you suddenly bend over to grab the ball?" He didn't snatch it earlier or later. Instead, he followed him all the way. Whenever he schemed against him, he would snatch it. Who would dare to say that there was nothing fishy going on? Gu Jiao said confidently, "You slowed down, so of course I have to snatch the ball." Everyone paused. That's right, Nangong Lin did suddenly slow down just now. If they didn't snatch it when he slowed down, were they supposed to snatch it when Nangong Lin accelerated? Was there something wrong with his head? There was no problem with the Tianxiong Academy's operation. You. Nangong Lin vomited a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was due to injury or anger. Why did Nangong Lin slow down? Wasn't it to make it easier for the secret guards to sneak an attack on Gu Jiao? He couldn't explain it, even if he still couldn't figure it out now. He was wondering why this kid took the bait so easily. Wherever he led, he would follow. He didn't even snatch the ball all the way. This kid clearly snatched the ball quite quickly in front of him. He thought that was because his skills were superb that this kid couldn't snatch it. Now, it seemed that this kid did it on purpose. He saw that Nangong Lin was going to scheme against him, so he pretended to fall into the trap and revealed a flaw. At the crucial moment, he let Nangong Lin fall into his trap. But Nangong Lin couldn't say any of this. If he wanted to prove that this kid was scheming against him, he had to admit that he was scheming against this kid. Cheating would make him lose the right to participate in the competition forever. It would also make him the laughingstock of the whole city. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Therefore, he could only swallow his pride. After Nangong Lin vomited another mouthful of blood, his consciousness started to blur, and his breathing became difficult and rapid. Could Gu Jiao cure him? The answer was yes, but why would she cure him? Was she going to wait for him to come over and kill her? If she hadn't dodged just now, she would be the one with broken bones and a pneumothorax. Mu Qingchan rode his horse to Gu Jiao's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchun glanced at Nan Gonglin, who was being carried off, and said to Gu Jiao, "Focus on the competition. Don't think too much." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. After Nan Gonglin was carried off the field, his companion, who stepped on him, also had a mental breakdown. He couldn't continue the competition and was replaced by a teacher from Qinghua Academy. After such a big incident, it was reasonable to say that the mentality of the students from Tianxiong Academy should be somewhat affected. However, it wasn't. It was just that they were all quite thick-skinned. The 7th section ended with Tianxiong Academy winning another flag. The score was 20-17. Qinghua Academy was 17. In the last section, Su Ping went on the field. He had to score 3 goals to equalize the score. If there was only one Xiao Lulang or only one Mu Qingchun, he could give a try. However, it was a bit difficult to deal with the two of them together. That guy called Xiao Lulang was too fucking annoying. If he used his unique skill, he was afraid that the guy would steal it. If he didn't use his unique skill, he was afraid that he would lose the competition. Su Ping had never played such a difficult game. In the end, Su Ping decided to go all out. Then, a strange scene happened. Not only did the 4 players from Tianxiong Academy not fight for the ball, they even fed it to Su Ping. "Your shot wasn't good." Su Ping almost couldn't catch it. Mu Chuan said to the students from Qinghua Academy after feeding Su Ping a ball. The students from Qinghua Academy were confused. Wait, what kind of move was that? The students from Tianxiong Academy looked at Gu Jiao with this expression. Anyway, she was leading by 3 flags. There was no hurry. She could learn slowly. It didn't matter if she lost points. Su Ping was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. What kind of experience was it when the opponents were collectively shameless? Indeed, only Su Ping could defeat Su Ping. Gu Jiao performed superbly. Using the Su style and Mu Qingchun's strong combination, they finally won the competition with a score of 23-20. This might not be the most perfect battle strategy, nor was it the most difficult battle, but it was definitely the most talked about battle. Young Master Qingchun's appearance was killer. A freshman from Tianxiong Academy stole from the opponent and crushed the opponent. Was this the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Young Master Nangong fell off the horse and was seriously injured. His life was uncertain, and his future was uncertain. Although there were many outstanding and famous scenes in the competition after that, the crowd didn't seem to be as excited as they had imagined. Was there something wrong with Tianxiong Academy? After seeing their shameless fighting style, looking at other people's fighting style, they felt a little too serious. Something was wrong. Something was wrong with them. 4th brother, congratulations on entering the next round of the competition. In the attic for the players to rest, Su Hao came to Tianxiong Academy's room and congratulated Mu Qingchun with a smile. Mu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's there to congratulate? Come and congratulate us after we get 1st place." So 4th brother's goal is to get 1st place. Su Hao smiled and said to Mu Qingchun, "Then I'll congratulate 4th brother in advance for getting 1st place. If father knows, he will definitely be happy for 4th brother." 4th brother once said that he would never bow again. Father has been sad for a long time because of this. Why won't he bow again? Gu Jiao asked. Su Hao turned to look at Gu Jiao and said pleasantly, "My 4th brother once lost to someone, and then he swore never to bow again." "I didn't ask you," Gu Jiao said to Su Hao. Su Hao was stunned. Mu Chuan said impatiently, "Nangong Lin from your academy is already so injured. Why do you still have the time to wander around here? Don't you have to show concern for your classmates?" Yuan Xiao didn't rebuke Su Hao. He just opened the door very politely. Su Hao was speechless. After the end of the 1st day of the competition, it was time to announce the list of qualified students. Every qualified student of the academy had to ride around the field. When the name of Tianxiong Academy was announced, Mu Qingchun, Yuan Xiao, Mu Chuan, and Gu Jiao rode on their horses and slowly entered the field from the passage. Everyone's eyes fell on them. Admittedly, Mu Qingchun still received the most attention, but Gu Jiao was ranked above Yuan Xiao and the legitimate son of the Mu family. She received the most attention, second only to Mu Qingchen. Xiaoheng's gaze fell on Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao also looked at Xiaoheng. Their gazes met in mid-air, and in just an instant, they gently moved away. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoheng was looking at the people of Tianxiong Academy, while Gu Jiao was looking at the audience in the stands. Gu Jiao quickly looked elsewhere, while Xiaoheng lowered his eyes, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. That freshman from Tianxiong Academy seemed to be looking over here just now. Was he looking at us? A female student in the pavilion asked. Was he? Another female student looked at Gu Jiao. He didn't look. Yes, he took a look. He was just curious, right? So, he didn't take a fancy to the prettiest girl in our academy? Finally, a guy doesn't like her. The three of them laughed in a low voice. Xiaoheng drank his tea silently. How would you know how much restraint and longing she had when she looked at him? On the other side, little Jing Kong bid farewell to Dean Sin of Tianxiong Academy, as well as his new friends Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan. Little Jing Kong could wait for Gu Jiao to come over and get to know her, but even he knew that he couldn't have any interactions with Gu Jiao on the surface. Talking to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun was already the limit of what he could do on the surface. Uncle Dean, I'm leaving. I'll come and play with you during the next competition. Dean Sin smiled and patted the kid's head. Okay, I'll definitely come next time. Little Jing Kong held the big empty bowl that used to be filled with melons and fruits. He held back his strong longing for Gu Jiao and left resolutely. Dean Sin left the spectator stand with Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin and went to the entrance of Lingbo Academy to meet up with Gu Jiao and the others. You won't always be so lucky. It was a fighter from Wuyue Academy. He was shouting at Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen, and the others. Mu Chuan crossed his arms and sneered. I don't know if we're lucky or not, but Wuyue Academy doesn't seem to be lucky. You were eliminated in the first round. Yuan Xiaoshan added, Wuyue Academy didn't rely on luck. They relied on their strength. They lost because of their strength. What kind of heart-wrenching truth was this? The guy from Wuyue Academy was so angry that he walked away with smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Take care. I won't send you off. Mu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Sigh, I can finally hold my head high. I was bullied by those bastards in the past. It's a pity that I didn't meet them today. Otherwise, I would have beaten them to a pulp. Mu Qingshan looked at him speechlessly and said to Gu Jiao, Shall we take the carriage or ride the horse? Ride the horse. It was very stuffy in the carriage. They got on the horses. After Gu Yin, Dean Sin, and the others got on the carriage, they left Lingbo Academy together. Is it okay? Gu Jiao asked Gu Yin. Gu Yin leaned against the window and nodded at Gu Jiao, who was riding the horse beside him. Yes, it's good. I'll come again next time. Gu Jiao twirled the reins in her hand. Okay. On the other side, Second Master Jing also got on the carriage and came out. He had a feast for his eyes today. He enjoyed watching the competition. It was even more enjoyable to watch the competition with the little beauties next door. Listening to the 3 girls talking and laughing, he felt that he was more than 10 years younger. This is what life is like. It's so hot. Second Master Jing opened the window and hung up the front curtain. He and his eldest brother were both men. There was no need to avoid being seen by others. It was too hot. He moved a small stool and sat at the door of the carriage. He fanned himself with his folding fan. At this moment, Dean Sin and the others came over. Dean Sin and Mu Qingshun recognized the house of Duke's carriage. Dean Sin stopped the carriage and bowed to the 2 people in the carriage. Duke, Second Master Jing. Mu Qingshun also greeted them. Second Master Jing was panicking from the heat. He waved his hand perfunctorily and exchanged a few words with the 2. Behind him, the Duke's hand shook again. Unfortunately, he did not see it. Then, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Dean Sin said, Goodbye. Second Master Jing smiled. Dean Sin looked at Gu Jiao. Let's go. The group of people brushed past the house of Duke's carriage. No one expected that the Duke in the wheelchair would suddenly have blue veins on his forehead. No one knew where he got the strength, but he suddenly threw the wheelchair at Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing was caught off guard. He fell out of the carriage and rolled on the ground. Coincidentally, he rolled in front of Gu Jiao's horse. Second Master Jing, who fell flat on his face, was speechless. Eldest brother, do you have to trick your younger brother like this? Gu Jiao looked at Second Master Jing strangely. Then, she looked at the Duke who fell out of the wheelchair. She saw the Duke who was unable to move in the carriage. Suddenly, his mouth twitched and his eyes slanted. It was as if he was saying, "I fell so miserable." Chapter 651. Everyone was stunned by the Duke's miserable state. Whether he fell or was miserable, they didn't understand at the moment. Their minds were filled with one thought. Wasn't the Duke unconscious? Did he get better? The news of the Duke falling and becoming a living dead wasn't a secret in the capital. All these years, in order to wake the Duke up, the Duke's residents had visited many famous doctors. It was said that not long ago, they even invited the disciple of divine Dr. Luo from Chun country to treat the Duke. Could it be that divine Dr. Luo's disciple was the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Gu Shaoshun didn't know anything about the Duke's residence and only thought that the Duke was an ordinary person. He stuck his head out of the carriage window to take a look and was speechless. Lu Lang, he fell so miserably. Do you want me to take a look at him? Ever since he found out that Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao had exchanged identities, in order to minimize the interaction with his original identity, Gu Shaoshun no longer called Gu Jiao brother-in-law and directly addressed him by his name. Guyan also stuck his head out of the window. Both of their heads were pressed together, and it was quite crowded. Guyan looked at the way the Duke looked at Gu Jiao and frowned in confusion. Gu Jiao got down from the horse. The others didn't know that Gu Jiao knew about medicine and were very surprised when they saw her walking towards the Duke. What was she doing? Second Master Jing regained his senses from the fall. He stood up like a carp and rushed up the horse carriage in front of Gu Jiao. Big brother, why did you fall? Let me help you up. Second Master Jing showed his powerful Qilin arm strength to his big brother, and then he received a death stare from his big brother. He didn't know what was going on. The Duke was helped back to the wheelchair by Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao wanted to get on the carriage. Second Master Jing stretched out his hand to stop her and asked sternly, "What are you doing here?" This stinking brat who would attack people at the drop of a hat was obviously a dangerous person. You must not be allowed to get close to Big Brother. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I'll take a look at him." Second Master Jing said angrily, "You quack. I won't let you treat my big brother." Second Master Jing received the second wave of death stares from his eldest brother. Second Master Jing resentfully rubbed his nose and whispered to his eldest brother, "Eldest brother, don't be afraid. I won't let him get on the carriage." Second Master Jing received the third wave of death stares from his eldest brother. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to speak. She only glanced at Second Master Jing. It was this seemingly casual glance that caused Second Master Jing's heart to involuntarily rise with the fear of being dominated by his brother-in-law. He cowered in a second. For young Master Qingchen's sake, I'll reluctantly let you take a look at my eldest brother. Gu Jiao got into the carriage. "Make way," Gu Jiao said to Second Master Jing. "You're blocking the light. This is my own carriage. Why should I? I'll make way. I won't bicker with you." Second Master Jing heroically jumped off the carriage. "You get off too." He pulled the coachman off the carriage. He made himself the scapegoat. "Shaoshun, give me the first aid kit," Gu Jiao said. Gu Shaoshun took out the first aid kit from her bag and agilely jumped off the carriage, handing it over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not bring her medicine box when she went out in case of emergencies. She brought a first aid kit with emergency medicine, a flashlight, and silver needles inside. Gu Jiao first took the Duke's pulse, then turned on the flashlight and shone it into the Duke's eyes. She used her body to block the light, so the others did not see what she was using to diagnose the Duke's illness. But looking at her posture, she really did look like a doctor. Mu Qing-chan frowned slightly and turned to look at Gu Yin in the carriage beside him. Xiao Lulang really knows medicine? Gu Yin leaned against the window and snorted, "He's really good." Then last time Mu Qing-chan thought of the situation when Gu Jiao went to the Duke's residence to treat the Duke's illness. She said that Mu Xian's silver needles were crooked. Could it be that she was right? If Mu Xian's silver needles were crooked, how good could her medical skills be? If her medical skills were not good, how could she make the Duke's illness better? In a flash, Mu Qingqian's mind had already thought of many things. Mu Chuan and the others were also very surprised. Mu Chuan's eyes widened. I didn't know that Xiao Lu also knows medicine. Xiao Lu. Gu Xiaoshuan's face was full of confusion. When did his sister have such a nickname? The Duke's pupils were equally big and reacted to the light source. His cornea's reflection was also normal. This showed that his face was not twitching unconsciously. Even if he was not completely awake, at least he was out of a deep coma. Last time when she bandaged him, he seemed to be able to react to the outside world a little through his fingers. But it was not as big as today's progress. Gu Jiao was sure that the Duke was getting better, although she was not sure if the reason for his improvement was Mu Xian's treatment or something else. But his physical functions and nerve reflexes were still very poor. This was the after effect of his brain injury. Gu Jiao could not say for the time being whether he could speak or whether he could completely recover. Gu Jiao put the used cotton swabs and silver needles into a separate pouch. After packing up the first aid kit, she planned to get off the carriage. As soon as she moved, she felt a slight tug. She looked back and saw that the Duke's trembling fingers had unknowingly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Speaking of which, it was strange. She was someone who could push the door latch off, yet she was pulled by such a weak force. She frowned strangely. Then she looked at the Duke and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" The Duke could not speak, so he just held on and did not let go. Gu Jiao checked him again. He was almost out of strength. His fingers were trembling, but he still used the last of his strength to not let go. Gu Jiao did not understand this phenomenon. Was it just an irregular muscle reflex? Gu Jiao thought about it and took out a candy from the first aid kit. She opened the Duke's palm and let him hold the candy. After the archery competition ended, the contestants left one after another. The spectators also left one after another. Xiaoheng did not like to squeeze with others. When the three female classmates suggested that they go back to the academy, he let them go first. "It's strange. You were so enthusiastic when you came. Why didn't you hurry to leave? Don't tell me. You're meeting someone behind our backs?" A female student gossiped. Xiaoheng did not look at her. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. The female student curled her lips. "Humph, still ignoring us. Forget it. Let's go. I thought we had a special relationship after sitting with her for a day. She doesn't like us at all." The three of them muttered and rolled their eyes as they walked down the stands. Little Jing Kong held the railing of the stands with his hands. His little head was in the gap of the railing, and he sighed. Jiao Jiao. He did not even talk to Jiao Jiao. He missed Jiao Jiao so much. But there were still 10 days before the holiday. Going to school was too cruel for children. When almost all the people left, Xiaoheng stood up. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked down. "Miss Gu, please wait." A maidservant caught up with him. This was the maidservant who had been accompanying Xiaoheng in the pavilion earlier. She didn't call out to Xiaoheng earlier, but did she call out to Xiaoheng later? She only called out to Xiaoheng after everyone had left. Xiaoheng did not believe that she had no purpose. Xiaoheng looked at her and asked with his eyes, "What's the matter?" The maid smiled and respectfully said, "My young master is actually here today, but he didn't show up in the stands. It's dinner time now, so my young master wants to invite Miss Gu to the lake to enjoy the lake's scenery of Xingdu." Xiaoheng signaled little Jing Kong with his eyes. Little Jing Kong bitterly took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoheng. They were the same as Gu Jiao Jiao's. Xiaoheng wrote, "Who is your master?" The maid replied with a smile, "Miss Gu, you'll know when you get there. Is it fun to go to the lake?" Little Jing Kong asked. The maid said with a smile, "It's fun. You can fish, enjoy the lanterns, and put lotus lanterns on the lake." Little Jing Kong's 2 little arms fluttered behind him. "I want to go. I want to go." Xiaoheng gave the little guy a look. "Oh, don't go. It's getting late. I should go back," he wrote. The maidservant was stunned. She didn't expect that even after her young master had revealed such extraordinary strength, this young Miss Gu would still be indifferent to him. She was a well-trained maid. She quickly came to her senses and said, "It's getting late. How about I arrange someone to send Miss Gu back to the academy?" It was only 2 steps to go back to the academy. Little Jing Kong hung on his thigh and said, "I can't walk anymore. Do you want to carry me?" Xiao Heng finally agreed to sit in the maid's carriage. He didn't know who that young master was to be able to reserve the best viewing platform and watch the entire competition without showing himself. He was even able to stealthily drive a seemingly inconspicuous but extremely luxurious carriage into the Lingbo Academy's field. Xiao Heng got down from the viewing platform. He was taken into the carriage before he could walk. The carriage was made of Phoebe, also known as dragonwood. It was said that Phoebe could last for thousands of years. Princess Xinyang liked to collect this kind of wood. The carriage was escorted by 4 guards. Xiao Heng could not tell the depth of their kung fu, but he felt that they were similar to the dragon shadow guards of the Zhao kingdom. So they were the men of sacrifice of the Yin kingdom, and they were very powerful. Little Jing Kong wasn't lying when he said that he couldn't walk. He had been playing all day and hadn't taken a nap. As soon as he got into the carriage, he fell asleep on Xiao Heng's body. The carriage went out of the academy. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the maid on the outside of the carriage call out exaggeratedly, "Young master?" Huh, this script was clumsy. Xiao Heng frowned and poked little Jing Kong's face. He was sleeping so soundly. "Master, why are you here?" The maid continued to act. Xiao Heng sat in the carriage and did not even lift his eyelids, let alone lift the curtain to greet the master. Ahem. The master cleared his throat. Maybe he gave the maid a look. The maid turned around and lifted the curtain slightly. She said to Xiao Heng, "Miss Gu, my master would like to see you." The gap between the curtain and the curtain was just enough for Xiao Heng to see the master in the brocade robe. It was also enough for the master to see the first beauty in the gauze dress. Xiao Heng was wearing a veil which covered a little of his face. He could vaguely see the outline of his face. Coupled with his pair of unparalleled eyes, it was obvious that he was devastatingly beautiful. Xiao Heng glanced at the other party indifferently and slammed the curtain down. The maid was so frightened that she knelt on the outside of the carriage. The master in the brocade robe did not get angry. He cupped his hands and smiled. "I was rude. Please forgive me, Miss Gu." Saying this, he stepped aside and gave the coachman a look, allowing the carriage to pass in front of him. The wheels of the carriage started to turn. A guard in brocade robe said, "My Royal Highness, she doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. You've already done so much for her. How dare she give you such a cold shoulder? I heard that she's just a citizen of the lower country." Royal Prince Ming smiled and looked at the departing carriage. He said confidently, "She's a beauty. It's inevitable that she's arrogant and willful. It's okay. I have plenty of patience." Their voices were not loud. An ordinary woman would not be able to hear them. However, Xiao Heng had excellent hearing since she was young. Xiao Heng's brows furrowed. This person was a royal prince? If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize him as the crown prince, Royal Prince Ming, who had appeared at Tianxiong Academy. "My royal prince." Another guard walked over. "You're back." Royal Prince Ming asked, "How's Nan Gonglin?" The guard reported in a low voice, "Nan Gonglin's condition is not good." After he returned, he kept saying that the boy from Tianxiong Academy was scheming against him. He asked for your help. Royal Prince Ming said thoughtfully, "Help me get rid of that boy. It's not a difficult task. However, he's Qingchen's classmate. Remember to keep your hands clean. Don't let Qingchen find out." The guard cupped his hands. "Yes, my royal prince." Xiao Heng suddenly knocked on the door. The maid asked, "Miss Gu, what can I do for you?" Xiao Heng took out a pen and paper and wrote, "I have something to say to your master." The maid's eyes lit up. She quickly asked the coachman to turn the carriage around. Royal Prince Ming was surprised to see the beauty's carriage return. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain of the carriage slightly and looked at Royal Prince Ming coldly. Being stared at by a beauty, even if it was just a cold gaze, was enough to make one's heart flutter. Royal Prince Ming smiled. Miss Gu, are you looking for me? Xiao Hong looked hesitant. Royal Prince Ming looked at the worry on the beauty's face and felt his heart clench. Miss Gu, are you in trouble? Xiao Hong hesitated for a moment and wrote, It's indeed a little troublesome. However, I don't know if I should say it. Royal Prince Ming said, Miss Gu, please say it. Xiao Hong looked conflicted and wrote, The young master of the Nan Gonglin family is always bothering me. Royal Prince Ming's face darkened. Nan Gonglin. Xiao Hong sighed, while the space between his brows seemed to be frowning, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and the hardships of his life. He wrote, Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The Nan Gonglin family is extremely powerful. I shouldn't have put the young master in a difficult position. However, it's just my hard life. Chapter 652. Some words should not be said too much and should be left blank. This way, the other party's imagination would be given space to continue to wander. After Xiao Hong finished writing the last sentence, he left in the carriage, leaving Commandery Prince Ming standing in place with a cold expression. Commandery Prince. The guard beside him called out, Are you all right? What can happen to me? Commandery Prince Ming said coldly. When the guard heard this, he knew that he was angry. The guard hesitated for a moment and said what he thought. Commandery Prince, what Miss Gu said may not be true. You can't believe everything. The guard did not dare to covet the #1 beauty of the Kanglin Women's Academy, so he could look at the problem from an objective point of view. Commandery Prince Ming did not think so. He glanced at the guard coldly and said, Do you mean that she is lying to me? The guard said, I just think that it is better to be cautious. Commandery Prince Ming snorted and said, She is just a weak woman from a lower country. She has no one to rely on in Chengdu. Would she dare to slander the Nangong family? Moreover, she is a girl. Would she speak without thinking to slander a man? Would she even disregard her reputation? A woman's reputation was greater than heaven. Commandery Prince Ming narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, Nangong Lin knows that I am interested in her, but he still dares to steal my woman. Very good, very good. The guard opened his mouth and said, Commandery Prince, why don't I go and check it out? Commandery Prince Ming snorted and said, Can you find out about Nangong Lin? He covets the woman this prince wants behind this prince's back. Does he have the guts to leave any traces behind? If Miss Gu had not told me today, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark. Commandery Prince Ming believed Xiao Hang's words for a reason. Apart from the 2 points he mentioned, the beauty had no enmity with Nangong Lin. Why would she frame him? This would not benefit her at all. In comparison, it was more likely that Nangong Lin would pester her. Even he, the dignified Duke of the Crown Prince's residence, was smitten by a beauty. Was Nangong Lin's willpower better than him? Or was his vision better than him? How could he not be moved by a beauty? Because of this, Commandery Prince Ming chose to believe in Xiao Hong. The guard had followed Commandery Prince Ming for a long time and naturally understood his personality. There were some things that Commandery Prince Ming was really clever, but there were also some things that he thought himself to be clever. He didn't waste his breath trying to persuade him any further. Then should I, as he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Commandery Prince Ming's eyes turned cold, and he said with disgust, What do you want? He would take revenge for his own vengeance. What does that have to do with me? The guard cupped his hands. Yes. The carriage stopped outside the gates of the Tsanglan Women's Academy. The maid gently lifted the curtain for Xiao Hong. Miss Gu has arrived. Xiao Hong got out of the carriage with a sleeping little Jing Kong in his arms. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He took out a written note and handed it to her. Please tell your young master that thank you. Gu Jiao and the others left the inner city. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Chuan and Mu Qingchen strangely and asked, Why are you two going back to the academy? Mu Chuan shrugged. I don't know. I followed fourth brother here. Mu Qingchen paused and said, I'm moving to the academy. Oh. Mu Chuan rubbed his sore neck. When he came to his senses, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his fourth brother. Fourth brother, what did you say? You're going to live in the academy? Mu Qingchun said seriously. The competition is coming. We'll waste too much time on the road every day. It's better to use it for training. The people of the Wuyue Academy are right. We can't win every match so easily. The reason why we were able to win today was largely because our opponent's skills were uneven. Su Ping's skill level was greatly lowered. As long as there were 2 members of the royal family in a team, our chances of winning would be reduced by half. Yes, Mu Qingchun is right. Wu Fuzi also urged his horse to walk beside the group of people. He said with great approval, there are still many powerful academies. Even if they don't have the royal family's Ju show, their power should not be underestimated if they cooperate well with each other. We have to step up our training. Will the next match be held at the Lingbo Academy? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Other than the Grand Preceptor Hall and the Palace, only the Lingbo Academy's field is perfect. It could be seen from the arrangement of the stands. How many more days? Gu Jiao asked again. 7 days. Wu Fuzi said, there will be other competitions in the next 2 days. If you have time, you can go and watch. But you can't delay your training. Does that mean I can delay my studies? Wu Fuzi choked. You can't say that. You can just do it secretly. In the carriage, Deanson pretended to be deaf. At dusk, the group arrived at the academy. Wu Fuzi wanted to analyze today's competition with everyone. Gu Jiao asked Gu Shaoshan to bring Gu Yin back first. The bowler team gathered at the field. School had already ended, but there were still many students gathered around the field. Everyone had heard that Tianxiong Academy had advanced to the next round, and they were all surprised. Tianxiong Academy had never won any bowler competition. It would be a lie to say that they were extremely disappointed, but it wouldn't be right to say that they didn't care either. When Gu Jiao and the others rode their horses and slowly walked into the field, they were greeted by everyone's gazes. Everyone was mainly shocked, and there wasn't any formal ceremony. But that moment of attention made the bowlers feel a long-lost glory. Mu Chuan straightened his back. Cough, cough. All right. You all go over there and wait for me. Wu Fuzi's old face was burning. The martial scholar had never had a chance to display his skills in the Literary Institute. This was also the first time he returned with glory. He was too excited. He only won the first match, and he already felt this way. He didn't dare to think about the next few matches. Deep breaths. Calm down. Wu Fuzi rode his horse over valiantly. Did our academy really win? We won. We won against the royal family's bowler. If I knew we would win, I would have gone to watch the competition. Me too. Outside the field, the students were all talking at once. They all regretted missing today's competition. How could they have expected their academy to win? They thought that they would be defeated as soon as they went on the field like the previous few times. I heard that many people from Wuyue Academy went. Is our academy the most embarrassing? There isn't even a single person cheering for us? It seems like it. Everyone blushed with shame. Wu Fuzi finished analyzing everyone's performance today and asked them to go back and rest well. They would come back for training tomorrow morning. What's going on today? When Gu Jiao led the horse back to the stable, Mu Qingchun stopped her. Gu Jiao turned around and asked in astonishment, what happened? Nan Gonglin, Mu Qingchun said bluntly. Gu Jiao didn't deliberately hide it. He was hit in the waist and abdomen. Half of his body was paralyzed, and he fell off the horse. Mu Qingchun frowned. He took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, are they here for you? At that time, Gu Jiao was relatively close to the crowd. Nan Gonglin was on the other side of Gu Jiao. Nan Gonglin questioned Gu Jiao on the spot while she bent over to grab the ball. It was too chaotic at that time. No one understood the strangeness of this sentence. Now that they thought about it, was there any direct relationship between Gu Jiao bending over to grab the ball and Nan Gonglin falling off the horse? He couldn't have been frightened by Gu Jiao's grab of the ball and fell off the horse, right? But if the other party wanted to make Gu Jiao fall off the horse, everything made sense. What happened to you? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchun was stunned. Bowing, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchun understood. It's not what Su Hao said. He didn't swear not to bow anymore because he had lost to anyone. Su Hao did see him lose to someone, but he was willing to admit defeat. Besides, he was happy to lose to that person. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue, Gu Jiao didn't force him. She led the horse back to the stable and handed it to the servant who took care of the stable. She turned and walked out. Mu Qingshun walked out with her. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Mu Qingshun suddenly spoke again. I once stayed in the manor for a period of time when I was young. That was when his mother left the Su family in a fit of anger after discovering Su Hao's existence. Su Hao was actually a mistress. His mother never knew that his father had a mistress outside. By the time she found out, Su Hao could already walk. It was a situation that even abortion medicine couldn't save. Su Hao was a day older than him. His mother had a difficult labor and only gave birth to him after 3 days. In the first 2 days of her life, his father was accompanying another woman to give birth. In order not to see his father, his mother kept moving. He went to Snow Cloud Villa when he was 9 years old. She was 6 years old when I first saw her, Mu Qingshun recalled. That childhood playmate. Gu Jiao thought of the ugly doll that fell out of Mu Qingshun's bag. She didn't see it clearly, but she could tell that it was quite ugly. Mu Qingshun nodded. I lived in the manor for 2 years. She lived in the villa next door. She liked to bow and always rode her date red pony to the foot of the mountain to look for people to bow. Later on, she left, and I never bowed again. This was the second time Gu Jiao heard him describe his childhood playmate as left. Is she no longer alive? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingshun paused, disappointment flashing across his eyes. Yes, she left when she was 8 years old. Before she left, she told me to take good care of her father. She also said that she would come back one day. Speaking of this, Mu Qingshun smiled bitterly. I really believed her at that time. I was so stupid. A dead person can't come back to life. I understood this later. But 9 years have passed, and I still can't help but wait. I just wait for the day when she can appear in front of me alive. Chapter 653. The weather changed quickly. Before Gu Jiao left the academy, heavy rain poured down. Mu Qingshun accompanied her to the gatehouse to hide from the rain for a while. No one spoke. Gu Jiao had always been a woman of few words. Mu Qingshun didn't say much either. But for some reason, he was willing to speak in front of Gu Jiao. But perhaps he recalled the sad past. After he finished talking about his childhood playmate, he didn't say a word until Gu Jiao left. When Gu Jiao returned home, night had completely fallen. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Madame made scallion pancakes. The whole courtyard was filled with crispy fragrance. Gu Xiaoshun had already described the exciting process of the boxing competition to Madame Nan, Master Lu, and Old Master Ming. It was different from the usual practice. The atmosphere on the field was difficult to describe with words. In short, it's very good. My sister is very good. Everyone in the family was very happy. Madame made a table full of delicious dishes. No one ate first. They were all waiting for Gu Jiao to come back. As soon as Gu Jiao entered the house, she saw her family sitting in the central room waiting for her. She looked at everyone and then at the dishes on the table. She didn't say anything like they didn't have to wait for her in the future. Instead, she said, I'll come back earlier next time. Madame Nan smiled. It's okay. It was raining heavily just now. You didn't get wet, right? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I hid from the rain at the academy for a while. Madame Nan said gently, Go wash your hands and eat. The water is here. The water is here. Gu Xiaoshun ran into the house with a basin of water. Gu Jiao washed her hands. I'll go and see Yin first. Madame Nan smiled. Okay. Gu Yin was exhausted after a whole day of watching the competition. He fell asleep as soon as he got home. Gu Jiao touched his forehead and checked his pulse. After confirming that there was no major deterioration, she got up and walked out. In the central room, Mistress Nan said to Gu Jiao, I've pickled some radishes. Next time you go to the inner city, bring them to Lulang and Jingkong. I put vegetable oil in them, so they can be eaten in Jingkong too. Gu Jiao said, Many thanks to Nan Shenyang. After dinner, Gu Jiao washed up and went back to her room to rest. Not only was Gu Yin exhausted, but she was also a little tired. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. That night, she fell asleep again. However, It was neither a large mansion nor a bustling street. Instead, it was at the back of a mountain range. She saw the young High Duke again. In fact, she could only see his back, but she recognized him. He wasn't alone. He was holding the hand of a little girl in plain clothes. The little girl was holding a red pony in her hand. In front of the two of them were more than 10 graves. On each grave stood a wordless monument. The sky was gray, and the cold wind whistled around them. The young duke said, "Eneen, come and kowtow to your grandfather and uncles. When you were born, they all held you. Your name was given by your first uncle. They all loved you very much. Why are there no names on the monument?" The little girl pointed at the wordless monument on the grave. The young duke said, "Because they can't write their names." The little girl asked, "Why? Did you lose their names?" The young duke said in a daze, "Yes, their names are lost. Eneen, when you grow up, can you find the names of grandfather and uncles?" The little girl said, "Okay, when I find them, I'll carve their names on the monument." The young duke looked into the distance. "Yes, carve their names on the monument. One day, the world will know that the people buried here are the sons of Xin Yuan, who protected the Yin dynasty." Gu Jiao woke up in the middle of the night. The dream faded again, but this time she remembered more things than last time. In addition to the duke, there were more than 10 graves with wordless monuments. Gu Jiao was puzzled. The appearance of the graves was strange, and so was the appearance of the duke. She just saw him in the day, and then dreamed of him at night. It couldn't be that she had set her sights on a good-looking man, could it? Gu Jiao scratched her eyebrows. "Am I cuckolding my husband?" In the duke's mansion, the lights were bright, and the servants were busy. Second Madam was sweating profusely from managing everything inside and outside. "Is the medicine that Miss Mu asked you to boil ready? Is the porridge for the second master ready? Give me the paper money. I'll burn it myself." The duke was sick and had a high fever that didn't subside. The entire duke's residence was in a complete mess. Even though Mu Ru Xin was treating the duke, the second madam still secretly burned some paper money for her ancestors to pray for her eldest brother's safety. The second master was like a frightened quail standing in front of his eldest brother's door. He did not know whether to enter or leave. Speaking of which, it was his eldest brother's fault that he fell sick. On the way back to the mansion, they met the courtesans parading the streets. He looked at them a few more times, which delayed the time to return to the mansion. As a result, there was a rainstorm. The carriage was drenched, and he and his eldest brother were drenched. His martial arts body could withstand it, but his eldest brother was in trouble. The second madam came back after burning the paper money. She glared at her husband. "It's all your fault." The second master said embarrassedly, "It's my fault, it's my fault." He really did not expect it to rain. If he knew earlier, he would not even look at the courtesans taking a bath, let alone the courtesans parading the streets. The second madam was angry at him, but she could not help but feel sorry for him. She said bitterly, "The porridge is ready. Eat some before coming back." The second master sighed, "I can't eat. I'll stay here and wait. I'll leave when eldest brother is fine." The second madam said, "It's useless for you to stay here. You won't be able to help Lady Mu." The second master thought for a while. Then, "I'll go kowtow to the ancestors." He turned around and left. The second madam looked at his back and helplessly shook her head. Inside the room, Mu Ru Xin was treating the duke. Sure, he did not like outsiders watching her treat a patient. Other than her, there was only a personal maid she brought from Chun country in the room. The maid knew a little about medicine, so she was her assistant, acting as a medicine boy. Three-edged needle. Mu Ru Xin sat by the bed and extended her hand to the maid. The maid handed over a brand new three-edged needle. The duke's high fever did not subside. Mu Ru Xin used the three-edged needle to pierce the China duke's deviate point and let out a few drops of blood. After that, she treated the duke's wound and turned him over to lie down. "Hurry up with the medicine. I already urged them, but they said it would be done soon." Mu Ru Xin did not say anything else. Waking her up in the middle of the night made her sleepy. Just as she planned to let the maid pour her a cup of strong tea to wake her up, she heard a weak voice. She frowned and looked at the Duke, who seemed to be talking in his sleep. She bent down and carefully listened to what the Duke was saying. "Young miss, is the Duke talking?" "Shoo." Muru Xin made a shushing gesture. After listening for a while, she sat up and said to the maid, "He seems to be calling a name, Inin." Muru Xin hesitated for a while before she took the Duke's pulse again and checked the temperature of his palm. Her finger was just about to touch his palm when the Duke grabbed it out of reflex. "Young miss." The maid was startled. The Duke called out that name, Inin. "Inin, the medicine is ready." The second madam personally walked over with the medicine. Just as she pushed the door open and entered the room, she saw her eldest brother grabbing Muru Xin. She paused in her steps. "Second madam." Muru Xin calmly greeted her and then pulled her hand out of his grasp. To be more precise, it was more like the Duke had taken the initiative to let go of her hand. He seemed to know that he had grabbed the wrong person. But the second madam was unable to see through these subtle movements. The second madam was stunned for a while before she walked forward with the medicine bowl. "The Duke's condition, how is it?" "I have already performed acupuncture on the Duke. Let's wait and see," Muru Xin said. "Ah." The second madam pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at the Duke's hand. Muru Xin explained, "I was taking the Duke's pulse just now." The maid hurriedly explained to Muru Xin, "It was the Duke who grabbed my young miss." The Duke kept pulling my young miss' hand and calling, "Inin." "Who is Inin? Don't mistake my young miss for someone else." "Shut up," Muru Xin said coldly. The maid shut her mouth. The second madam looked at the Duke before looking at Muru Xin. She said in disbelief, "Did the Duke really call you Inin?" Muru Xin frowned and nodded. From her point of view, it was indeed so. There was only her and the maid in the room, and the Duke only grabbed her to call Inin. "Put the medicine here first. I will go out for a while." After saying that, the second madam lifted her skirt and rushed to the small ancestral hall of the Duke's estate. Second Master Jing was kneeling on the ground and sincerely kowtowing to the old ancestors. "Don't kowtow, don't kowtow. I have something to discuss with you." The second madam dragged Second Master Jing out. "What is it?" Second Master Jing looked at her in confusion. The second madam's eyes brightened as she said, "Eldest brother spoke." Second Master Jing was very calm. "Didn't I tell you earlier that eldest brother knows how to call Inin?" The second madam said, "It's not that. Eldest brother just grabbed Miss Moo's hand and called Inin. He mistook Miss Moo for Inin." Second Master Jing waved his hand. "How is that possible? How many years has Inin been gone? Of course I know Inin isn't here anymore. But didn't eldest brother break this place?" The second madam pointed at her own head. "Perhaps he doesn't even remember." Second Master Jing shook his head decisively. "No, eldest brother won't forget." The second madam said, all right. I will treat it as eldest brother remembering. Let me ask you, did eldest brother's condition improve after Miss Moo came to our estate? Did eldest brother call Inin after Miss Moo saw him that day?" Second Master Jing kept recalling. "It seems that's right. Just now, eldest brother grabbed her and called her Inin." The second madam emphasized this matter again. "What do you want to say?" Second Master Jing asked. The second madam smiled mysteriously. "I want to say that eldest brother wants a daughter. Miss Moo and Inin are about the same age. If eldest brother really likes her, he can take her as his daughter." This. Second Master Jing hesitated. The second madam said, "Let Miss Moo call you father. Perhaps that will wake eldest brother up." Second Master Jing frowned. "Wait, didn't you say you didn't believe in talking to eldest brother? When Mu Qing Chen's classmate suggested it, you treated him as a quack and chased him out." The second madam said angrily, "Can't I believe it now?" Second Master Jing raised his brows. "Oh, then his 500 taels of medical fee wasn't in vain." The second madam respected the Duke's heart. Ever since she married into the Duke's estate, she hadn't been bullied or punished. If her maternal family encountered any problems, she didn't need to personally say anything. Eldest brother would take the initiative to ask second master to compensate her maternal family. She really hoped that eldest brother would wake up. But that girl might not be willing. Second Master Jing said. The second madam smiled. I will go and sound her out first. Soon, the second madam went to the Duke's room and called Mu Exin to the courtyard. She softly explained Enin's identity to her. She is my eldest brother's daughter. Mu Exin nodded. I see. The second madam smiled. You're about the same age as my eldest brother's daughter. You've been by my eldest brother's side these past few days. It must have made him think of his daughter. The Duke's family's daughter has a high status. Ru Exin doesn't dare to compare herself to her. No matter how arrogant Mu Exin was, she wouldn't compare herself to the daughter of an aristocratic family. You haven't asked about Miss Mu's mother? The second madam asked. Mu Exin said gloomily, My parents passed away early. It was my master who raised me. She really has a hard life. The second madam held her hand and patted it lightly. If Enin was still alive, she would be about your age. After the second madam left, a maid asked Mu Exin, Young mistress, what does the second madam mean? Why did she suddenly say so many strange things to you? Mu Exin looked at the hand the Duke had grabbed and said calmly, Who knows? The next day, a piece of news spread like wildfire in the Duke's estate. A few maids gathered in the garden to do some sweeping. The first maid said, Have you heard? The Duke wants to adopt Miss Mu as his daughter. The second maid said, Who did you hear it from? The first maid said, Don't worry about what I heard. Just tell me if you believe it or not. The second maid said, I don't believe it. The third maid came over. It's true. I heard it. The Duke held Miss Mu's hand and called out his daughter's name. The fourth maid also came over. The Duke is awake? The first maid said, He only wakes up when Miss Mu is with him. The second maid said, It seems that Miss Mu is going to be our Duke's family's daughter. She's a bit arrogant. I don't really like her. The first maid said, Do I need you to like her? It's enough that the Duke likes her. Gu Jiao didn't know anything about what happened in the Duke's estate. She had been training in the mornings and evenings and going to school during the day. She was extremely busy. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day. The next day was the second round of the archery competition. They didn't have any funds last time, so they could only stay at the academy. They had to get up early on the day of the competition. This time, the academy gave them a sum of money, and Wu Fuzi booked an inn in the inner city for them to stay there for the night. This way, they wouldn't have to get up early the next morning and waste their energy on the road. The contestants had to enter the venue early, but the audience didn't. Thus, Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshan would go the next morning. Principal Chen had a spacious and comfortable carriage to take care of them. The group entered the inner city in a grandiose manner. The inn that Wu Fuzi booked was called New Moon Inn. It was about 2 miles away from Lingbo Academy. After getting off the carriage, Mu Chuan saw the inn and complained, This place is very far from Lingbo Academy. Wu Fuzi coughed lightly. It's only 2 miles away. It's not far. We'll be there soon. The main reason was that the money given by the academy was only enough to book this inn. Recently, because of the archery competition, the prices of the nearby inns had all increased. This inn is so shabby, Mu Chuan said disdainfully. The young master of the Mu family, who lived in luxury, had never stayed in such a shabby inn even when his mother punished him to experience the hardships of the common people. Ahem. It looks shabby from the outside, but it's not bad inside, Wu Fuzi said as he stepped over the threshold. With a clang, the plaque in the lobby fell down. Wu Fuzi was speechless. Fourth brother, let's go home, Mu Chuan whispered to Mu Qingchun. Mu Qingchun glanced at Gu Jiao, who had already gone upstairs with her bag, and said indifferently, You can go back by yourself. After saying that, he also walked up the stairs. Hey, fourth brother, Wu Fuzi booked the best rooms for them. Each of them had a room on the 2nd floor. Even Wu Fuzi's room wasn't as good as theirs. Gu Jiao's room was between Mu Qingxin and Mu Chuan's room. Mu Chuan came over with his bag. Xiao Lulang, I'll switch rooms with you. He wanted to be next to his fourth brother. Gu Jiao didn't have any objections. Mu Chuan got his wish and stayed next to Mu Qingxin. When Mu Qingxin came over to find Gu Jiao, he saw Mu Chuan's face that deserved a slap. Mu Chuan smiled brightly and opened his arms. Fourth brother, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Mu Qingshun was speechless. They had dinner in the main hall. In order to ensure everyone's safety, Wu Fuzi tasted every dish to make sure it wasn't poisonous and harmless before asking the waiter to bring it out. They had to enter early tomorrow, so everyone went back to their rooms to rest after dinner. Wu Fuzi guarded the corridor and didn't allow anyone to come out for a walk. It was a little stuffy in the room. Gu Jiao opened the window to get some fresh air. Her room was facing the street. Standing by the window, she could see half of the night view of the street. Chengdu's night view was more prosperous than the capital of the Zhao kingdom. She quietly looked at the endless stream of people. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. The night was very dark and he was very far away, but she was sure that she didn't see wrong. She stared at his portrait countless times and pictured his expression in her mind. It was him, Nangong Li with a broken arm. Nangong Li had just come out of shop and stepped into the Nangong family's carriage. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes dangerously and jumped down from the second floor. Chapter 654. Right now, the night market was bustling. There were too many people and carriages on the street, so Nangong Li's carriage wasn't moving fast. This made it easier for Gu Jiao to follow him. Nangong Li had lost an arm and was seriously injured. It was said that he was about to die, but it looked like he was living well. Then, how did the rumor that he was about to die come about? What was the motive? Gu Jiao guessed that Nangong Li had failed his mission to assassinate Xiao Hong. In order to reduce his punishment, he pretended to be seriously injured. Who was the person who gave him this mission? Was it the head of the Nangong family or someone else? No matter what, Nangong Li wasn't innocent. Nangong Li's carriage first walked on a long street for a while, then turned right into a small alley. After passing through the alley, there was another relatively quiet street. This street mostly sold antiques and paintings. It wasn't as lively as the long street with the brothels and lanterns. But because there weren't many people, it increased the chances of Gu Jiao being exposed. Gu Jiao had no choice but to walk more lightly. Nangong Li's carriage stopped in front of an antique shop. The driver put down the footstool and helped Nangong Li down. Gu Jiao was hiding behind a pillar diagonally across the street. Earlier, on the second floor, it was too far and she couldn't see clearly. Now that she was closer, the light from the lanterns shone on Nangong Li's face. Gu Jiao found that Nangong Li's injury wasn't optimistic. His face was very pale, and his steps weren't as steady as they were in the country of Zhao. It seemed that Changjing's sword didn't just cut off his arm, it also damaged his foundation. It was impossible for him to recover. After Nangong Li entered the shop, Gu Jiao also arrived near the shop. She hesitated whether to go in directly or secretly climb up to the roof. She had seen Nangong Li before. She had seen him in person and in pictures, but she wasn't sure if Nangong Li had seen her before. She also wasn't sure if he had investigated her while investigating Xiao Lulang. If he hadn't, then it wouldn't matter if she went in openly. But what if Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes? She had come out in a hurry and hadn't changed her clothes. She was wearing the Tianxiong Academy's uniform. Forget it, let's climb the wall. Gu Jiao walked into the alley and climbed up the wall to the roof. The darkness of the night perfectly concealed her figure. She followed Nangong Li's voice and gently lifted a tile. Nangong Li sat on the main seat. Opposite him stood a man in his 50s dressed like a merchant. He looked like the shopkeeper of this shop. Gu Jiao was now at the 10th level of Yin Kingdom, so there was naturally no situation where she could not understand their conversation. She heard Nangong Li ask, "How's the situation over there?" The shopkeeper sighed. His Highness was very angry. He asked why he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Nangong Li said, "This is no small matter. One of my arms is gone." The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "General, you have worked hard and made great contributions." His Highness also said that General should recuperate well. "Humph, I'm afraid that if I wasn't so badly injured, His Highness would punish me, right?" His Highness was also angry. How could His Highness not understand your loyalty to His Highness? When Gu Jiao heard this, she more or less understood what was going on. The small matter that Nan Gongli was talking about should be the assassination of Xiao Hong. However, this matter didn't seem to be the Nan Gong family's idea. There was also a highness behind it. Only the great Yin royal family could be called a highness. Why did the great Yin royal family want Xiao Heng's life? Was Xiao Hong related to the great Yin royal family? Nan Gongli said impatiently. Okay, let's not talk about this. How's the investigation going? At present, it seemed that this shopkeeper had 3 identities. The first was the shopkeeper of this shop. The second was the informant of that highness. The third was Nan Gong Li's confidant. The shopkeeper said, a few years ago, the young master of the Dark Knight sect left home in a fit of pique with the old master. After that, there was no news of him. Those elders of the Dark Knight sect who went to the Zhao country should have gone to look for the young master. Who would have thought that they didn't meet the young master, but happened to save you? Nan Gongli frowned and said, I was unconscious at that time and couldn't tell them that the one who hurt me was the young master of the Dark Knight sect. When I woke up in the Nan Gong family, they had already left. Wait, wasn't it Chong Jing who hurt you? How did you become the young master of the Dark Knight sect? What was the Dark Knight sect? Gu Jiao was confused. The shopkeeper hesitated and said, Then, General, are you going to tell the Dark Knight sect about the young master? Nan Gongli snorted coldly. So what if I tell them? Will they be able to kill their young sect master to avenge me? The young master hurt me, but their protector also saved me. According to the old master's nature of protecting his children, he will definitely say that the merits offset the faults. He won't put justice before family. The shopkeeper sighed and said, The old master had a son at an old age. You don't know how much he cherishes this son. Naturally, he can't bear to punish him. Nan Gongli said coldly, But I can't let it go. The shopkeeper's face changed slightly. General, are you going to? Nan Gongli didn't continue. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Pay more attention to His Highness. Although I'm injured, I still have the military power in my hands. I'm still useful to His Highness. The shopkeeper smiled and said, The Nan Gong family is now the most powerful family in the military power. His Highness thinks highly of you. When you recover, we'll send someone to kill that boy. I know. Nan Gongli stood up lightly and accidentally pulled the wound on his broken arm. He gasped in pain and subconsciously raised his left hand to support himself. However, he accidentally knocked down a calligraphy and painting on the cabinet. The calligraphy and painting spread out on the ground. Gu Jiao took a closer look. It was a portrait of Xiao Hong. To be exact, it was a portrait of the #1 beauty of Songlan Academy. The beauty in the portrait was wearing plain silk and a translucent veil. She was indescribably beautiful. Nan Gongli had kidnapped Xiao Hong before and recognized Xiao Heng's face. Gu Jiao frowned slightly and clenched the silver needle in her hand. The shopkeeper bowed and rolled up the portrait. He said embarrassedly, It's a portrait of the beauty of the 6 countries. She's the new beauty of Songlan Academy. Nan Gongli wasn't interested and left without looking back. Gu Jiao took back the silver needle. Through the conversation just now, Gu Jiao confirmed 2 things. First, the great Yin imperial family wanted Xiao Heng's life. Second, her sweetheart Chong Jing was the young master of the Dark Knight sect. Did Marquis Xian Ping know that he kidnapped the precious son of the Dark Knight sect's master? If the master of the Dark Knight sect knew, he would probably chop him with a knife. After Nan Gongli left, Gu Jiao slowly put the tile back and jumped down. Nan Gongli originally only brought a coachman who knew martial arts, so it wasn't too difficult for Gu Jiao to follow him. However, after they left the pawn shop, a group of people suddenly came to pick up Nan Gongli. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment and decided to stop here today. Since she knew that this pawn shop was Nan Gong's stronghold, as long as she kept an eye on it, she would meet Nan Gongli again in the future. However, her plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Xiao Hong and little Jing Kong appeared nearby. Little Jing Kong was a little taller, and his original clothes were too short. Xiao Hong brought him here to customize his clothes. Coincidentally, the embroidery building was right opposite the pawn shop. Nan Gongli and Xiao Heng's carriages stopped at the side of the road. Little Jing Kong stuck his little head out of the window and looked around curiously. When Gu Jiao saw him, she was basically sure that Xiao Hong was also in the carriage. At this time, Nan Gongli also came to the street. As long as Xiao Hong got off the carriage, Nan Gongli would be able to see him. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. A jade-like slender hand reached out from the carriage. As if there was some kind of invisible attraction, Nan Gongli subconsciously looked at the carriage opposite. Little Jing Kong jumped down first. He was so tan that he looked like a little black egg. He blended into the night and didn't show his appearance. However, Xiao Hong was too eye-catching. Just as Xiao Hong bowed and walked out of the carriage, Gu Jiao suddenly picked up a small stone beside her feet and threw it at Nan Gongli. With a bang, a big bump appeared on Nan Gongli's head. The guard around Nan Gongli and the carriage surrounded him. "Protect the general," one of the guards said. With this distraction, Xiao Hong successfully entered the embroidery building. Nan Gongli glanced at the carriage but didn't see anything. At this time, his attention was no longer on the carriage that made him feel uneasy. His whereabouts were exposed. He covered the bump on his head and shouted, "Chase after them." Yes. 8 guards rushed forward and chased in the direction where the stone was thrown. Gu Jiao was still wearing the clothes of Tianqiong Academy. It was really not a good time to fight. She quickly retreated. The other party chased after her relentlessly and divided into 3 groups to surround her. Just as she passed by a small alley, a bony hand suddenly reached over, covered her mouth, and pulled her over. Because the force was too strong, she bumped into the other party's arms. She shook one of her arms, and a silver needle fell into her hand. "It's me." A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Gu Jiao pulled back her hand and turned to look at him. Mu Qingchuan looked around and confirmed that Gu Jiao recognized him. He used his Qing Gong to take Gu Jiao to a carriage at the other end of the alley. Nan Gongli's 8 guards surrounded them from different directions and finally locked onto the carriage. The coachman wasn't there. The guards exchanged vigilant looks with each other. One of them asked, "Who's in the carriage? Come out." Mu Qingchuan looked at Gu Jiao beside him and signaled her to open the secret compartment under the seat. Gu Jiao did as she was told and found a set of brand new women's clothes inside. From a style, it seemed to be Su Shui's. "If you don't come out, we'll take action," the guard said coldly. Gu Jiao put on Su Shui's clothes. To be honest, it was a little small, but it was barely enough to cover Tianqiong Academy's uniform. Mu Qingchun's original intention was to let Gu Jiao put it on directly. He didn't know that the person beside him was a woman, so naturally, he didn't think it was inconvenient for her to change. However, seeing Gu Jiao so stubbornly put it on, he didn't suspect anything. He just thought that Gu Jiao misunderstood his intention. He lifted the curtain a little to cover Gu Jiao and only revealed himself. Not everyone had seen young Master Qingchun before, but his clothes were extraordinary and he had an aristocratic aura. The guards were all stunned. Mu Qingchun revealed his identity. "I'm Mu Qingchun. Who are you?" "Oh, it's young Master Qingchun." The guard who had been clamoring before saluted. "Excuse me." Young Master Qingchun was famous in Sheng. Some people might not have seen him, but they would have heard of him. Mu Qingchun turned the tables. "Answer me. Who are you?" We. The guard hesitated. Nan Gongli was traveling in secret, and none of the guards were wearing the Nan Gong family's uniform. Naturally, the guard didn't dare to take the initiative to reveal Nan Gongli's identity. "They're my men." Nan Gongli's voice suddenly came from the other end of the alley. His carriage slowly drove over, and the guards made way for him. The carriage stopped 10 steps away, and the coachman opened the curtain for Nan Gongli. Nan Gongli sat in the carriage and looked at Mu Qingchun with dignity. That was if one ignored the big bump on his head. "Young Master Mu, long time no see." Mu Qingchun politely greeted him. "So it's General Nan Gong. I heard that General Nan Gong was seriously injured, but it seems that you've recovered well." It was a lie. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was enduring great pain all the time. Nan Gongli didn't beat around the bush. He said bluntly, "I'm chasing an assassin, but I lost track of him when I came here." "Did young Master Qingchun see him?" "No." Mu Qingchun said without a change in expression. Nan Gongli took a deep look at Mu Qingchun. There seems to be another person in young Master Mu's carriage. Nan Gongli was an expert, so it wasn't difficult for him to hear another breath in the carriage. Mu Qingchun said, "It's my third sister. She caught a cold and ran to the inn to see me. I was about to send her back home." "Oh." Nan Gongli was skeptical. Mu Qingchun lifted the curtain a little, revealing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao loosened her hair and used a hairband to tie it behind her head. She also wore a veil to cover the birthmark on her face, only revealing a pair of calm eyes. Mu Qingchun said to Gu Jiao, "It's General Nangong." He was implying that Gu Jiao should bow to Nan Gongli. But why would Gu Jiao bow to such a person? Gu Jiao looked at Nan Gongli and asked in her female voice, "What's the matter, General Nangong?" Her tone was a bit arrogant. Mu Qingchun almost choked. Nan Gongli had been observing Gu Jiao, so he didn't notice Mu Qingchun's surprise. The Su family status was higher than the Nangong family's. Although Nan Gongli was unhappy, he didn't suspect anything. In the end, he didn't see any flaws and left with his guards. After they left, Mu Qingchun looked at Gu Jiao as if he had seen a ghost. You just Gu Jiao changed back to her teenage voice and said without any guilt, "I like to listen to operas. I learned a little." Hearing the familiar teenage voice, Mu Qingchun breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he almost thought that his classmate was a girl. Mu Qingchun looked at her bright eyes and realized that his heart was beating a little fast. He calmed down and said, You shouldn't dress like this in the future. It'll make people misunderstand. And don't use that voice again." Gu Jiao said, "You asked me to change." Mu Qingchun choked. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and her long hair was loose. Her cold and beautiful eyes were infinitely enlarged in his eyes. Mu Qingchun didn't dare to look at her anymore. He quickly changed the topic and asked, "Why did General Nangong say that you were an assassin? Did you really assassinate him?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I just threw a stone at him." Mu Qingchun was puzzled. "Why?" Gu Jiao said fiercely, "Because his son bullied me. I'm angry." Mu Qingchun. Chapter 655. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Mu Qingchun couldn't refute this reason. It wasn't harmful to cause a big bump, but it was very insulting. Mu Qingchun asked, "Since you know he is General Nangong, how dare you throw stones at him?" Gu Jiao said, "Is a general that great?" Mu Qingchun sighed. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. When a military power of the Xianyuan family was divided into four, the Nangong family occupied the majority. Although the Nangong family was not one of the top 10 families in Chengdu, it was only because of its foundation. In terms of military power, the Nangong family was already far ahead. Mu Qingchun thought of something and asked again, "By the way, how did you know he is General Nangong?" Gu Jiao said, "I didn't know at first, but I heard him talking to someone. He said that his son fell off the horse and was injured during the shooting competition, so I guessed it." Mu Qingchun no longer doubted anything. Gu Jiao felt it was a pity that she didn't bring any weapons or hidden weapons to the competition. If she had the black fire pearl, she would have blown Nangongli into a pig's head. Mu Qingchun turned his head and saw Gu Jiao frowning as if she didn't perform well. He suddenly didn't know what to say. The coachman who was sent away by Mu Qingchun came back with a stick of candied haws in his hand. "Young master, there are no delicious snacks nearby, so I only bought candied haws." The coachman handed the stick to Mu Qingchun. Mu Qingchun didn't really want to eat candied haws. In his opinion, candied haws were something that only girls and children liked to eat. He was about to let the coachman take it away when he suddenly thought of something and handed the stick of candied haws to Gu Jiao. "Here." "Oh, thank you." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. On the way back to the inn, Gu Jiao ate the stick of candied haws without hesitation. In case Nangongli counterattacked, she didn't take off her woman's clothes, but only took off her veil. Mu Qingchun looked out of the window on the other side, occasionally glancing back at her. The way she chewed on candied haws was somewhat similar to Su Shui's. Mu Qingchun frowned. What was he thinking? Xiao Lulang was a man. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingshun both escaped through the window. At that time, the peddlers downstairs had not arrived yet. Now there was a long queue, so they had to go back to the inn through the main entrance. Wu Fuzi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw the two people coming over from the staircase. "What did you two go out? I've been waiting here for a long time." Wu Fuzi exploded. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao said, "Yeah, I just walked around." Wu Fuzi clenched his fists and glared at Mu Qingshun. "What about you?" Mu Qingshun glanced at Gu Jiao and said, "I just accompanied him for a walk." Wu Fuzi was so angry that he fell backwards. No wonder he was a freshman who got 2 demerits in 10 days. He ran around as soon as he arrived and led an excellent student like Mu Qingshun astray. The competition was imminent, so it was impossible to punish him. Wu Fuzi secretly remembered this. "If you don't win tomorrow, I'll double the punishment when we return to the academy." The two went back to their respective rooms. Mu Qingshun wanted a rest, but he could not fall asleep when he thought of what happened just now. He had a feeling that Xiao Lulang was hiding something from him. It was a strange feeling, as if he was caught in a fog. The truth was behind the fog, but he could not get rid of it. Mu Qingshun decided to ask his classmate again. Wu Fuzi was guarding the door. Wu Fuzi would not stop him from visiting openly. However, for some reason, Mu Qingshun chose to sneak in through the window. He could not explain why. He hooked the window frame with one hand and jumped onto the roof. He walked past Mu Chuan's room and jumped into Gu Jiao's room through the window. However, Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Yes, Gu Jiao had gone out again. It was impossible for her to stay in her room, not in this lifetime. However, this time, Gu Jiao was more careful than the first time. Even Mu Qingshun, who was highly vigilant, was not alarmed. Mu Qingshun furrowed his brows. Why did he suddenly have a feeling of unhappiness? Gu Jiao used the same method. She climbed onto the roof from the window and jumped into the alley. She returned to the pawn shop. Nangong Li's guards had already left. The pawn shop was deserted as usual. Only a few pedestrians passed by occasionally, but not many people went in to inquire. However, Gu Jiao's attention was not on the pawn shop, but on the embroidery building opposite. The carriage was gone. Gu Jiao tilted her head slightly and continued to walk towards the other side. She took off the Tianxiong Academy uniform and put on a nocturnal suit that was easy to hide. Just as she arrived at the door of the embroidery building, a carriage suddenly drove over and stopped beside her. The person in the carriage did not speak, but a corner of the curtain was blown up by the night wind. A familiar aura drifted over faintly. Gu Jiao jumped into the carriage almost without thinking. There was an adult and a child in the carriage. There was no light. The child was so sleepy that he fell asleep in someone's arms. However, the adult was in high spirits, without a trace of tiredness. Gu Jiao sat down beside him. "Why haven't you left yet?" Xiao Hung faintly curled his lips. "What about you? Why are you back?" "Waiting for you. Looking for you." One did not know that she would come back. The other did not know that he had not left. However, they still came here together. "Nangongli didn't see you, right?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." When Gu Jiao threw a stone at Nangongli, Xiao Hung felt that something was wrong. He did not look back. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked quickly into the shop. In fact, he did not see Gu Jiao. He only saw Nangongli. However, he knew that except for Gu Jiao, no one would divert Nangong-Li's attention. "Are you hurt?" Xiao Hung asked. "No." Gu Jiao said, "It didn't catch me." Xiao Hung looked at Gu Jiao up and down with the help of the thin moonlight and the candlelight on the street. He opened her palm and slid his fingertips gently to see if there were any hidden wounds. After confirming that there were no wounds, he said, Then, he did not withdraw his hand. He just held Gu Jiao's small hand and rubbed her palm with his fingertips to comfort her. A girl's hand was always soft, small, and slender. He could completely cover it with his big palm. Gu Jiao looked at the hand he was holding and felt the intimacy he inadvertently revealed. She knew what had happened to her. This was a pair of hands stained with blood. They had dug through mountains of corpses and bones and taken people's heads. His hand was clean. It was so clean that Gu Jiao did not even want to let a speck of dust touch it. At this moment, this clean hand clasped hers tightly, as if he wanted to pull her out of the sea of corpses and blood. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's sleep-talking broke the temporary silence in the carriage. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand from Xiao Heng's grasp and touched little Jing Kong's back. She found that he was sweating. She took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said to Xiao Heng, two things. Xiao Heng looked at her retracted hand and frowned imperceptibly. Gu Jiao said, "The people who want to kill you are the royal family of the Yin dynasty." The royal family of the Yin dynasty? Xiao Heng looked thoughtful. Also, Gu Jiao continued, Chong Jing is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. She is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. This news was shocking. Xiao Heng always thought that Chong Jing was just an ordinary secret guard. What is the Dark Knight sect? Gu Jiao wanted to ask for a long time. It's an assassin organization that doesn't belong to any country. Xiao Heng didn't know much about it. He paid more attention to the affairs of the imperial court and only heard about it occasionally in Jianghu. Soon, the carriage stopped at the door of the inn where Gu Jiao and the others lived. In fact, Gu Jiao did not say where she lived after getting on the carriage. However, if a person really wanted to know, he or she could find out about Tianxiong Academy by any means possible. Therefore, there was no such thing as being powerless in this world. It was just a matter of whether you put your heart into it or not. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who sent Xiao Heng. When they were in the countryside, she walked dozens of miles to send him to the town to study. After they came to the capital, she always sent him to the Imperial College and Hamlin Academy. Gu Jiao was not used to being suddenly sent back by Xiao Heng. She pulled her little ears and said, "Then, I'm leaving." Xiao Heng gently tugged at her sleeve and said, "You're leaving just like that?" Gu Jiao, who could kill a cow with a hammer, was pulled by someone's slender fingers. She looked over in confusion and said, Xiao Heng raised his head. The moonlight fell on his handsome, jade-like face. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Aren't there two things? What's the other thing?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "The mastermind behind this is the great Yin royal family. Chong Jing is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. These are two things." Xiao Heng looked at her with a faint smile and said, "These are all information. Telling them information can only be considered one thing." Could he be so serious about words? Xiao Heng's fingertips slid down her sleeve and grabbed her slightly cold fingers. He gently hooked them and stood up. The carriage was not very high, so he could only bend down. He held Gu Jiao's hand with one hand and supported himself with the other by Gu Jiao's side. He pressed down on Gu Jiao. His unique aura suddenly enveloped Gu Jiao. A ray of moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains and shone on his eyes. She used to think that Jing Kong was an eyelash demon. Now that she looked at it carefully, she realized that Xiao Heng was one too. Gu Jiao was stunned again. Xiao Heng was angry and amused at the same time. He had mustered up so much courage to do such a shameless thing, but she only cared about admiring his face. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and stared at him without blinking. Xiao Heng raised the hand that was playing with her fingertips and gently pinched her chin. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you remember the other thing?" After his voice had completely changed, Xiao Heng's voice became more and more pleasant. It was young, clean, and had the attractive charm of a mature man. Gu Jiao's little soul was hooked away. Xiao Heng laughed softly and lowered his body. "Gu Jiao, remember, this is only the second thing." With that, he tilted his head slightly and kissed her lips in the carriage. The next day, the people from Tianxiong Academy rode their horses to Lingbo Academy after breakfast at the inn. The archery field was already surrounded by people who had come to watch the competition. The seats in the stand were basically all reserved. What was different was that Gu Jiao actually found a small area of blue and white among the colorful uniforms. Were the students from Tianxiong Academy coming to watch the competition? There weren't many people, only a dozen or so. They seemed especially weak among the hundreds of people in the academy. Wu Fuzi was very excited. It's our academy's students. Our academy students are also here. After so many matches, this was the first time someone from his own team was watching. Wu Fuzi was so happy that tears almost came out his eyes. Zhong Ding and Zhou Tong waved at them. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingshen had already urged their horses to go to the pavilion. Mu Chuan waved at them enthusiastically. Zhao Wei had a stomachache last time and didn't go on stage. This time, he was extra careful. His archery skills were better than Mu Chuan's. If he went on stage, Mu Chuan could only be a substitute. Fortunately, Mu Chuan didn't have any objections. After drawing lots, Wu Fuzi said, "We're in the third round again." Mu Chuan hurriedly said, "The third round is good. I didn't wake up in the first round, and the following rounds were too hot." Wu Fuzi agreed. "Yes, the third round is the best round in the morning. We were lucky twice in a row." Only Gu Jiao frowned. She seemed to be dissatisfied. "What's wrong?" Mu Qingshen asked. "Nothing." Before Xiao Hung left last night, he told her that he was going to investigate something this morning. Mu Qingshen glanced at Gu Jiao, and his eyes fell on her neck. "Don't you turn off the mosquito net when you sleep?" "Yes." Gu Jiao pulled her collar without changing her expression. Mu Chuan continued to ask Wu Fuzi, "Which academy will we be fighting against?" Wu Fuzi said, "Pingyang Academy." The competition lasted for 2 days, and Pingyang Academy was on the second day. They didn't see Pingyang Academy's performance, but they were able to make it to the second round. Gu Jiao saw that Mu Qingshen pursed his thin lips and didn't say a word. She asked, "What's wrong? Is this academy difficult to fight against?" Mu Qingshen thought for a moment and said, "Pingyang Academy is one of the few academies that is good at both civil and martial arts. Their fencing teacher used to be the best fencer in the royal family. Su Ping was taught by him. After he was injured, he couldn't fence anymore, so he went to the academy to become a teacher." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before adding, "Their overall level is very high, and their coordination is excellent. No fencer in Pingyang Academy could be as good as Su Ping, but the basic strength of a team was often determined by the weakest one, not the strongest one. Su Ping was good, but Nangong Lin and the other two couldn't keep up with his pace. He couldn't lead the 3 of them by himself." Mu Chuan said bitterly, "Fourth brother, I've never heard you praise anyone, but you just praised them twice. Do you mean we're going to lose?" Yuan Shao said, "Don't belittle yourself before you even fight." Zhao Wei said, "I agree." Mu Chuan muttered, "Is this a matter of agreement or not? It's a matter of losing miserably." Gu Jiao asked casually while wrapping the bandage around her wrist, "By the way, what's the reward for winning the fencer competition? You don't know?" Mu Qingshen looked at her strangely. "I don't know." No one had told her. Mu Qingshen frowned and looked away. "I thought you were going for the reward. If you get third place, you can have a piece of inner city talisman. The second place will get 1,000 taels of gold." Gu Jiao's bandaged hand paused. Gu Changqing fought desperately at the border, and the Emperor of Zhao Kingdom only rewarded him with 1,000 taels of silver after he came back. Was the Emperor of Yin Kingdom so generous? "What's the reward for the first place?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingshan said with some reverence, "The first place will have the opportunity to enter the palace to meet the Emperor." Gu Jiao entered the battle mode in a second. "How many matches do we have to play until the last round?" Mu Qingshan was stunned by her sudden fighting spirit. He said, "Including today, if we don't lose a single match, there will be 3 matches left. But who could guarantee that they could play until the last match?" "Fight!" Gu Jiao grabbed the cue stick and walked out valiantly. Chapter 656. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. Tianxiong Academy had successfully defeated Qingwei Academy in the last round, which was quite impressive. They were looking forward to the duel between Tianxiong Academy and Pingyang Academy. They wondered what kind of tricks the freshmen would play this time. Mu Qingshan was the leader. Last time, Mu Chuan and Yuan Shao followed him, and Gu Jiao was his tail. Today, Mu Chuan was a substitute and replaced Zhao Wei. However, Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao both gave the second place to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It didn't make any difference to her whether she was second or fourth. As soon as Mu Qingchen entered the arena, all the girls in the stands became excited. They were in ancient times where etiquette was very strict. If they were in modern times, Gu Jiao would probably hear a lot of girls calling him hubby. Young Master Qingchen, young Master Qingchen. There was really a bold girl who shouted at Mu Qingchen. Anyway, she was wearing a veil, so no one could recognize her. Her shout was like an opening, and the people around her also waved their handkerchiefs and shouted. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You have so many fangirls. In fact, there were already enough fangirls last time. After winning the archery competition, Mu Qingchen's popularity soared again, and many girls who didn't belong to him came through the back door to watch him perform archery. Amidst the cheers of young Master Qingchen, Gu Jiao actually heard someone call out young Master Xiao. Obviously, Mu Qingchen heard it too. When he was called young Master Qingchen, Mu Qingchen didn't even bat an eyelid. However, when Gu Jiao was called young Master Xiao, he couldn't help but turn his head to look in that direction. There was a sea of people, so how could he see who was calling? Wherever his gaze swept across, the young ladies all clutched their chests. They were about to faint. Young Master Qingchen was looking in their direction. Did he hear them calling him? He didn't look anywhere but at them. Is young Master Qingchen looking at me? I think he's looking at me. It was me. Mu Qingchen's action was just a subconscious one. When he realized it, he frowned slightly and quickly looked away. Gu Jiao, on the other hand, glanced at the crowd a few more times. Oh, where are her fangirls? It was gone after a single cry. Its combat power was too weak. Xiao Heng had something to do in the morning, so he didn't come, but the grandstand he used last time was still reserved for him. The 3 students of the Azure Water Women's Academy were sitting in their respective seats with smiles on their faces. The seat closest to the front was reserved for the number 1 beauty. Thanks to the blessing of the number 1 beauty, they could once again comfortably watch bowls in the shady pavilion. The people next door were still from the public house. Second Master Jing sat upright on the cushion, while Second Foreign sat beside him in a dignified and elegant manner. Second Madam smiled and poured a cup of fruit wine for Second Master Jing. She said gently, "Didn't my husband want to come and watch the bow? Why aren't you saying anything?" Second Master Jing was as still as a bell. "Don't you know why I'm not saying anything? I can't even watch the beauty," he muttered softly with hidden bitterness. "What did my husband say?" Second Madam didn't hear him clearly. Second Master Jing's eyelids drooped helplessly. "Nothing. I'm just worried about eldest brother." Second Madam turned her head to look at the Duke beside her. "With Miss Mu here, eldest brother will be fine." The Duke sat in a wheelchair with Mu Ru Xin by his side. Originally, Second Madam didn't plan to bring the Duke to watch the bow competition. After all, he had just recovered from his cold and needed to rest. However, Mu Ru Xin said that it would be good for the Duke's condition to move around. The Duke stared at the bow without blinking. Mu Ru Xin wasn't sure if he was conscious, but she still smiled and asked, "Duke, do you like to watch the bow competition?" The Duke couldn't answer. Mu Ru Xin continued, "I heard that Madame Jing is good at the bow competition." Madame Jing, Jing Yin's birth mother, was the eldest daughter of the Xian Yuan family. The children of the Xian Yuan family were all highly skilled in martial arts. Riding and shooting was nothing difficult for them. The Duke's face seemed to twitch slightly. When Mu Ru Xin looked at the Duke again, he was gone. "Young miss, this is the spring water you wanted." The maid passed a porcelain bottle filled with spring water to Mu Ru Xin in high spirits. It said that Ling Bo Academy had a natural spring water that is drawn down from the mountain using a water wheel. "Young miss, quickly taste it. Is it sweet?" Mu Ru Xin glanced at her and took the porcelain bottle. "I know. I'll drink it later." The maid smiled and lowered her eyes before retreating to Mu Ru Xion's side. "Aya, Mr. Qing Chun is here." A female student from Songlan Academy couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Mu Ru Xian had seen Mu Qingchen up close in the Duke's residence before, but she wasn't as excited as them. She inadvertently glanced at the Duke and noticed that he seemed to be very excited. His fingers, which were placed on the armrest, trembled slightly. His empty eyes seemed to have regained their spirit. This was the third round of the competition. The Duke hadn't been like this in the previous 2 rounds. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have asked about anything other than the treatment. However, it was different now. Her position in the Duke's heart was getting higher and higher, and it might even be higher in the future. Naturally, she was more confident than before. She turned her head and looked at Second Master Jing and his wife on the other side. She asked, "Second Master Jing, Second Madam, are Mr. Qing Chun and the Duke old friends?" Of course, they were old friends. Otherwise, Mu Qing Chun wouldn't have brought a doctor over to treat the Duke. The reason Mu Ru Xian asked this question was because she wanted to know more about the 2 of them. There wasn't anything that couldn't be said. Second Master Jing said, "When Yin was young, my eldest brother brought her to live in the Snow Cloud Manor for a period of time. Mu Qing Chun happened to live in the manor next door. Mu Qing Chen's handwriting was taught by my eldest brother." "I see." Mu Ru Xian nodded. It was no wonder the Duke had such a reaction when he saw Mu Qing Chun. He probably saw Mu Qing Chun as his favorite student. Mu Ru Xian couldn't help but look at Mu Qing Chun again. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao rode her horse over from behind. Mu Ru Xian immediately saw her face. "Why is it him?" Mu Ru Xian looked at Second Master Jing in disbelief. "Second Master Jing, didn't you tell me that you beat him so badly that he couldn't get out of bed? You even compensated him with 500 taels. Look at him now. Does he look like he was injured before?" Second Master Jing instantly choked. "Fuck, I forgot about this. Last time, Mu Ru Xian's arm was dislocated by Gu Jiao. Mu Ru Xian used the excuse of treating the Duke's illness to force him to capture that brat. Who would have thought that not only would he not be captured, he would also lose 500 taels. He lost face and naturally wouldn't admit it. He could only say that he originally wanted to capture him, but that brat wouldn't comply no matter what. He didn't control his strength and ended up crippling him. Second Madam also looked at Second Master Jing. "That's right. That's what you also told me." Second Master Jing coughed lightly and looked at Gu Jiao, who was practicing on the field. He said seriously, I did beat him up." Who told him to recover so quickly? In order to divert attention, he stood up and went behind his eldest brother's wheelchair. Eldest brother likes to watch Mu Qing Chun hit the bow, right? Come. Let's go and watch." After saying that, he decisively pushed his wheelchair to the side of the railing. After the players from Tianqiong Academy were in position, the players from Pingyang Academy entered the field from the other side of the track. All 4 of them were dressed in black and held golf clubs in their hands. Their eyes were piercingly cold as they rode on tall horses. The aura of the 4 people and 4 horses was too strong. It was as if a strong, murderous aura had shrouded the entire field in an instant. Zhao Wei suddenly touched his arm. "What's wrong?" "Yuan Xiao, don't mention it." He also felt cold. Gu Jiao was still playing with her golf club. When she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar, she raised her head slightly. At this moment, the 4 students from Pingyang Academy had already arrived in front of them. She clearly felt that except for Mu Qing Chen's horse, her, Zhao Wei, and Yuan Zhao's horses all shivered and retreated a few steps. The game hadn't even started and the horses were already scared. Gu Jiao frowned. The leader of the students from Pingyang Academy glanced at them. His eyes lingered on Gu Jiao's face for a while, but finally, he looked at Mu Qing Chun and said with a confident smile, "I watched the game last time. Indeed, you have some tricks up your sleeves. However, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky this time." Mu Qing Chun said indifferently, "You forced the Han family to send out the Black Wind Cavalry. It's enough to show how much you fear Tianqiong Academy." Gu Jiao caught 2 key words: the Han family and the Black Wind Cavalry. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. He tightened the reins and turned his horse around. "Let's see who will win." "The Han family?" Gu Jiao turned to look at Mu Qing Chun. To be able to become one of the 4 great families of Chengdu, every disciple of the family is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Back then, Mu Qing Chun paused. There were some things that he didn't know whether he should say or not, but when he saw Gu Jiao's thirsty eyes, he sighed and said it. After the Xianyuan family's rebellion failed, the military power was divided into 4 families. The Nangong family had the most, followed by the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. It's worth mentioning that the Xianyuan family's cavalry was assigned to the Han family, which is the Black Wind Cavalry. In order to ensure the strength and purity of the bloodline, the breeding of the Black Wind Cavalry is very strict. Of course, the training is stricter. Gu Jiao grunted and looked at his mount. She asked, "Why isn't your horse afraid?" Mu Qing Chun stroked his horse's head to comfort it. "It's not that my horse isn't afraid. It's just that I've stabilized it with my internal energy." Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qing Chen's horse and then looked at the 3 horses that were trembling. "So, when we go on the field later," Mu Qing Chun took a deep breath and said, "Let's leave it to fate. In this world, there was no horse that was more valiant and good at fighting than the Black Wind Cavalry. Just like how there would be pressure between experts, it was the same for horses. Wherever the Black Wind Cavalry appeared, tens of thousands of horses would retreat. On the spectators' stand, many people who had seen the Black Wind Cavalry before felt sorry for the Tianqiong Academy. It's over, it's over. It's all over now." Second Master Jing looked at the small figure on the field whose aura was similar to his brother-in-law's and sighed helplessly. "Why is it over?" Muru Xian walked over and asked in confusion. She was from the Chun Kingdom and didn't understand the political affairs of the Yin Kingdom. Second Master Jing pointed at the mounts of the Pingyang Academy and said, "Do you see those horses? Those aren't ordinary horses. They are the Black Wind Cavalry." Hearing the Black Wind Cavalry, Muru Xian was shocked speechless. It was rumored that the Xianyuan cavalry was valiant and good at fighting. 10,000 of them could conquer a city, and 100,000 could conquer a country. They relied on the invincible Black Wind Cavalry of the Xianyuan family. It was rumored that this kind of horse was more ferocious and domineering than ordinary war horses. They were known as the men of sacrifice among horses. "Is it necessary to have a match?" Second Master Jing muttered. He knew clearly whether it was necessary or not. The Han family and the Mu family didn't get along well with each other. The young master of the Han family probably wanted to trample Mu Qingshun under his feet. That was why he sent out the Black Wind Cavalry. Sigh. Second Master Jing grabbed his collar impatiently. "Annoying. I don't want to watch anymore." Wait, what was he annoyed about? Wasn't it exactly what he wanted when that Brat's Academy lost? Second young Master Jing smirked and stared at the boxing field with his bright and spirited eyes. The gong sounded and the match officially started. The first ball was from the Tianqiong Academy. As the team leader, Mu Qingshun personally kicked the ball to stabilize the team's morale. He shot the ball in the direction of Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao had already understood his intention and was ready to receive the ball. However, before he could swing his club, the horse under him jumped in fright and almost threw him off the back of the horse. When he stabilized himself, the ball had already been snatched away by the students of the Pingyang Academy. The horses of the Tianqiong Academy couldn't outrun the Black Wind Cavalry. Once the people of the Pingyang Academy got the ball, there was basically no room to maneuver. This feeling was a bit like riding an electric scooter to chase a Lamborghini. Could she catch up with it? At the end of the first section, the Pingyang Academy got 3 flags, and the Tianqiong Academy didn't. At the end of the second section, the Pingyang Academy got 3 more flags, and the Tianqiong Academy got 1. Mu Qingshun attacked from afar. At the end of the third section, the Pingyang Academy got 4 flags, and the Tianqiong Academy got 1. Gu Jiao attacked from afar. "If this goes on, we'll definitely lose, right?" Zhong Ding whispered in the stands of the Tianqiong Academy. Zhou Tong looked tense. "I believe in Xiaolu Lang." Another student said weakly, "It's mainly because the horses of the Pingyang Academy are too fast and fierce." After the 4 sections, the first half ended. The score was 12-2, and the Tianqiong Academy got 2 flags. It was over. They had no chance at all. They had finally regained their confidence and came to watch a match, but they were about to lose completely. The students of the Tianqiong Academy hung listlessly on the railings like eggplants that had been hit by frost. In the waiting room, Wu Fuzi was so angry that his hair stood on end. Why did they use the Black Wind Cavalry? This is too much. Isn't it obvious that they are bullying us? They used ordinary horses in the last section. The horses of the aristocratic families were not ordinary, but depended on who they were compared to. In front of the Black Wind Cavalry, 10,000 horses could kneel. Wu Fuzi could not take this lying down. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "No, I'll go and reason with their dean. You're allowed to steal the skills on the spot, but we're not allowed to use the Black Wind Cavalry." A mocking voice sounded at the door. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. It was the Pingyang Academy's young master Han Che. He crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe. He smiled and said, "Did our academy break the rules?" Wu Fuzi was completely speechless with this sentence. Yes, there was no rule that forbade the use of the Black Wind Cavalry, but that was because the person who made the rule did not expect that one day someone would ride the Black Wind Cavalry to attack the bow. You're using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Is this how you use the Black Wind Cavalry? Han Che smiled contemptuously and said, "See you in the arena." Wu Fuzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. He turned to Gu Jiao and said, "Xiao Lulang, your horse can't be used anymore. You have to change to another one. The academy's horses are all in the stables. Do you want to pick one, or should I?" Gu Jiao's attack was the fiercest when she was blocking Pingyang Academy's path. Her horse was also the most frightened. On one hand, it was the pressure from the Black Wind Cavalry, and on the other hand, it was the threat from its master. Gu Jiao said, "I'll go." "That's true. It's all the same." There was no horse in the stables that was not afraid of the Black Wind Cavalry. The stables of the various academies were separated. There were guards outside the stables, and each academy's members could only enter their own stables. Tianqiong Academy's stables were the innermost. Gu Jiao walked forward. As she walked, she suddenly felt a small black shadow flash past her. She tilted her head and frowned slightly. In the next second, the small black shadow flashed past her again. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and walked a few steps forward. When the small black shadow flashed past her for the third time, she decisively reached out her hand and caught the small black shadow. The small black shadow was lifted and hung in the air. Gu Jiao took a closer look and was instantly stunned. Jing Kong. She always used a teenage voice when she spoke outside, but little Jing Kong was familiar with her teenage voice. Little Jing Kong raised his head and shouted, "Jiao Jiao!" Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and hugged him. "Why are you here? Aren't you in class?" Xiao Hong said that he would send the little guy to Lingbo Academy before he went to do anything else. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes in a second. "I didn't skip class." Gu Jiao was speechless. Very well, it was a fact that he skipped class. Gu Jiao put the little guy on the ground and asked him to stand properly. Then, she bent down slightly and looked at him at eye level. She asked seriously, "Why did you skip class?" Little Jing Kong lowered his head and grabbed his little pocket. Gu Jiao pointed at the part of his pocket that his little hand was covering. "What's in your pocket? Take it out." Little Jing Kong took it out guiltily. It's little flour and little rope. "I want to braid little Shi's hair." Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong mustered up his courage and raised his head. But I've finished all my homework. I've also memorized the teacher's lessons. I really learned everything before I came out." "Little Shi is here?" Gu Jiao asked. The little guy nodded and said pitifully, "Yes, I miss little Shi so much. Last time, I told Brother Xiaoshan that if he and Brother Yin came again, he would secretly bring little Shi over for me to play with." Chapter 657. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. The break was about to end. All the archers mounted their horses and slowly returned to the field. Pingyang Academy's performance was too eye-catching. The moment they appeared, cheers rose and fell from all directions. Han Che rode at the very front. He was tall, handsome, and spirited. Between his brows, There was a carefree and confident feeling that victory was within his grasp. In Chengdu, he was not as famous as Mu Qingshun, but the best way to make a name for oneself was to step on the most famous person. Now that he had defeated Mu Qingshun, everyone would say that he was the same Han Che who defeated young Master Qingshun. Han Che led his team to meet Mu Qingshun and the other two. Pingyang Academy was arrogant. The two sides were just facing each other on their horses, but everyone felt that this place was about to become a terrible battlefield. Mu Chuan looked back and whispered, "Why aren't they here yet?" Wu Fuzi asked Zhao Wei to take a break and let Mu Chuan play a small part. The main reason was that Mu Chuan and Gu Jiao cooperated well in the previous round. Yuan Shao whispered, "I don't know. They're probably still choosing their horses." Mu Chuan was helpless. "It's about to start. We'll break the rules if they don't come soon." The two of them spoke very softly, but Mu Qingshun and Han Che, who had good hearing, almost missed a word. Han Che sneered, "Could it be that the people from your academy were scared of us and decided to run away?" "Ha!" The other three people laughed. Mu Chuan snorted, "Who's running away? Do you think everyone is like the Han family, abandoning the city and running away when the enemy comes?" "You." Han Che's face turned cold. There is a story about the Han family abandoning the city and running away. When the Turks invaded and attacked the border of the Yin kingdom, they used a trick to trick the Han family into thinking that the Turks had an army of 10,000. Therefore, the Han family fled with the people that night. But it was not a city, it was a small village. Besides, they were not running away, they were evacuating the people. Mu Chuan knew what he was thinking. He snorted, "You're just a coward." Han Che's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the veins on his forehead bulged violently. His companion gave him a look, telling him not to get angry so easily. It was not good to go on the field with anger. It was easy to mess up the formation and cause a foul and a penalty kick. Han Che took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Mu Chuan with amusement and said, "Don't even think about provoking me. Today, your Heaven's Vault Academy will definitely lose. In the second half, I won't let you get a single goal." Mu Chuan was so angry that he almost slapped him with his golf club. "What's so great about that? Wasn't it all because of the Black Wind Cavalry? If you have the ability, change to another horse and fight with us." Han Che did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. "It's my ability to have the Black Wind Cavalry. If you have the ability, go get some Black Wind Cavalry for the Mu clan too." Where did Mu Chuan get it? Really? Why didn't the Mu family get the Black Wind Cavalry when they divided the military power of the Xianyuan family? No one knew if Han Che did it intentionally or not, but he gently pulled on the reins. The Black Wind horse under him suddenly took 2 steps towards Tianxiong Academy. Mu Chuan's and Yuan Zhao's horses neighed in fear as they retreated and tried to escape. "Referee, he's breaking the rules," Mu Chuan said to the referee. The referee looked over. Han Che curled his lips and said with a smile, "My horses didn't touch them. They were the ones who were scared." Mu Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "You're shameless." Mu Chuan. Mu Qingshun calmly called out to him. Mu Chuan unwillingly suppressed the anger in his heart. He was so angry. He wanted to beat this bastard to death. The conflict between the Han family and the Mu clan was not new. The Han family was a new aristocrat, while the Mu clan was a century-old prosperous family. The Han family had always wanted to provoke the Mu clan and replace them. Han Che smiled. The match has started. If you don't have any substitutes, then, before he could finish a sentence, a series of strange gasps came from the crowd behind him. He frowned and turned to look in the direction of the entrance. He immediately saw the students of Heaven's Vault Academy riding over on a black horse. Let's not talk about the students for now. What's up with that horse? His entire body was black and shiny. He wore a big red flower on his head, and his horse's mane was tied with a red string braid. He walked with an arrogant and elegant gait. Han Che was stunned when he saw him. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. How could it be so enchanting? Why didn't you give it a flaming red lip? In fact, little Jing Kong did steal his bad brother-in-law's rouge. However, Gu Jiao caught him too quickly and didn't have time to apply it on little Shi. Han Che recognized the student on the horse. Then, He felt unwell. What was this kid's name again? Xiao Lulang, right? Are you here to bow or to act as a matchmaker? Fuck. Second Master Jing spat out a mouthful of tea. How could there be such an eye-catching horse? Did Heaven's Vault Academy change their strategy? Since they couldn't outrun you, they decided to blind you? Muru Xin covered her mouth with her handkerchief. She also felt that Gu Jiao was fooling around. Who was she trying to embarrass by riding such a horse? He made himself look like a clown. The Duke on the wheelchair suddenly felt strange. His hand gripped the armrest tightly. Because he used too much strength, his arm trembled slightly. Muru Xin noticed his strange behavior and hurriedly asked, "Duke, what's wrong? Don't you want to watch?" Second Master Jing looked at the horse and then looked at his elder brother. He said, "My elder brother really can't watch this. The red flower is on one side of the ponytail, but not the other. My elder brother feels uncomfortable when he sees it." Muru Xin was speechless. Did the Duke have such a problem? Everyone was in position. The match started from Heaven's Vault Academy. The bowers from Heaven's Vault Academy urged their horses to move to the side. One of the bowers from Pingyang Academy smiled and said to Han Che, "Look, their horses are trembling even more than in the first half." Another bower looked and saw that it was true. He sneered, "They must be scared of us. Now, they're trembling in fear when they see us. Our horses also seem to be trembling a little. They're trembling because of excitement." The people from Heaven's Vault Academy were all silent. Even though it was different from before and looked more like a horse concubine than a horse king, it was still their academy's mount. They could still recognize it. Mu Chuan muttered softly, "Why did you ride it here? Can't you see that our own horses can't move?" Gu Jiao was a little confused. Oh, how could they still recognize it when it was already so well equipped? Did these horses have a special way of recognizing horses? Gu Jiao said, "But there's no horse more ferocious than it." Mu Chuan didn't dare to raise his voice for fear that the people from Pingyang Academy would eavesdrop. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then how are we going to play later?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Stay away from me later." Yuan Shao kicked off the ball. Gu Jiao and Mu Chuan switched positions. Mu Chuan was the assistant bower. Yuan Zhao's kick was excellent. It drew a beautiful and neat arc in the air. He directly swung his club in Mu Qingqian's direction. The people from Pingyang Academy seemed to have seen through his actions. Two of the bowers chased after Mu Qingqian. In terms of speed, their Black Wind cavalry was definitely not inferior to the horses from Heaven's Vault Academy. However, something was wrong as they ran. Whoosh! A black shadow dashed past him. The speed was unimaginably fast. It could only be described as scuttling. The two of them were stunned. "Wait, is it that ugly horse? Is it so good at running? Haha, we didn't use our full speed, okay?" Hiya! The two of them tacitly increased the speed of their horses. However, no matter how fast they sped up, the distance between them and the ugly black horse grew bigger and bigger. The horse's king left them in the dust. At this moment, Mu Qingqian snatched the ball. The horse's king chased after Mu Qingqian's horse. Mu Qingqian's horse was so scared that it used all its strength to charge forward. Fourth brother, Mu Chuan urged his horse and waved at Mu Qingqian. Mu Qingqian saw Mu Chuan's speed and threw the ball in front of Mu Chuan. The ball was very close to Pingyang Academy's hole. As long as Mu Chuan caught the ball, the flag would be theirs. Han Che and another comrade attacked Mu Chuan from both sides. Mu Chuan turned around to take a look and shouted, "No way! Why are you all coming at me?" His horse was no match for the Black Wind cavalry. There was no way he could outrun them. Sure enough, Han Che leaped over Mu Qingqian and looked at the polo ball that was falling from the sky. He stretched out his cue stick and hit the polo ball. He didn't touch the ball. His horse suddenly went astray. His body swayed, and he was almost thrown off by his horse. "What's going on? Who told you to run around?" The horses used for arching had been trained for a long time. They were familiar with their master's orders and wouldn't easily disobey them. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. On the other side, Mu Chuan still didn't get the ball even after Han Che was taken care of. The ball was snatched by another archer from Pingyang Academy. The archer tightened his grip on the reins and planned to turn around. He wanted to hit the ball into Tianxiong Academy's hole. But before he could move, his horse trembled all over, as if it had been greatly frightened. He was caught off guard and the ball slipped away. Muchuan hooked the ball over and hit a hole in the hole. The referee said, Tianxiong Academy wins a flag. On the spectator stand, a student from Lingbo Academy clapped. Wow, they got a flag at the beginning of the game. That's too fast. His companion beside him said, even Pingyang Academy didn't score so smoothly, right? Zhongding raised his chin and said proudly, it's from our academy. A disdainful voice came from behind. So what? You're still behind Pingyang Academy by 11 flags. Can you catch up? Zhongding and Zhou Tong looked back. It was a student from Wuyue Academy. No wonder. Zhou Tong straightened his back and said, we won't lose. Just wait and see. There were no longer weak scholars who could be bullied by others. The student from Wuyue Academy mocked. What if you lose? Zhou Tong rolled up his sleeves. If we lose, we'll kowtow to you and call you daddy. If we win, you'll kowtow to us and call us daddy. Don't regret it. The game continued. Strictly speaking, the Black Wind Cavalry was also the descendant of the Wild Horse King. However, after being bred in captivity, their wildness was greatly reduced. Unlike the Wild Horse King, they emitted the aura of a Wild Horse King. The horses from Tianxiong Academy didn't dare to get close to them. Although the Black Wind Cavalry was braver, they weren't much better. Therefore, a strange scene appeared. Gu Jiao rode the Horse King like a big bad wolf that entered a flock of sheep. Wherever she went, the sheep would scatter. Gu Jiao didn't try to snatch the ball. She only did one thing: chase after the Black Wind Cavalry from Pingyang Academy. If one wasn't enough, she would chase two. If two wasn't enough, she would chase three. The Horse King was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. The main thing was that this was much more fun than grinding. It didn't even need to be tied into pigtails. Thinking of its ordinary and boring grinding life, the Horse King decided to cherish this short period of joy that was hard to come by. In the end, everyone saw Gu Jiao chasing 4 horses by herself. The Black Wind Cavalry was on the brink of tears. When they were fighting against Qingyue Academy, Gu Jiao was as serious as Gu Jiao was in this game. Pingyang Academy was in a complete mess because of her. Referee, he broke the rules. A student from Pingyang Academy complained. The referee walked over. Gu Jiao asked calmly, did I intercept you from the front? She had been chasing after them from behind. Did my horse touch your horses? There was at least half a horse's length between them. Is my cue interfering with you and your horses? Golf club. You didn't even wave your golf club after entering the arena. Gu Jiao smirked evilly. Your horses are timid. Don't blame me. Wasn't this what Han Che had said to Tianxiong Academy just now? My horses didn't touch them. They were the ones who couldn't take the fright. They didn't expect Han Che's words to turn into a slap to their faces so quickly. Painful, really painful. This kid is good. On the spectator stand, Second Master Jing couldn't help but praise Gu Jiao. It's that horse that's powerful. Muru Xian said, anyone riding that horse would win. Second Master Jing frowned. He didn't agree with her words. Do you think anyone can ride that kind of wild horse? He was a martial artist. Years ago, when the Xian Yuan family was on the decline, he had the opportunity to choose a Black Wind horse that belonged to him. His brother-in-law had asked him, do you want a horse that is easy to ride or a good horse? He didn't understand at that time, but gradually understood later. It was a pity that he would never have the chance to tell his brother-in-law the real answer in his heart. Under Gu Jiao's and her horse's efforts, Pingyang Academy didn't score a single ball after 3 rounds. They finally managed to snatch a ball, and Han Che had already brought it to Tianxiong Academy's hole. Gu Jiao rode her horse and stopped there. Han Che's horse immediately turned around and ran. Han Che, are the 3 of you going to snatch the ball? Gu Jiao asked the 3 students from Pingyang Academy who were eyeing them covetously. The 3 students' mouths twitched. You might not believe it, but I want to go over, but my horse won't. Oh, Gu Jiao shrugged and sighed. Thank you for letting me win. The two of them raised their chins and valiantly snatched the ball away. When the game was nearing its end, there was a shocking reversal in the numbers of both sides. From 12-2 to 12-20, Tianqiong Academy had 20 points. Everyone's focus shifted from who scored the ball to who would be the next one to be chased down. The faces of the students from Pingyang Academy turned green. They thought that with the Black Wind horse, there would be no mistakes. Who would have thought that the kid's horse would mess everything up? What kind of crazy beast was that horse? Chapter 658. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. What did it mean to live long enough to see? They were definitely watching Tianqiong Academy's bowler. They never knew that a bowler competition could be like this. In the first round, they had learned from Su Ping and used Su Ping to defeat Su Ping, which was already an eye-opener. They didn't expect to see something even more impressive today. Many of them came to watch the competition to see Shangdu's first young master, Mu Qingchen. However, they were all led astray by the freshman. In the last round, they were also led astray by him. Therefore, they were able to verify the saying, what kind of bowler will raise what kind of horse? The bowler was not normal, but this horse was not normal either. In the end, the people from Pingyang Academy were completely speechless. Their horses were scared away, but it was more terrifying if they were abducted by the kid's horse. Han Che tightened the reins. No, stop, stop, nay. Nay was useless. The Black Wind cavalry all ran after the Horse King. The Horse King grinned widely as it ran forward, panting loudly. Come on, I'll take you flying. The bowlers from Tianqiong Academy could not bear to watch anymore. This horse was not their teammate. The people in the stands laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Those who didn't know horses would think that this horse was too powerful. Those who knew horses would understand that the person who could control it was even more eye-catching. In a pavilion with a beaded curtain on the east side of the stands, a man in a black robe sat upright and drank tea. A little to his right sat a man in an official's robe. The horse is running so fast, but it didn't fall off. Who is that kid? The man in the black robe asked. The man in the official's robe said respectfully, Your Highness, I've seen this person before. He's Mu Qingchen's classmate. I heard that he's from a lower country and has a glib tongue. He once pretended to be a doctor and went to the High Duke's public house to cheat people. The man in the black robe said, Is he the quack that Mu Qingchen brought to the High Duke's public house? The man in the official's robe said, Yes, it is. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize him as Lord Xiao, who was in charge of capturing the assassins from the Crown Prince's residence. She had a grudge with Mu Qingchen, so when she found out that she had taken Mu Qingchen's token to the brothel in the inner city, she decisively stepped on her to accuse Mu Qingchen. It was also because of him that Gu Jiao openly went to the public house. The black-robed man said thoughtfully, I think this person is quite capable. Don't beat him up just because you have a grudge with Mu Qingchen. Sir Xiao lowered his eyes. Your Highness is right. This lad's horsemanship is indeed impressive. In other words, Gu Jiao's medical skills were indeed fake, and she wasn't the one who slandered Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen when she went to the Duke's mansion to swindle people. The black-robed man seemed to be interested in that brat. Official Xiao was worried that he would ask for that brat's name. He didn't want anyone from Mu Qingchen's side to squeeze into His Highness' side. However, the black-robed man just picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea. He didn't ask anything else. The game ended with a score of 12-27. Tianqiong Academy had set a new record for the number of flags in a bowler game. Han Che's words, in the second half, I won't let you get a single goal, had come true. However, it had come true on themselves. The dean of Pingyang Academy was sitting next to Dean San. He didn't look too good either. He sneered and said, Tianqiong Academy is really capable. You specially got such a crazy horse for this game? Dean San smiled and said meaningfully, You're wrong. Tianqiong Academy's horsemanship isn't even half of Pingyang Academy's. You got 4 Black Wind Riders. We were forced to use an untrained horse because we had no other choice. The dean of Ping Yang Academy almost vomited blood. The horse was already so fierce without any training. If it was trained again, would it become a god? Don't show off like this. The Han clan was one of the top 4 aristocratic clans in the capital. Gu Jiao's horse had crushed the Han clan's Black Wind Riders. After this game, the Han clan became famous. Han Che wanted to use Mu Qingshun as a stepping stone, but he ended up being used by Gu Jiao. Needless to say, Han Che was going to vomit blood when he went back. There were 5 more games left. After the 4th game, they would rest for 2 hours and continue in the afternoon. Change your clothes and go watch the next game. Maybe one of them will be our opponent next time, Wu Fuzi said to everyone in the attic. Everyone nodded and took their bags to change their clothes. There was only one room. As usual, Gu Jiao asked others to change first. Everyone thought she was shy and didn't suspect anything. After all, Mu Qingshun never changed his clothes in the same room as others. You change first, Mu Qingshun said to Gu Jiao when only the 2 of them were left. Okay. Gu Jiao entered the room. Click. It was the sound of the door being bolted. Mu Qingshun was speechless. After changing their clothes, they went to the stands of Tianqiong Academy. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun sat next to Principal Xian. Their cheeks were red from the sun. Gu Jiao thought they looked cute. Her little brother was cute no matter how old he was. When Gu Jiao arrived, Gu Shaoshun automatically gave up the seat next to her. He had always been sensible and wouldn't fight with anyone for Gu Jiao's seat. Besides, sitting on the other side of Gu Jiao was pretty good. He had no intention of monopolizing her. Gu Yin was sitting in a wheelchair, while Gu Jiao was sitting on a cushion. She was slightly shorter than him. Everyone in Tianqiong Academy knew that Xiao Lulang was Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshuan's fiancé. Why was he not fiancé? It was mainly to distance himself from Xiao Hong and prevent others from linking their identities. As for why they didn't directly distance themselves from him, it was because they didn't know that Gu Jiao was also here. Gu Shaoshun had called him brother-in-law many times. Now, everyone present knew that Gu Jiao had a fiancé in Zhao country. This situation was normal. Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei both had fiancés. One was betrothed before he was born, while the other was betrothed 3 years ago. 4th brother, Su Shui suddenly appeared in a pink uniform with a veil over her face. Su Shui's eyes were bright and her figure was slim. Even the veil couldn't hide her beauty. Even Zhao Wei and Yuan Xiao, who already had fiancés, couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they were attracted by Xiao He, who was following behind her. The little guy was a little tanned, but his little face was really cute. His facial features were also very delicate, especially his big blinking eyes. They seemed to be able to speak just by looking at them. His eyelashes were also very long. He looked like a little eyelash fairy. Deanson recognized the little guy and waved at him with a smile. Jing Kong is here. Hello, Uncle Dean. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. Deanson introduced him to Mu Qingshun and the others. You guys didn't come because you watched the last match in the attic. He's the little prodigy of Lingbo Academy. His name is Jing Kong. Hello, brothers. Little Jing Kong cupped his hands and bowed. Deanson liked this little guy. He pointed at Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun. Come, this is Brother Gu Yin, and this is Brother Shaoshun. You met them before. Yes, we've met before. Hello, Brother Yin. Hello, Brother Shaoshun. Little Jing Kong had traveled a long way with his bad brother-in-law. His acting skills were impeccable. When Deanson was about to introduce Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong said cutely, I know him. Uncle Dean pointed him out to me last time. Hello, Brother Lulang. Gu Jiao said coldly, Yes. Don't you have classes at the academy? Little Jing Kong said, Our classes are over. The last class in the morning for the prodigy class was self-study. Little Jing Kong had many ways to get the teacher to let him out. Coincidentally, Su Shui happened to pass by their classroom, so he followed her here. This is... Mu Qingshun looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Su Shui said, He's the one I told you about. He's my roommate's younger brother. Although she didn't live in the dormitory, little Jing Kong sometimes went to their classroom to look for Xiao Hong. Therefore, she knew Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong came to Gu Jiao. "Brother Lulang, can I sit with you?" Su Shui frowned. "Little guy, didn't you say you wanted to sit with me?" Little Jing Kong shrugged and said with a sigh, "But you already have a brother." "I don't." Su Shui was speechless. Little Jing Kong sat between Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Jiao. He was small, so he could sit down easily. Mu Qingshun looked at Su Shui. His eyes were very serious. It was as if he was telling Su Shui that a girl like her shouldn't be here. Su Shui said confidently, "I'm here to deliver Jing Kong. I have to bring him back later. She didn't come last time because she had something to do. This time, she wouldn't miss it." "It's okay." Dean Sin smiled. "Shepherd boy, prepare a seat for Miss Su." "Yes." The shepherd boy placed a cushion beside Mu Qingshun for Su Shui. Su Shui sat beside Mu Qingshun with a smile. Fourth brother. Her brother was here. Who could say anything? Moreover, the female teacher from Pingyang Academy was here too. Under such circumstances, there was no need to be too concerned about gender. The fourth match began. The two teams were Mount Song Academy and Purple Forest Academy. These two academies were very good at bowling. They were evenly matched and played very skillfully. There were no jaw-dropping scenes. Everything was normal. Both sides had broken a few rules and were penalized a few times. Everyone was a little confused. It was exciting, but why did they feel that something was wrong? On the opposite side of the stands, the Duke looked as if he had just gone through a terrible torture and was relieved of a burden. Muru Xin felt that it was strange. He stopped looking at the horse because it made him uncomfortable, but he kept staring at it. Although that horse was very eye-catching, that was all. The Duke was still watching, but his eyes weren't looking at the field below. Instead, they were on the opposite side of the stands. On the opposite side were the teachers and students from Pingyang Academy and Tianxiong Academy. Who was the Duke looking at? Mu Qingshun. There was a small accident in the 7th section of the 4th match. One of Mount Song Academy's bowler claimed that he was hit by the other team's cue stick. The other team denied it. In the end, the referee ruled that Black Bamboo Academy's bowler had broken the rules. Mount Song Academy's forfeit was a flag. The two teams were tied at 13. It was the last rest. "Who do you think will win?" Mu Chuan asked. Yuan Xiao said, "Black Bamboo Academy. Their offense is more aggressive." Zhao Wei said, "But they keep breaking the rules." This is the third forfeit. Gu Yin said, "Mount Song Academy is lying." Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei were stunned. "Is that so?" As soon as they finished speaking, the shepherd boy who went to the attic to fetch water hurriedly came up. "Oh no! Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy are fighting." Conflicts in the field were not rare since ancient times. The group of people sat down and decided to go to the attic to take a look. The shepherd boy happened to be there and brought the news. The rest of the people on the stands did not know about it yet. The teacher of Pingyang Academy was puzzled. Why did everyone leave? Dean Sen, Little Jing Kong, Gu Yin, Su Shui, and Mu Chuan were left there. Mu Chuan was responsible for watching Su Shui and Little Jing Kong. When the group of people arrived at the attic, the two sides were engaged in a fierce fight. The guards could not intervene. Archery was a sport that only the children of noble families could afford to play. The children of humble families could not even afford to buy a horse for archery. Moreover, these children of noble families had been practicing martial arts since they were young. How could ordinary bodyguards compare to them? Gu Jiao and Mu Qingshun walked over and separated the wrestlers from each other. Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei helped the guards to restrain the people they threw at them. The scene was extremely chaotic. After everyone was separated, there were still people who wanted to riot. Mu Qingshun shouted, "Stop it, all of you! I won't be polite to anyone who dares to attack again." The two sides finally stopped. Everyone thought that everything was over. Who would have thought that the two sides would use their inner force to hit the wall at the back of the hall? The wall finally could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a bang. On the other side of the collapsed wall, there were about 20 to 30 servants preparing tea for the attic and the entire grandstand. Mu Qingshun clenched his fists. "Look at what you've done." The wrestlers from Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy were stunned and ashamed. They were just fighting. They did not want to hurt innocent people. Gu Jiao glanced at the two sides and said, "Come and save them." Everyone began to save them. The wrestlers did not come to the stage, which naturally attracted the attention of the arena. Then the whole academy knew about the accident in the attic. Lingbo Academy had a doctor, but only one. The doctor came in time, but it was obvious that they did not have enough people. Gu Jiao said to Yuan Xiao, "Go find Gu Xiaoshun and ask him to bring me my first aid kit. Also, find someone to get a few stretchers." There were so many people. She did not know if the medicine in the first aid kit was enough. "If okay." Yuan Xiao answered and immediately went to do it. Gu Jiao said to Mu Qingshun, "There is not enough space in the hall. I need an open space." "Okay." Mu Qingshun took Zhao Wei and asked several guards of Lingbo Academy to use ropes to make a large open space outside the hall. Gu Xiaoshun came quickly. Gu Jiao's first aid kit was put in Gu Yan's basket one day in advance. In addition to the first aid kit, there was some medicine that Gu Yan needed. "Lu Lang, here it is." Gu Xiaoshun stepped over the rope and came to Gu Jiao's side. At this time, there were two injured people who were dug out from under the rubble lying on the ground. Both of them had injured their legs. It was not too serious, but they needed immediate treatment. Gu Jiao reached for the first aid kit, but found that it was a small medicine box. You brought the medicine box?" Gu Xiaoshun asked. "Didn't you put on last night?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I put on the first aid kit." "Oh, I also brought the first aid kit." Gu Xiaoshun handed over the first aid kit in his other hand. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it was Gu Yin who put it on." Chapter 659. Patients were carried out one after another. Gu Jiao didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Gu Jiao and the doctor from Lingbo Academy had a simple discussion about the patient's triage. After all, they were busy with their own things, so it was difficult to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 + 2. The doctor from Lingbo Academy nodded in agreement. "Little brother, you're right. Most people would save the more important patients first. If they were of the same status, they would save the most seriously injured patients first. Actually, this wasn't the best choice for a doctor. However, there were too few people who understood this and dared to do it. After the triage, Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingshun to clear away the irrelevant people at the scene. Other than the doctor and a few people she asked to stay, no one else was allowed to come close. First, it would affect the treatment. Second, it would cause trampling and shoving. As for whether the medicine box was exposed or not, it was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't care less. However, after asking around for so long, other than the state preceptor himself, no one else knew about these modern machines. There was nothing to worry about. "Sister, I found a room inside. The light is good," Gu Xiaoshun said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay, I'll send in the patients who need surgery after I'm done with the triage." Out of the 5 patients carried out, 3 had superficial wounds. 1 was seriously injured, and the other had a dislocated right arm. The seriously injured patient had internal bleeding and was in a critical condition. The doctor from Lingbo Academy shook his head. "It's impossible to save him. If the people from the State Preceptor's Hall were here, there might be a chance, but the doctors among the people were afraid. The stretcher is here," Yuan Xiao said. Mu Chuan and Wu Fuzi came over too. The academy didn't have a stretcher, so Wu Fuzi brought them to make it at the last minute. There were 6 stretchers in total. Gu Jiao pointed at the seriously injured patient. "Carry him in." The doctor was stunned. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Gu Jiao said, "I'll leave you the first aid kit for the surgery. You saw how I used the medicine just now." "I think I saw it, but..." The doctor looked at the patient who was being carried in disbelief. "Can this person really be saved? Is this student a Bauer?" It wasn't surprising that he knew some simple bandaging, but was he really confident in treating such a serious injury? "Little brother." The doctor had good intentions. He didn't want the young man to be impulsive and kill the patient. He didn't want the young man to be responsible for it. Before he could speak, Gu Xiaoshun arrived and said to Wu Fuzi and Zhao Wei, who were carrying the stretcher, "This room." Wu Fuzi and Wu Fuzi carried the injured inside. To be honest, the two of them could see that there was something wrong with that person's injuries. Xiao Lulang was just an outsider who came to help. He didn't have to work so hard. To put it bluntly, they were also worried that Xiao Lulang would kill him. Bring the other stretchers over there. Gu Jiao pointed in the direction of the collapse. The collapsed area was on the right side of the attic. It wasn't far from the open space in front of them. What do I do? Mu Qingshan asked. Gu Jiao said, I need planks to fix the arms and legs. Mu Qingshan said, Okay, I got it. Mu Chuan hurriedly said, Fourth brother, I'll go too. Mu Qingshan said, I'll go alone. You stay here and don't let anyone in. Mu Chuan felt the trust and weight in his fourth brother's words. He said seriously, Yes. Fourth brother. The dean of Lingbo Academy also arrived at the scene. He thought it would be chaotic, but everything was in order. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Even Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy, who were originally fighting, put aside their previous grudges and worked together to dig a hole in the collapsed area to save the patient. As for the situation that he was most worried about, it didn't happen. Mu Qingshan led the academy and the Mu family's guards to surround the scene. Even a fly couldn't get in. It was under these circumstances that he saw Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had just connected a patient's dislocated arm when Mu Qingshan came over with planks of various sizes. Gu Jiao wrapped a plank around the patient's arm and wrapped it with gauze before hanging it around his neck to help him break. The dean of Lingbo Academy was confused. Wait, isn't this the Tianxiong Academy's Zhu Zhu Shou who single-handedly led everyone astray? From secretly learning from Su Ping in the previous round to messing with the Black Wind Cavalry in this round, every hair on his body was indecent. He couldn't recognize him when he suddenly became serious. After Gu Jiao finished breaking the patient, she handed him to the doctor of Lingbo Academy. Take care of the dislocation. His leg is still injured. The doctor of Lingbo Academy nodded. I know. I'll do it. You can go in for the operation. The dean of Lingbo Academy widened his eyes. This brat can operate on people? There weren't enough doctors. After knowing that the Duke's estate brought a godly doctor over, the dean of Lingbo Academy immediately asked for help from Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing looked at Mu Ru Xin. Mu Ru Xin said, A doctor has a benevolent heart. Saving lives and helping the injured is my duty. Dean, please lead the way. Thank you, godly Dr. Mu. The dean of Lingbo Academy was wild with joy and quickly brought Mu Ru Xin to the scene. Mu Ru Xin didn't let anyone take her medicine box from the carriage. It was full of precious medicines, and she couldn't bear to use it on a group of servants. It just so happened that the others didn't know she brought it. Gu Jiao was halfway through the operation. The patient's internal bleeding was very serious. Blood splashed on her goggles, and she suddenly couldn't see anything. Both her hands were busy, so she couldn't wipe the blood away. Xiao Shun, she called out. Mu Qingchun and Wu Fuzi were fixing the deck for the patient with fractures. When they heard her call, they quickly got up and walked over. Just as he was about to ask Gu Jiao what she needed, he saw a tall figure enter the room before him. The owner of the figure extended a slender hand and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Gu Jiao's goggles. Hemostatic forceps, she said. That person skillfully took the hemostatic forceps and handed it to her. She took it and clamped the blood vessel. Needle holder, she said again. The man handed her the needle and forceps without any mistake. She was halfway through the suturing when she suddenly realized that Gu Shaoshan didn't know about these things. Only Gu Yan knew because Gu Yan was the only one who asked her out of curiosity. She abruptly looked at the person beside her and was slightly stunned. Xiao Hong didn't speak. There were people watching outside, so he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao caught a glimpse of Mu Qingchun at the door from the corner of her eyes. She pretended not to notice and continued to suture. Thank you, Mississippi. Please pass me the third pair of scissors on your right. A life is at stake. If I offend you, please forgive me. Xiao Hong was wearing the uniform of Songlan Academy and a veil. His side profile was as delicate as jade. Qing Chun, Come and help. Wu Fuzi's voice sounded outside. Mu Qingchun looked at the two of them deeply. In the end, he didn't enter the room. He turned around and helped Wu Fuzi treat the wounded. Gu Jiao had already classified the wounded and left enough medicine for the doctors of Lingbo Academy. The treatment on the scene was busy, but not in a panic. This was the situation Mu Ru Xian saw. She came with the attitude of a savior, but here, there didn't seem to be much use for her. She had been to the scene of the accident with her master before. The accident wasn't so big, but it was still very messy. Here, this is Miss Mu, Divine Dr. Luo's disciple. The dean of Lingbo Academy said to his doctor. When the doctor heard the words Divine Dr. Luo, he didn't have much of a reaction. He pointed at a patient with a thigh injury. I'll have to trouble Miss to help treat his injury. The scene that Mu Ru Xian expected to be the center of attention didn't appear. She frowned and looked at the other unconscious patient lying in a pool of blood. She said, I'll treat him first. His injuries are more serious. Serious and urgent were two different things. His injury was more serious, but the bleeding had stopped. His injury wouldn't worsen for the time being. If the patient with the thigh injury wasn't treated in time, he might become the second critical patient due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, the doctor was about to finish treating the patient, so he didn't say anything. Mu Ru Xian treated the unconscious patient while the doctor went to stop the bleeding for the patient with the thigh injury. Gu Jiao finished the first operation. After that, Gu Xiaoshan brought in a few more patients. Their injuries weren't too serious. When Mu Qingchan passed by the door, he paused and casually glanced inside. He happened to see Xiao Heng wiping the sweat from Gu Jiao's forehead. Gauze, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng casually picked up a piece of gauze and handed it to her. Outside the door, Mu Ru Xian and the doctor from Lingbo Academy were also treating a patient's injury. The two didn't discriminate between men and women. They passed things and helped each other. However, for some reason, Mu Qingchan felt that the atmosphere at Gu Jiao's side was different from Mu Ru Xian's side. It was an indescribable feeling. The news was tightly sealed, so it didn't affect the 4 matches in the afternoon. When the matches ended, all the treatment work was successfully completed. Song Mountain Academy and Black Bamboo Academy were disqualified for the following matches due to their violation of the rules. Most of the injured patients were from Lingbo Academy. There were also a few disciples from the academy who were injured in the fighting and in the process of saving people. The 3 deans expressed their gratitude to Gu Jiao and Mu Ru Xian, especially Gu Jiao. Her performance was really amazing. Mu Ru Xian felt that her limelight had been stolen. It was just a swindling quack. After a few days, when the patient's condition worsened, these people would understand who was the true descendant of the divine doctor. She said, Dean, you're too polite. It's my duty. There's no need to mention it. Gu Jiao handed 3 lists to the 3 deans. The consultation fee will be paid on the spot. No credit. The 3 deans were speechless. The dean of Lingbo Academy coughed lightly and took the longest list. It's my duty. It's my duty. Mu Ru Xian mocked. Young Master Xiao, a doctor should be benevolent. You're only treating a few patients. Aren't you embarrassed to accept the consultation fee? You don't have to be so stingy. Gu Jiao directly handed the remaining 2 lists to her. If you're so generous, why don't you pay? Mu Ru Xian choked. Gu Jiao only accepted her portion. As for whether Mu Ru Xian and that doctor wanted to find someone else to settle the consultation fee, that was their business. Xiao Heng's appearance at the scene didn't arouse anyone's suspicion because Su Shui had also come later. However, the scene was too busy, so Su Shui was left outside. When she saw Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng coming out one after another, she then realized that the 2 of them were in the same room. But when she thought about how everyone was treating the patients, she didn't suspect anything. There were people inside and outside the loft. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng maintained the appearance of strangers from beginning to end. They didn't even make eye contact. The deans also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Heng, Su Shui, Mu Qingchun, and the others. Mu Qingchun said to Gu Jiao, "Let's go." He then said to Su Shui, "You should also go back." Su Shui pouted. "Oh." Gu Jiao paused and suddenly turned around. She cupped her hands and bowed to Xiao Hong. "Thank you for just now." Xiao Hong also bowed slightly to Gu Jiao in return. Yuan Xiao touched his chin and muttered, "You two are just thanking each other. Why do you make it seem like you're going through a wedding ceremony?" Mu Qingshun and Su Shui glared at him. Yuan Xiao turned around and touched the back of his head. "All right, let's go." The two sides said their goodbyes. Xiao Hong went to the stands to pick up little Jing Kong, while Gu Jiao and the others went to the stables. When Gu Jiao went to the innermost stables and planned to lead the Horse King out, she saw a man standing outside. It was a man about 30 years old. He wasn't too tall, but he had a strong body and strong facial features. The man was originally observing the Horse King in the stables. When he saw Gu Jiao, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Little brother Xiao." He turned around and greeted. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao asked. He said politely, "My surname is Chu." "Little brother Xiao, you can call me Chu Nan." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked again. He turned his head and smiled at the Horse King in the stables. He then turned to Gu Jiao and said, "I like this horse very much. It's not for sale." Gu Jiao said. He couldn't help but laugh. "That's not what I meant. Little brother Xiao, don't misunderstand." Gu Jiao opened the gate of the fence and went in to lead the Horse King out. The Horse King was as gentle as it was in front of Gu Jiao, but it was as fierce as it was when it passed by Chu Nan. Chu Nan took a step back and said with a smile, "Your horse is very interesting. Can I take a look at it? I want to see how old it is." Gu Jiao wanted to refuse, but when she heard the last sentence, she paused. "You know how to look at horses?" Chu Nan laughed. "You really don't know how old it is?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" Chu Nan looked at the Horse King and said, "If you knew how old it was, you wouldn't have ridden it so early. I couldn't see it clearly when it bowed, but I guess it's not even 3 years old. I'm a horse trainer," he added. Gu Jiao said to him, "Then take a look." "It's my honor." Chu Nan came in front of the Horse King. Maybe it was because Gu Jiao allowed it, but the Horse King didn't fiercely attack Chu Nan this time. Chu Nan guided the Horse King to open its mouth. He was probably worried that Gu Jiao or Gu Jiao's family would imitate it. He reminded, "This is very dangerous. Normal people shouldn't do this." "Look at yours," Gu Jiao said. Chu Nan checked the Horse King's teeth and exclaimed, "It's younger than I thought. It's only 2.5 years old." Gu Jiao was shocked. It had such great strength. How could it be so young? Chu Nan admired it. It's a Horse King, right? But a 2.5-year-old Horse King is quite rare. Also, it doesn't look like a normal Horse King. Gu Jiao said, "So it's not fully grown yet and can't be ridden?" Chu Nan said, "You can ride it, but you have to be careful." This was because Gu Jiao's Horse King was strong enough. Other horses could only be ridden when they were at least 3 years old. Chu Nan continued to ask, "It shouldn't be ridden too often like today. You don't train it like this every day, right?" "No." Gu Jiao rarely rode it, and her family didn't ride it either. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again, "Can it work? The kind that pulls carriages and mills?" Chu Nan smiled and nodded. "It's not a problem at all. It's very strong." After saying that, Chu Nan felt that something was wrong. Why would a Horse King need to pull a mill? Gu Jiao made a sound and looked at the Horse King. "So you're still a baby. I always thought you were very old." The Horse King's face felt like an old man. Chu Nan laughed out loud. A 2.5-year-old Horse King wasn't small. It was about the same size as an adult horse, equivalent to a teenager. It was the age when it was the most rebellious. So it couldn't be blamed for being so happy in the boxing ring. What Chu Nan didn't say was that this was a good horse that was hard to come by in 100 years. The only thing that could be compared to it was the Mount of War god, Xian Yuan Li. Unfortunately, Xian Yuan Li and his mount had died in battle. After Gu Jiao led the Horse King away, Chu Nan also left the stable and walked in the opposite direction. Han Che had been waiting for a long time. "Young master." Chu Nan bowed. Han Che asked seriously, "How's that horse?" Chu Nan told him the truth. Han Che frowned. "How is our Han family's Black Wind King compared to it?" Chu Nan was slightly stunned and patted his head. I forgot about Black Wind King. Of course, Black Wind King is better. Black Wind King is a rare horse. But Black Wind King belongs to Big Brother. Han Che looked at the horse king that was led away by Gu Jiao. If only it was mine. When Gu Jiao led the horse king out, Xiao Hung had already taken little Jing Kong away. Gu Yan and Dinsen were also gone. She walked toward the gate of the academy. When she passed by the stands on the other side, she found that most of the spectators had left. Only the students from Tianxiong Academy and Wuyue Academy were left. Both sides were ready to fight. Mu Qingchen stopped them. What's the matter? Gu Jiao walked over and asked. Without waiting for Mu Qingchen to speak, Zhou Tong pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve as if she had seen her savior. She pointed at the students from Wuyue Academy and said, "They made a bet with us. If our academy won, they would call us father. But they didn't admit it and even wanted to beat us up." Gu Jiao asked Zhou Tong, "Did you beat them up?" Zhou Tong pursed her lips. "Almost." Young Master Qingchen arrived. A student from Wuyue Academy said, "Don't think that you're so great just because you won 2 matches. You just cheated with a horse." Zhou Tong said angrily, "Who cheated? You better watch your mouth." Gu Jiao sighed and said, "Forget it. Stop arguing. It's my fault." Everyone was stunned. Mu Qingchen frowned. Although the students from Wuyue Academy did not know why Gu Jiao admitted her mistake, they guessed that Gu Jiao was scared. They suddenly felt confident. The leading student sneered. "You also know that you're wrong?" "Of course." Gu Jiao nodded seriously and looked at the people from Wuyue Academy. "It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You're shameless. It's my fault." Chapter 660. On the way back, Gu Jiao rode the academy's horse. The horse king led the way happily. Gu Jiao rode her horse to the side of the carriage and asked Gu Yan, who was in the carriage, "Did you bring the medicine box?" Gu Yan looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. "I didn't bring it. Why would I bring it?" Gu Jiao muttered, "Oh, then why is it in the basket?" Gu Yan said, "Xiaoshun put it there. It wasn't me." On the other side, Gu Xiaoshun said, "I took the basket and set off this morning. I didn't touch the things inside." Gu Yan thought for a moment and looked at Gu Jiao. "You put it there. Have you forgotten?" Gu Jiao hesitated. "There may be." The medicine box couldn't have run into the basket by itself. When she found out that the first aid kit was not enough, she did think that it would be better if the medicine box was there. Now that it was really there, she was paranoid again. "Forget it. Forget it." Lu Lang. Mu Chuan rode over. Mu Qingchen was on the other side of Gu Jiao. When Mu Chuan came over, he didn't move aside. Mu Chuan was a little anxious. "Fourth brother, can't you see? Can't you see that I have something to say to Lu Lang?" If fourth brother didn't move aside, Mu Chuan couldn't do anything. After all, he couldn't beat fourth brother. Mu Chuan could only talk to Gu Jiao, with Mu Qingchen between them. "Lu Lang, do you really know medicine?" Last time, after the competition, they met the Duke who had fallen near the academy. At that time, Gu Xiaoshun said that Xiao Lulang knew medicine and asked Xiao Lulang if he wanted to take a look at the Duke. They only thought that Xiao Lulang was at an ordinary level, but today, Xiao Lulang treated several seriously injured patients, which surprised them. Mu Qingchen was also waiting for Gu Jiao's answer. "Oh," Gu Jiao replied, "I've learned a little." "That's not a little, right?" Mu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Mu Qingchen seemed to have noticed Gu Jiao's reluctance to talk about this topic. So he said to Mu Chuan, "Is it hot to squeeze over there? Aren't you not going back to the academy?" Mu Chuan said, "I'll go. If you go back, I'll go back." Mu Qingchen did not say anything else. Mu Chuan chatted with Gu Jiao for a while, and then the road out of the city gate narrowed. So Mu Chuan had to walk away from them. Mu Qingchen had always been confused, but he did not know if he should say it. When they were about to part ways in the academy, he finally stopped Gu Jiao. "Do you know Su Shue's roommate?" "No, I don't." Gu Jiao denied it. He just learned about the incident in the attic from Jing Kong and Dinsen when he went to pick up Jing Kong. He came to see if there was anything he could help with. "You don't talk so much usually." Mu Qingchen said, with a complicated expression. Gu Jiao blinked and said confidently, "Isn't it because of his beauty? I'm a little tempted." Mu Qingshan was choked by her words. Every time you thought that your classmate's skin was already thick enough, he would be thicker by an inch for you to see. Mu Qingshan frowned and said, "You have a fiancé." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said carelessly, "Everyone loves beauty. Even if I have a fiancé, it won't stop me from looking at beauties." "I think you're really—" Mu Qingshan could not reach a consensus with Gu Jiao on this topic, so he rode his horse to the front. Gu Jiao looked at his angry back and thought that men in ancient times had such a strong sixth sense. She and Xiao Hong were almost caught doing nothing. It seemed that she had to be more careful in the future. After arriving at the academy, Gu Jiao returned the horse to the stable and then took Deanson's carriage with Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yin back home with the Horse King. "I guess that you would win. The food is ready." Madame Nan brought the food with a smile. It was Master Lu who cooked. He cooked the children's favorite pork knuckle with rock sugar, braised crucian carp, dried bamboo shoots with vinegar, and stewed lotus seed soup that Madame Nan liked. Of course, there was also the stinky mandarin fish that old Master Meng had been talking about for a long time. The whole family was smelled. The Horse King rolled its eyes and stuck its tongue out in the backyard. It swore that it would never walk away from this stinky old man again. Gu Yin was allowed to eat a piece of shiny pork knuckle skin today and was very satisfied. "Did you bring the pickled radish to Lu Lang and Jing Kong?" Madame Nan asked. "I gave it to Jing Kong," Gu Xiaoshan said. Madame Nan nodded. "I miss Jing Kong and Lu Lang." Gu Yin did not refute her. When Jing Kong was still around, he always complained that Jing Kong was too noisy. Now that Jing Kong was gone, he felt that his home was not lively enough. Little stinky monk. The night was falling. In a dormitory of the Kanglin Women's Academy, little Jing Kong sat on his chair. In front of him were the dishes that Brother Xiaoshan brought him today. He was very picky. No matter how simple the dishes were, they had to be very delicate. It was because he had set up the plate that they were late for dinner. "Can we eat now?" Xiao Hong asked faintly. "Yes." Little Jing Kong shook his little head. He picked up his small chopsticks with satisfaction and picked up a piece of pickled radish that Madame Nan had pickled herself. The pickled radish was shaped into small flowers and looked very delicious. He couldn't wait to put it into his mouth. Just as he took a bite, it tasted so bad that he fell backwards and rolled off the chair. "Oh, why does it taste as bad as what my bad brother-in-law made? It's so salty." Because little Jing Kong had eaten 2 salty dishes, he drank 2 large cups of water, causing his stomach to be round when he went to bed. He climbed onto the bed with great difficulty and lay down on the mattress like a little salted fish without a soul. Not long after, the little salted fish started to snore. The weather was hot and there were more mosquitoes. Xiao Hong went over and clamped the curtains. He couldn't sleep. Little Nine stood on the tree outside the window to keep watch. He thought for a while and called Little Nine over. In the house, after the family had eaten dinner, they washed up and returned to their rooms. Gu Jiao went to check Gu Yan's pulse and listened to his heart and lungs as usual. Gu Yan was already asleep. Gu Jiao was very gentle and didn't wake him up. After returning to the room, Gu Jiao planned to rest. Suddenly, a small black shadow fell on the windowsill outside. "Ku," Little Nine called. Gu Jiao went over and gently pushed the window lattice. Little Nine flapped his wings and flew up. After the window lattice was opened, he flew in and landed on the desk by the window. There was a small pouch tied to Little Nine's right leg. Gu Jiao took down the pouch and opened it. There was a stack of banknotes, a note, and a brand new hairband. The hairband was made of blue ice silk. It was very soft to the touch, and the color was very good. It complemented the blue and white uniform of Tianqiong Academy. The banknotes were worth 1,000 taels. There were only 2 simple words written on the note: household use. Gu Jiao supported her chin with one hand and played with the ice blue hairband with the other. She looked at the word household use over and over again. In other words, this was a love letter. Gu Jiao smiled. She opened a drawer and took out a piece of paper. She knew how to write a love poem too. Xiao Hong sat in the room and waited. He wasn't sure if she had rested. But when facing Gu Jiao, he wouldn't hesitate so much. Luckily, Little Nine flew back after a short while. Little Nine was holding the pouch in her mouth. He opened the pouch and took out a paper crane from it. The paper crane was made from the water pattern paper he gave her. He still remembered her indescribable expression when she received the paper. He didn't expect that she would bring the paper to Yin, country's capital. There was something else in the pouch. He took it out and saw that it was a note written on the water pattern paper. The first one read, "The mountain has no edges. The heaven and earth are united. Only then I dare to break up with you." Xiao Heng's handsome face turned red. Was this lass confessing her feelings to him? Did she have to be so explicit? The second one read, "I won't be lovesick in my life. Only then will I be lovesick, and I will be lovesick." Xiao Heng's face turned even hotter. So she missed him so much. The third one read, "The bottom of the lovesick tree is endless. I hate myself for not knowing." Xiao Heng's heart seemed to be filled with something. It was swollen and scalding. He didn't know that this lass had such literary talent. Also, her feelings for him were actually so deep. Gu Jiao wrote more than 10 notes. Every one of them made Xiao Heng's face turn red and his heart beat wildly. But it wasn't just from one note that the love poem on the note gradually became a little strange. "The world is long, and the world is long, but sometimes it ends. This hatred is endless." The corner of Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. This love can become a memory, but at that time, it was already lost. Xiao Heng's face stiffened. "Returning your bowl of heartless tears. I hate that we didn't meet before." At the end, she even drew half of a little person beating her chest and stamping her feet. Shout, "Huh." Chapter 661. Gu Jiao had a problem. She would feel sleepy after reciting poems. She could grit her teeth and persevere at the beginning, but at the end, she was so sleepy that she didn't even know what she had written. Even the purse was taken away by Xiao Jiao. Xiao Heng was angry and amused at the same time when he read the last part. He had thought that those poems were written from the bottom of her heart. Now, it seemed that she had copied them from somewhere. Looking at the last few notes, the words were crooked. She must have been so sleepy that she didn't even know where she had copied them. Xiao Heng gritted his teeth in anger. "What a waste of my excitement. I won't fall for your tricks again, little liar." She must have fallen asleep. Xiao Heng didn't reply. Xiao Jiao saw that there was nothing else for him to do and flew back to the tree branch. Xiao Heng still couldn't sleep. If it wasn't for the love poems, he wouldn't be so petty as to care about this. It was the information he had found during the day that made him need to calm down and carefully sort it out. After Gu Jiao told him that the people behind Nangong Li were the royal family, he went to the busiest tea house in Sheng to find a few storytellers to understand the royal family's background. He didn't find out much, but he did know a thing or two about the Nangong family. The Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence were close. This was a tacit secret in Sheng due the Crown Prince of Zhao Country lived in the East Palace, while the Crown Prince of Yin Country left the palace to build a residence. The Crown Prince of Yin Country was the king's second son. His birth mother was Imperial Concubine Han. The young master who had prepared the viewing platform for him that day was the Crown Prince's eldest son, Ming Junwang. Ming Junwang was cousins with Han Che, who had struck the bow at Pingyang Academy today. Even though there was no evidence that the Crown Prince's residence had instigated the Nangong family, the Crown Prince's residence was still the most suspicious. So the question was, who was the Crown Prince's residence? Why did they want to deal with him? Tonight, Chengdu was particularly stuffy, and there wasn't the slightest bit of coolness at night. The Duke's residence, that had been busy for the whole day, gradually quieted down. Muru Xin sat in her room. "Bring some more ice over," she said with a frown. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" The maidservant asked, puzzled. There were already 2 basins of ice in the room, and if there were any more, she would catch a cold. "I'm not happy," Muru Xin said gloomily. Thinking of what had happened in the academy, she increasingly felt that Xiao Lulang was getting in her way. She said angrily, He saw that this was a great opportunity to make friends with the three deans, so he purposely took away the heavily injured ones and only left me with a few lightly injured ones. The maidservant didn't know how to respond. Forget it. Let's sleep. Muru Xin put down her fan and went to bed. A maidservant came over to put down the curtain for her and comforted her. Miss, he's just a student from another country. You'll soon become the High Duke's adopted daughter. When the time comes, let's see how he can compete with you. Speaking of this, Muru Xin sighed. Say, we've already spread the news for so long and the whole manor knows about it. Why haven't Second Master and Second Madam made a move yet? Could it be that I have misunderstood Second Madam's intentions? The maidservant said, How could it be? Second Madam asked Miss like that to sound out Miss's intentions. I'm guessing it'll be soon. Muru Xin lay down and said longingly, I don't have parents. It was my master who raised me. If I really become the High Duke's adopted daughter, I'll definitely be filial to him, to make up for his regret of losing his daughter. In the High Duke's courtyard, the High Duke had already rested, but Lin Xiao was careless and accidentally spilled the entire cup of tea on the bed. Lin Xiao had no choice but to help the High Duke into the wheelchair and find a new mattress. The High Duke opened his eyes and placed both his hands on the armrests of the wheelchair. On his right was the bedside table. On the table was the rouge that Lin Xiao had just bought and planned to bring back to her room. She was playing with the rouge just now, so she absent-mindedly knocked over the basin that was supposed to be used to wipe the High Duke's hands. She was so frightened that she didn't even have time to close the lid of the rouge. The High Duke's right hand was only about 2 inches away from the rouge. If he moved slightly, he would be able to touch it. However, for the High Duke, who couldn't even control himself to blink, moving his fingers accurately was an extremely difficult task. The High Duke stared fixedly at the box of rouge. It took him a Herculean effort to touch the rouge with trembling hands. He dipped his fingers into the rouge and once again spent a Herculean effort to write a crooked character with trembling hands. The next day, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun went to class at Tianxiong Academy. The moment Gu Jiao entered the academy, she felt a few inexplicable gazes directed at her. Lu Lang. A student greeted her with a smile. She didn't know him. Lu Lang. Another student greeted her with a face full of smiles. She didn't know him. What was going on? She hadn't seen him for a night, and everyone was so enthusiastic. Lu Lang. After being greeted by countless unfamiliar students, she finally saw someone she knew. Zhou Tong. Xiaoshun. Zhou Tong stopped in front of Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun with a smile. Gu Jiao asked, Is something going to happen today? Why is everyone like that? Zhou Tong asked, Like what? Lu Lang. About 17 unfamiliar students greeted Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao signaled with her eyes. Like just now, Zhou Tong looked at the back of the student who was walking away and suddenly smiled. You're talking about everyone knowing you. What's so strange about that? Don't you remember that you won the competition yesterday? Gu Jiao said, That doesn't mean they all know me. It wasn't like they all went to watch the competition. Zhou Tong chuckled and grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. Come with me, and you'll know. Gu Xiaoshun bared her teeth. Hey, let go of my sister. Zhou Tong brought Gu Jiao to the academy's bulletin board. It was already surrounded by the academy's students. Lu Lang is here, someone in the crowd shouted. The people who had been gathered in front of the bulletin board suddenly dispersed and made way for Gu Jiao. This treatment caught Gu Jiao a little off guard. Zhou Tong didn't stand on ceremony with them. He happily pulled Gu Jiao to the front and pointed at the bulletin board. Look, Gu Jiao looked at it. On the left side of the bulletin board was yesterday's competition and the great commendation for them. On the right side were portraits of them, but only Gu Jiao was riding on a horse. She held the reins in one hand and the cue stick in the other. Half of her back was shown. She turned her head and revealed half of her face. What was revealed was the right side of her face that didn't have a birthmark. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her hair ribbons flew across her face. She looked indescribably valiant. Even next to the handsome Mu Qingshun, she didn't pale in comparison. Gu Jiao looked at the young man in bright clothes and almost didn't recognize herself. Was this how she looked in the eyes of others? Zhou Tong said, "We worked together to draw it. We drew it all night." Only then did Gu Jiao notice that Zhou Tong's eyes were dark. She then looked at Zhong Ding and the others who were putting up the portraits. They all had heavy dark circles under their eyes. This was something that Gu Jiao had never experienced in her previous life. In her previous life, she was always first in the exams and won many prizes. However, no one could get close to her. Or rather, she didn't want to get close to anyone. Her identity meant that she couldn't have any friends. "How do we draw?" Zhou Tong asked expectantly. Gu Jiao's gaze swept across Zhou Tong, Zhong Ding, and everyone who went to the competition yesterday. Everyone looked at her with anticipation and anxiety in their eyes. "Not bad," Gu Jiao said. Everyone smiled, as if relieved of a burden. They were students of the literature department and were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, they didn't know why they had to wait until Gu Jiao personally acknowledged their drawings. "Don't you all have classes?" Gu Jiao asked indifferently. Zhou Tong smiled. "Yes, we have classes." Gu Jiao turned around and walked away coolly. After taking a few steps, she said casually, "Draw a few more. The walls at home are a little empty." Tianxiong Academy hadn't been so popular for a long time. Although they were called the Royal Academy, in fact, that was many years ago. The last time they had a top scholar was 17 years ago. After that, they didn't even have a second or third place, let alone a top scholar. They weren't good at literature or martial arts and were often laughed at. Now that they had won 2 consecutive competitions and defeated 2 powerful academies, they were elated. Dinson was also very happy. He called Gu Jiao, Mu Qingshun, and the others to his duty room and praised them. "You did well in these 2 competitions and showed Tianxiong Academy's standard. However, don't be arrogant. Train well and strive to win glory for the Academy in the next competition." Mu Qingshun and the others cupped their hands. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "That's it." Dinson was stunned. Gu Jiao said, "Aren't you going to give me something more practical? For example, the prize money?" Dinson was speechless. "Ahem." Dinson coughed and said seriously, "The Academy is short on funds recently. If you win next time, we'll give you everything." Gu Jiao caught the main point. "Then you won't give us anything if we lose?" Dinson coughed. "You little brat, can you not talk about money every 3 sentences? How can people who read books stink of money?" Gu Jiao asked, "So are we giving or not?" Dinson was speechless. Was it too late for him to say no? On the way back to Bright Heart Hall, Mu Qingshun asked Gu Jiao, "Are you short on money?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "You can say that. Do you have a way to earn money?" Mu Qingshun said, "I can lend you as much as you want. There's no need." Gu Jiao waved her hand. She wasn't short on money now. She was just preparing for a rainy day. Gu Yan's surgery would take place next month. It might cost a lot of money. Gu Jiao said seriously, "If you have a way to earn money, call me. I won't treat you badly. I'll let you be the middleman and earn some money." Mu Qingshun was speechless. Chapter 662. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. After the last class in the morning, Gu Jiao went to have lunch with Gu Xiaoshun. Mu Qingshun thought for a while and stopped her. "Are you really short of money?" Gu Jiao looked at him. He opened his mouth and said, "There's a job that is a little hard. If you want it, I can take you there after school." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Mu Qingshun frowned and looked at her. "Why don't you ask what the job is?" Gu Jiao said without hesitation. "What kind of inhumane job can a young master like you get?" Mu Qingshun was speechless. After school, Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshun to go home first. She had something to do. "Sister, do you want me to go with you?" Gu Xiaoshun asked in a low voice. "No need," Gu Jiao said. She could work alone. Gu Xiaoshun always listened to her. Hearing this, he scratched his head and said, "Oh, then I'll go first. Come back early." After seeing Gu Xiaoshun off, Gu Jiao turned right and walked a dozen steps to get into Mu Qingshun's carriage. She sat down on the side seat. Mu Qingshun must have told the driver, so the coachman started the carriage without saying anything. It was still early and the carriage was stuffy. Gu Jiao opened the window slightly. The bright sky shone in, and everything in the carriage was clearly visible. Mu Qingshan turned his eyes and caught a glimpse of the ice blue hairband on her head. This kind of ice blue silk material was very precious and couldn't be bought in the outer city. Of course, it could be bought in the inner city, but Gu Jiao didn't have the habit of dressing luxuriously. "Why are you looking at me?" Gu Jiao noticed that he was looking at her. "The hairband is good." Mu Qingshan looked away. Gu Jiao touched the hairband Xiao Heng gave her and shook her head in her heart. "Well, I think it's good too." Mu Qingshan couldn't help but look at her again. She couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. He didn't know whether it was because of the hairband that she obviously didn't buy herself, or because she was going to make money. Now that you've become famous, there will be a lot of people who want to know you. Don't get too close to everyone. Gu Jiao, Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao originally thought that he would bring her into the inner city to do something. Unexpectedly, the carriage turned and headed in the other direction of the outer city. After traveling for about 10 miles to the east, the carriage arrived at a majestic mansion. There were a few guards standing guard at the entrance of the mansion. The coachman flashed his token, and the guards walked over. Mu Qingshun lifted the curtain and said to the guard, "It's me." The guards hurriedly cupped their hands and allowed the carriage to pass. Mu Qingshun's carriage drove into the mansion. "Young master, we're here." Mu Qingshun got out of the carriage. Gu Jiao jumped out of the carriage as well. "Wow!" Gu Jiao couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the scenery in front of her. Was he really in the mansion? What a bigs, Mu Qingshan thought. There was an orchard to the east, a forest to the south, and a long path to the west. There was a long and winding path to the west, and there was a lotus pond to the north. The lotus leaves in the pond were as green as jade, and there were white and pink lotus flowers. The scenery was so beautiful. "Where are we?" Gu Jiao Mu asked. "Yin Shanjuan's mansion." Mu Qingshan said. "Yin Shanjun." Gu Jiao Mu had never heard of it. Mu Qingshan didn't explain too much. At this moment, a pretty maid walked over and greeted Mu Qingshan with a smile. "Young Master Qingshan." Mu Qingshan nodded slightly. "Is your young master here?" "Yes," the maid said with a smile. "I'll take you there. This is..." She looked at Gu Jiao Mu. Gu Jiao Mu Qingshan was wearing the Tianxiong Academy uniform. She looked a little young, and the birthmark on the left side of her face was hard to miss. Mu Qingshan introduced her calmly. "She's my classmate. Her surname is Xiao." "Young Master Xiao." The maid greeted him politely. Gu Jiao Mu nodded. "This way, please." The maid didn't ask why Mu Qingshan brought his classmate here. She led them to the orchard on the other side of the field. They met many servants along the way, and all of them knew Mu Qingshan. After entering the orchard, Gu Jiao Mu heard a few anxious girls' voices. "Princess, you can't climb the tree." "Princess, come down." "Princess, we won't be able to explain to our young master if you do this." Gu Jiao Mu was wondering who the princess they were talking about was. She wondered if it was a girl about the same age as Su Shui. Then, she saw a little girl on a peach tree. The little girl climbed up a tall branch. The servants didn't dare to climb up because the branch was very thin. They would break the branch if they climbed up. "Princess," Mu Qingshan said softly. The little girl looked over and her big eyes lit up. "Mu Qingshan." "Oh," she actually called him by his name. Mu Qingshan walked over. The little girl opened her arms and jumped down without hesitation. The maid screamed in fear. Mu Qingshan caught her easily and put her on the ground. The little princess raised her head and asked seriously, "Why didn't you come to see me for so long? Are you lazy and not teaching me?" Her voice was sweet. Mu Qingshan smiled and said, "I've been too busy these days. I came here as soon as I finished my work." The little princess nodded. "Well, I heard that you participated in the archery competition. Did you win?" Mu Qingshan replied seriously, "Thanks to the princess, I won 2 matches." Then you're good, the little princess said. Then she turned her head and saw Gu Jiao walking over. Eh, who are you? Mu Qing-chun introduced. He's the teacher I chose for you. He's good at writing. The little princess tilted her head and looked at Gu Jiao. Then, she turned to Mu Qing-chun and asked, Is he better than you? Mu Qing-chun nodded with a smile. Yes, he's better than me. He even tamed the wild horse king of our academy. He also participated in the archery competition. Mu Qing-chun was a gentleman who didn't smile much. When he smiled, he looked so gentle that it made people feel warm. The maids couldn't help staring at him. Master Qing-chun only showed such a gentle side to the little princess. He was so charming. The little princess folded her arms and said mischievously, Actually, you don't want to teach me. So you found someone to teach me, right? Mu Qing-chun calmly took off a leaf from her head and said, Why don't you try it? The little princess looked at Gu Jiao again and looked up and down at Gu Jiao. She was probably curious about the thing on her face, so she asked, Why is there a flower on your face? She was younger than little Jing Kong, but she didn't say the word fold. Did you draw it? Gu Jiao asked. The young commandery princess said in a very dignified manner, Draw one for me as well. The maids chuckled. Mu Qing-chun introduced Gu Jiao to the job of teaching the little princess to ride. Mu Qing-chun was not good at teaching children. Yesterday, he saw that Gu Jiao got along well with Su Shue's roommate's younger brother. He thought that Gu Jiao had a talent for communicating with children. That's it? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qing-chun said, The little princess has asthma. You know medicine, so there's no one more suitable than you. Oh, Gu Jiao understood. Do you come every day, or? Mu Qing-chun shook his head. No, you could come every 3 to 5 days. You can decide how long you want to practice according to the little princess's physical condition. 50 taels a month. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with the work intensity and the pay. Because it was the first day, Mu Qing-chun was worried about whether Gu Jiao was qualified for the job, so he stayed with Gu Jiao. The two went to the stable to accompany the little princess to choose a horse. The little princess had her own stable. The stable was full of docile foals. The little princess asked Gu Jiao to choose one. Gu Jiao picked a white one. You're wearing a white fairy dress today. It matches well. It was unknown if the word fairy had pleased the young princess, but she raised her chin and said, That's right, I think so too. The servant in the stable brought the little princess's special saddle. Gu Jiao fastened the saddle and carried the little princess up. Before the little princess sat down, she threw herself at Gu Jiao. Wait. I'm scared. Gu Jiao hummed and said, What's there to be afraid of? It's very docile. You won't fall down as long as you hold on to the reins. The little princess clung to Gu Jiao's neck with her 2 small arms. She did not dare to look back. I'm scared. She refused to get on the horse. Mu Qing-chun was not surprised. He had taught the little princess several times, but she failed every time. Gu Jiao paused and asked the little princess who was trembling in her arms, Since you're scared, why do you still want to learn? Children don't need to ride horses. The little princess pretended to be fierce and said, I just want to learn. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qing-chun. Mu Qing-chun raised his eyebrows helplessly, indicating that he could do nothing. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, Then, can you watch me ride first? Okay. The little princess got down from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao asked the servant in the stable for a mature horse. She rode the horse around the grassland at a moderate speed so that it would not scare children. Sure enough, her valiant appearance on horseback made the young royal princess restless. Mu Qing-chun winked at the servant. The servant brought the white pony over. Mu Qing-chun carried the little princess up. Little princess, try it. No. The little princess plunged into Mu Qing-chun's arms. Gu Jiao rode the horse over and directly grabbed the little princess onto the horse. Ouch! The little princess lay on the saddle and struggled. The strong wind blew, causing her cheeks to puff up. All the children in the family were tired, including Gu Xiaobao, who was only a few months old. Gu Jiao lacked experience with delicate little girls. In the end, she succeeded in making the little princess cry. After coming out of the grassland, Gu Jiao got into Mu Qingshan's carriage. The little princess cried until she was out of breath. Mu Qingshan went to comfort her. About 15 minutes later, Mu Qingshan returned to the carriage. Gu Jiao wondered if she had failed the interview. She did not expect the little princess to cry so easily. What a waste of your kindness. Next time, the little princess asked when you will come next time. Gu Jiao was stunned. Mu Qingshan glanced at her. You don't want to come? Gu Jiao said, No, I just find it strange. She is crying so hard. Why does she still want me to come? Mu Qingshan smiled faintly. The little princess said that you are the only one who dares to put her on the horse. No one else dares to. She will never learn how to ride a horse with anyone else. Maybe she can do it with you. Well, she was still a stubborn little crybaby. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Mu Qingshan. Mu Qingshan was puzzled by Gu Jiao's look. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Who is the little princess to you? Mu Qingshan said. Her father, Yin Shanjun, is a close friend of Dukin. He lived in Dukin's manor when he was young. He taught me how to play chess. He also taught Emin how to play chess. Emin? Gu Jiao was stunned. Your childhood playmate? Yes. Mu Qingshan nodded. This was the first time Mu Qingshan mentioned the name of his childhood playmate. Gu Jiao felt that the name was a little familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere. Yin Shanjun is not in the mansion these days. He has gone on a long journey. Mu Qingshan said, as if he was explaining why he didn't take her to visit Yin Shanjun. Gu Jiao said, oh, she didn't care about that. She was thinking about that name. Inin. She couldn't get the name out of her mind. The carriage went out of the mansion. Young master, where are we going now? Back to the academy? The coachman asked. Mu Qingshan looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, let's go back to the academy. She still refused to tell him the address. Mu Qingshan didn't say anything. The carriage went all the way back to the Tianxiong Academy. They came from the southern gate of the city, so they had to pass by there on their way back. It was hot, so Gu Jiao kept the window open. As they approached the city gate, a group of soldiers and horses suddenly appeared on the official road. Leading the group were several officials riding on fine horses. Behind them were a group of able-bodied men in ragged clothes, their hands tied with ropes. Gu Jiao had never been curious about the affairs of the government. She just glanced at them casually, but she didn't expect to see a familiar figure. She pushed the half-open window to the maximum. Chapter 663. The novel will be updated more quickly. Gu Jiao suspected that she was mistaken. How could she see Gu Qingfeng here? Mu Qingshan, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. However, the group of people had turned a corner and went in the opposite direction. Mu Qingshan asked, What are you looking at? Gu Jiao sat back in her seat. I seem to see someone I know. Mu Qingshan looked at the group of people outside the window and looked at Gu Jiao deeply. Do you know the Han family, or those slaves? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Slaves? Mu Qingshan looked at her and said, Are you mistaken? Gu Jiao closed the window. Maybe I'm mistaken. Gu Qingfeng couldn't have come to the Yin Kingdom, let alone become a slave. There was a mineral vein at the foot of the Dongshan Ridge outside the city of Xingdu, and the Han family was responsible for mining it. Some days ago, there was an accident in the mine and a group of slaves died. The Han family bought a new group of slaves without stopping. Most of these slaves were servants who had been marked as slaves. Some of them were poor people in the Yin Kingdom. Some were prisoners who had been severely punished, and some were strong men from the black market. The team stopped at the checkpoint of the mine. The guard looked at the corvée laborers tied up with ropes and clicked his tongue in disdain. These corvée laborers don't look very useful. There aren't many of them who are strong. An officer riding on a horse said, The market is not good now. It's good to have them. Let's make do with them. The guard said, Okay, go to work. We're waiting. The officer smiled. It's so late. Aren't you afraid that something will happen again? The guard smiled helplessly. What can I do? It's my superior's order. His mouth said that there was nothing he could do, but his expression was clearly indifferent. Well, They were just a group of lowly slaves who would care about their lives. The group of people entered the mine. Several officials found an open space for them to rest. It wasn't that he sympathized with them, but they were already very tired after such a long journey. They needed to rest and eat something to recover their strength. Everyone sat down on the ground. Gu Qingfeng sat at the back, looking inconspicuous. He had been eating and sleeping in the open all this time. He was no longer the young master of an aristocratic family in Zhao country. Not long after, some people brought over the porridge and steamed buns. The corvée laborers all stood up. Stand properly. Stand properly. Don't move. The official in charge of distributing food lashed out with a whip, and everyone became obedient. Each person had a bowl of porridge and 2 steam buns. When it was Gu Qingfeng's turn, there was only half a bun left. Gu Qingfeng didn't say anything. He took the bowl of porridge and the hard steam buns and ate them in big bites. After being hungry a few times, he understood that if he didn't eat fast enough, he would be hungry until the next meal. Sure enough, as soon as he wolfed down half of the steamed bun in his hand, the officer urged them to enter the mine. "Sir, can you give me some more food? I don't have enough to eat. I don't have the strength to work." A corvée laborer over 50 years old cupped his hands and begged the officer. The officer whipped him, causing him to roll on the ground. "Now you have strength." He fell in front of Gu Qingfeng. If it was in the past, Gu Qingfeng would have helped him up. But now, Gu Qingfeng didn't do anything. He just silently walked around him and followed the group. The group entered the mine. Some ores were on the surface and could be directly mined. Some ores were underground and needed to be dug into blind shafts. They had been sent to dig a well. There were already a few old corvée laborers digging. "Go get a shovel yourselves," the officer shouted. Everyone hurriedly walked over and picked up a shovel from the ground. They copied the old corvée laborers and started digging. Gu Qingfeng also picked up a shovel and started digging like a professional. They dug until the middle of the night. When everyone was exhausted and had no strength left, they were brought back to a large shared room to rest. Dozens of people were squeezed into one room. The smell was so bad that it was suffocating. Gu Qingfeng lay on a wooden board in the corner. On one side was a corvée laborer, and on the other side was a gray mud wall. Perhaps they were tired. Almost everyone fell asleep as soon as they lay down. After the officer finished checking the room, he locked the door and then turned to leave. In the darkness, Gu Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. He wasn't here to be a corvée laborer. Since he had already arrived at Chengdu, he didn't need to continue mingling with a group of slaves. He had to think of a way to leave. As he thought about it, he turned over and inadvertently pressed down on the wound on the outside of his right leg. He gasped in shock. Fuck! The mark of a slave was really painful. He couldn't help but swear. After returning to the house, Gu Jiao told her that she was the young princess's writing teacher. After all, she would be visiting often in the future. It was better to tell her family clearly. Madame Nan gave Gu Jiao a bowl of corn rib soup. Which young princess? Is there a princess in the outer city? She knew that a princess was someone with status. Usually, she lived in the inner city. Yin Shanjuan's daughter. Gu Jiao said. Yin Shanjun. Madame Nan felt that this title was familiar, but she had left Yin Kingdom for too many years. She couldn't remember it. The Emperor's younger brother. Old Mr. Meng said casually. Madame Nan was enlightened. She smiled and said, Yes, yes, the Emperor's younger brother. No wonder it sounded familiar. Gu Jiao was surprised. The Emperor's younger brother has such a young child? She remembered that Commandery Prince Ming was the Crown Prince's legitimate son. He was the Emperor's grandson. Commandery Prince Ming looked about the same age as Xiaohong. The Emperor was at least the same age as the old Duke. Madame Min said thoughtfully, I don't know. She didn't deliberately inquire about the royal family. Her understanding of the royal family was limited. Old Mr. Meng drank a mouthful of soup and said calmly, Yin Shanjun is the Empress Dowager's posthumous son. He is almost 30 years younger than the Emperor. Now Gu Jiao understood. Yin Shanjun was the king's youngest brother. His daughter was of the same generation as the crown prince. Didn't that mean that even Commandery Prince Ming had to greet the young Commandery Princess politely when he saw her? Gu Jiao suddenly smiled. This little guy's seniority is quite high. Everyone looked at her with a strange expression. After saying so much, your focus was only on seniority? That was Yin Shanjuan's daughter, the young princess of the royal family. It was said that being with the emperor was like being with a tiger, not to mention the Yin kingdom's royal family. Madame Nan was somewhat worried. Old Mr. Meng seemed to be knowledgeable. She asked old Mr. Meng, "Is this Yin Shanjun easy to get along with? If his temper was bad, he would rather give up this job. Yin Shanjun is fine." Old Mr. Meng said and glanced at Gu Jiao. "You didn't make the young princess cry, did you?" Gu Jiao said seriously. "No. How could I make her cry?" Old Mr. Meng nodded. "That's good. The emperor dotes on this young princess very much. Those who made her cry were all killed by the emperor." Gu Jiao was speechless. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao practiced the red-tasseled spear as usual. She didn't know if it was because she saw Gu Qingfeng, but Gu Jiao thought of the whip that she had neglected for many days. She also took it out and practiced for a while. After that, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan went to the academy. When Gu Jiao arrived at the gate of the academy, she was stopped by a luxurious carriage. A young man in luxurious clothes came out of the carriage. It was Han Che. Han Che looked at Gu Jiao with a faint smile. He turned and opened the curtain to let another man in luxurious clothes come out of the carriage. Gu Jiao had seen him before. He was Prince Ming, who had come to the academy to look for Mu Qingchen. This Prince Ming was very active. He was very close to the young masters of the aristocratic families. He didn't care if these young masters had disagreements with each other. Gu Jiao thought that he was here to look for Mu Qingchen again. She turned around and planned to go around the carriage to enter the academy. Unexpectedly, Han Che stopped her. "Hey, Xiao Lulang, stop right there." Gu Jiao didn't stop. Han Che sucked in a cold breath. Prince Ming's bodyguards quickly stepped forward and blocked Gu Jiao's way. Gu Jiao frowned impatiently. "You go in first," she said to Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan wanted to stay, but she thought of something and her eyes flashed. "Okay, I'll go in first." The bodyguards didn't stop Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at the two of them. "What's the matter?" Her unruly and arrogant attitude made Prince Ming frown slightly. However, Han Che was very satisfied with this result. What he wanted was for Xiao Lu to anger Commandery Prince Ming. Prince Ming didn't seem to want to reveal his identity. He quickly hid his displeasure and said to Gu Jiao in a pleasant manner, "I'm a friend of Mu Qingchen. I came to the academy last time." "So?" Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. She was just short of saying that it was none of her business. Prince Ming was a direct descendant of the royal family. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and had never been disrespected by anyone. However, when he thought that Gu Jiao didn't know his identity, he felt relieved. He didn't want to give Han Che face, but he didn't want to give himself face. Thinking of this, Prince Ming smiled gently again. "I don't mean anything else. You are Qingchen's classmate, and I am Qingchen's friend. I just want to get to know you." Han Che pursed his lips. Didn't he tell Prince Ming that Xiao Lulang was just a commoner? Why was he being so polite to him? Prince Ming wasn't being polite to Xiao Lulang, but to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen occupied 3 of the top 10 families in Shangdu. If he could win over Mu Qingchen, it would be equivalent to winning over the Su family, the Mu family, and the Wang family. "I'm not interested," Gu Jiao said. Han Che said coldly, "Hey, do you know who you're talking to? Don't be ungrateful. You want to do this the hard way. Hey, young Master Han, please don't be angry. Let's talk nicely." Since Han Che was playing the good cop, he might as well play the bad cop. He smiled and said to Gu Jiao, "I was caught up with something the last minute during the archery competition, so I couldn't see it with my own eyes. I heard that you have a very powerful horse. Can I have a look?" "No." Gu Jiao refused immediately. Prince Ming almost choked on his own blood. Did she think that it wouldn't work if she didn't reveal her identity? Han Che added oil to the fire and mocked, "Xiao Lulang, this young master beside me just wants to see your horse. Even if he wants your horse, you have to give it to him. Do you understand?" Gu Jiao looked at the two indifferently. So, you are here to steal my horse? Prince Ming frowned. He was just here to take a look, but he really wanted to steal it. Since he was young, no one had dared to disobey him. This person was too ignorant. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, his royal aura was enough to intimidate him. Inside the gate of the book, the students of the academy who had caught a glimpse of this scene exclaimed that they were doomed. That person was the crown prince's legitimate son. Ever since the crown princess was dethroned, he had become the crown prince's eldest grandson. He wanted to steal Liu Long's horse. Even if Gu Xiaoshan called young Master Qingxun, there was nothing he could do. What's going on? Why are you all crowding here? Don't you need to go to class? President Sin walked over and asked. The students turned around. One of them whispered, President, Prince Ming is here. He wants to steal Liu Long's horse. What? President Sin's expression changed. He looked outside and saw Prince Ming and Han Che opposite Gu Jiao. Prince Ming didn't even come to watch the competition yesterday. How did he know about Liu Long's horse? It was most likely that Han Che wanted Liu Long's horse, but couldn't do it himself. After all, he couldn't defeat Mu Qingxun, so he lured Prince Ming here. There was nothing Prince Ming couldn't get if he wanted it. It was over. Liu Long's horse couldn't be saved. How is this stealing? Prince Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that he wouldn't steal it, the brocade guard beside him had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Just as Prince Ming was about to order his men to draw their swords, a horse carriage sped over and stopped beside Gu Jiao. The curtains of the horse carriage were lifted and a delicate little girl jumped out. What are you doing? She asked in a childish voice. Commandery Prince Ming was shocked. The little princess, who was not even 5 years old, jumped out of the horse carriage and walked up to Prince Ming. She raised her tender face and asked sternly, Why aren't you greeting us? How embarrassing. They were all humans. Prince Ming frowned and clasped his hands together. He braced himself and bowed. Little aunt. The little princess looked at him and then at Gu Jiao. What were you doing just now? Prince Ming thought about how the little girl loved to complain in front of the monarch. He gave the guard a look and the guard put down his sword. Prince Ming smiled. Nothing. I just came here to make a friend. Is that so? The little princess asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. No, he wanted to steal my horse. Prince Ming was speechless. The little princess's face fell. Carry me. Her personal maid immediately carried the expressionless young commandery princess up. The little princess stretched out her chubby hand and slapped Prince Ming on the head. She said fiercely, You brat, how dare you bully my teacher? That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.